90 minutes from the House Intelligence Committee. Of course, there will also be opening statements by the chairman. I'm here with our legal team as well. Kate Shaw, constitutional law professor at Cardozo Law School. Kate, one of the big debates the Democrats are still having is the scope of the impeachment articles, how wide to go.
And I think we'll all be looking for clues in today's presentations, whether we have a sense of some broad narrative that begins before 2016 and extends through this July 25th phone call and the events before and after, or whether it's going to be very narrow and focused. And I think, you know, each side will make a choice in terms of its opening presentation that might give us some clues about that. But of course, it's all going to come out in the drafting, and I don't know that even the committee itself yet knows how it's going to proceed.
It does appear that they have not reached a final decision yet, Dan, but one of the words you keep hearing from at least Democrats on the committee talking about patterns of behavior.
Right, and so the more you hear about patterns, the more you think that they're going to try and incorporate some of what happened from the Mueller report rather than just Ukraine. And that's the real question here is, remember, up to this point, meaning before that Ukraine call of July 25th, Democrats had decided not to move forward with impeachment proceedings. And now, after the Ukraine call, they decide this is too much. Nancy Pelosi says we now must move forward. The question now is, do they bring that together? Do they say, you know what, because this was ongoing, doesn't mean we weren't going to do it before, but this is now part of such a disturbing practice that we are going to incorporate it at least into the telling of the story, even if it's not a separate impeachment article.
And Melissa Marie, the other thing you've heard, who's a professor of constitutional law at NYU Law School, the other thing you're hearing Democrats talk about in recent days is the necessity to protect the next election from foreign interference. Of course, foreign interference on the minds of the founders.
Well, I think this is incredibly important for this idea of pattern and practice, like linking it to the Mueller report, a past election, and the idea that we would also do this going forward in a prospective election. So again, this idea that interference, foreign interference in elections is the key player here. And I think this is what we'll see hit upon hard today.
We see Chairman Nadler, Chairman Gerald Nadler has now taken his seat there in 1100 House Longworth building. Congressman from New York, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. He's tangled with President Trump in the past. When he was assemblyman in New York City, they tangled over a real estate project that Mr. Trump wanted to develop on the west side. And of course, he's been the leading voice for impeachment on the Judiciary Committee, wanted to pursue impeachment even before House Speaker Nancy Pelosi did, when the Mueller report was first produced by Robert Mueller. And that's why we expect that behind the scenes, he has been pushing for more focus on that obstruction evidence that was contained in the Mueller report. Cecilia Vega, no doubt the president will be watching again this morning.
He certainly will. I expect we will see a continuation of those tweets. And going back to Nadler, one thing he said over the weekend, that they believe they have a rock-solid case, and if this was a court of law, it would be presented to a jury and a guilty verdict would be given to them in 3 minutes flat. On the other hand, you have Republicans like Mark Meadows saying this weekend, I don't see a single Republican deflecting. We may very well be full circle by the end of this,
and
back where we started.
The gavel. Let's go to Chairman Nadler. He will make his opening statement. Doug Collins, the ranking Republican from Georgia, will then follow with his opening statement. He's taking his time getting ready there. Wants to get settled, still holding the gavel.
The House Committee on the Judiciary will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee.
I object.
Objection noted. The quorum is present. We are conducting this hearing on the impeachment inquiry into President Donald J. Trump. Presentations from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the House Judiciary Committee pursuant to House Resolution 660 and the Special Judiciary Committee procedures that are described in Section 4A of that resolution. Here is how the committee will proceed for this hearing. I will make an opening statement, and then I will recognize the ranking member for an opening statement. After that, we will hear 2 sets of presentations. We will hear 30-minute opening arguments from counsels for the majority and the minority of this committee. Order in the room. Order in the committee room. We voted for Donald Trump, and they're simply removing because they don't like him. Americans
Mary Bruce, you're there in the committee room. We couldn't quite make out what this protest is about. Any sense?
No, George, we also can't hear exactly what he's saying, but it's notable so far in all of these hearings, we have not seen actually any interruptions from inside the room like that. They have been keeping things pretty locked down here so far.
Okay, let's turn back in.
The audience is here to observe, but not to demonstrate, not to indicate agreement or disagreement with any witness or with any member of the committee. The audience is here to observe only, and we will maintain decorum in the hearing room. And again, I will say, here is how the committee will proceed for this hearing. I will make an opening statement, and then I will recognize the ranking member for an opening statement. After that, we will hear two sets of presentations. We will hear 30-minute opening arguments from counsels for the majority and the minority of this committee. Then we will hear 45-minute presentations of evidence from majority and minority counsel from the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, followed by 45 minutes of questioning by the chair and ranking member, who may yield to counsel for questioning during this period. Finally, all of our members will have the opportunity to question the presenters from the Intelligence Committee under the 5-minute rule. I would note that the President's counsel was given the opportunity to participate today, but the White House has declined the invitation. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. No matter his party or his politics, if the President places his own interests above those of the country, he betrays his oath of office. The President of the United States, the Speaker of the House, the Majority Leader of the Senate, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and the Chairman and ranking members of the House Committee on the Judiciary all have one important thing in common. We have each taken an oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. If the President puts himself before the country, he violates the President's most basic responsibility. He breaks his oath to the American people. If he puts himself before the country in a manner that threatens our democracy, then our oath, our promise to the American people, requires us to come to the defense of the nation. That oath stands even when it is politically inconvenient, even when it might bring us under criticism, even when it might cost us our jobs as members of Congress. And even if the President is unwilling to honor his oath, I am compelled to honor mine. As we heard in our last hearing, the framers of the Constitution were careful students of history and clear in their vision for the new nation. They knew that threats to democracy can take many forms, that we must protect against them. They warned us against the dangers of would-be monarchs, fake populists, and charismatic demagogues. They knew that the most dangerous threat to our country might come from within, in the form of a corrupt executive who put his private interests above the interests of the nation. They also knew that they could not anticipate every threat a president might someday pose, so they adopted the phrase treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors to capture the full spectrum of possible presidential misconduct. George Mason, who proposed this standard, said that it was meant to capture all manner of great and dangerous offenses against the Constitution. The debates around the framing make clear that the most serious such offenses include abuse of power, betrayal of the nation through foreign entanglements, and corruption of public office. Any one of these violations of the public trust would compel the members of this committee to take action. When combined in a single course of action, they state the strongest possible case for impeachment and removal from office. President Trump put himself before country. Despite the political partisanship that seems to punctuate our hearings these days, I believe that there is common ground around some of these ideas. Common ground in this hearing room and common ground across the country at large. We agree, for example, that impeachment is a solemn, serious undertaking. We agree that it is meant to address serious threats to democratic institutions like our free and fair elections. We agree that when the elections themselves are threatened by enemies foreign or domestic, we cannot wait until the next election to address the threat. We surely agree that no public official, including and especially the President of the United States, should use his public office for private gain. And we agree that no president may put himself before the country. The Constitution and his oath of office, his promise to America's citizens, require the president to put the country first. If we could drop our blinders for just one moment, I think we would agree on a common set of facts as well. On July 25th, President Trump called President Zelensky of Ukraine and asked him for a favor. That call was part of a concerted effort by President Trump to compel the government of Ukraine to announce an investigation, not an investigation of corruption writ large, but an investigation of President Trump's political rivals, and only his political rivals. President Trump put himself before country. The record shows that President Trump withheld military aid allocated by the United States Congress from Ukraine. It also shows that he withheld a White House meeting from President Zelensky. Multiple witnesses, including respected diplomats, national security professionals, and decorated war veterans, all testified to the same basic fact. President Trump withheld the aid and the meeting in order to pressure a foreign government to do him that favor. President Trump put himself before country. And when the president got caught, when Congress discovered that the aid had been withheld from Ukraine, the president took extraordinary and unprecedented steps to conceal evidence from Congress and from the American people. These facts are not in dispute. In fact, most of the arguments about these facts appear to be beside the point. As we review the evidence today, I expect we will hear much about the whistleblower who brought us concerns about the July 25th call to the Inspector General of the intelligence community. Let me be clear. Every fact alleged by the whistleblower has been substantiated by multiple witnesses, again and again, each of whom has been questioned extensively by Democrats and Republicans alike. The allegations also match up with the president's own words, as released by the White House, words that he still says were perfect. I also expect to hear complaints about the term quid pro quo, as if a person needs to verbally acknowledge the name of a crime while he is committing it for it to be a crime at all. The record on this point is also clear. Multiple officials testified that the president's demand for an investigation into his rivals was a part of his personal political agenda and not related to the foreign policy objectives of the United States. Multiple officials testified that the president intended to withhold the aid until Ukraine announced the investigations. And yes, multiple officials testified that they understood this arrangement to be a quid pro quo for the president's personal political benefit. President Trump put himself before country. The president's supporters are going to argue that this whole process is unfair. The record before us is clear on this point as well. We invited the president to participate in this hearing, to question witnesses, and to present evidence that might explain the charges against him. President Trump chose not to show. He may not have much to say in his own defense, but he cannot claim that he did not have an opportunity to be heard. Finally, as we proceed today, we will hear a great deal about the speed with which the House is addressing the president's actions. To the members of the committee, to the members of the House, and to my fellow citizens, I want to be absolutely clear. The integrity of our next election is at stake. Nothing could be more urgent. The president welcomed foreign interference in our elections in 2016. He demanded it for 2020. Then he got caught. If you do not believe that he will do it again, let me remind you that the president's personal lawyer spent last week back in Ukraine meeting with government officials in an apparent attempt to gin up the same so-called favors that brought us here today and forced Congress to consider the impeachment of a sitting president. This pattern of conduct represents a continuing risk to the country. The evidence shows that Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States, has put himself before his country. He has violated his most basic responsibilities to the people. He has broken his oath. I will honor mine. If you would honor yours, then I would urge you to do your duty. Let us review the record here in full view of the American people, and then let us move swiftly to defend our country. We promised that we would. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I have
the gentleman
unanimous
from
consent.
Georgia is recognized. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. After the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
So you're not going to recognize a possible motion before me?
Unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman.
Unanimous consent request.
It's a unanimous consent.
It's a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. We'll entertain that later.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, last week you were furnished with a proper demand for minority hearing pursuant to Clause 2J1 of Rule 11. In a blatant and egregious violation of the rules, you are refusing to schedule that hearing. Therefore, I insist on my point of order unless you are willing to immediately schedule a minority hearing day.
That is not a proper point of order in today's hearing. As I have told the ranking member several times now, I am considering the minority's request.
It's not to be considered, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman will suspend. If the ranking member thinks we would be violating the rules of the House if we considered articles of impeachment before holding a minority day hearing, his point of order would be timely at a meeting where we considered articles of impeachment. That is not the purpose of today's hearing, and the point of order is not timely. The gentleman from Georgia.
Well, that got us started again. The chairman completely not answering a question. It is timely, and it's frankly not up to his discretion, but again, we've not really cared about that from the start to begin with. So my question is just schedule the hearing, but undoubtedly that's not what they want out there. So let's start over. Now that the chairman is recognized and we've got that point. You know, there have been famous moments in impeachment. There have been famous moments in impeachment as we've gone forward. There are famous lines from Nixon like, what did the president know and when did he know it? From the Clinton impeachment, there was, I did not have sex with that woman. What would be known about this one is probably, where's the impeachable offense? Why are we here? I tell you, this may be, though, become known as the focus group impeachment. Because we don't have a crime, we don't have anything we can actually pin, and nobody understands really what the majority is trying to do, except that interfere and basically make sure that they believe the president can't win next year if he's impeached. The focus group impeachment takes words and then takes them to people and say, how can we explain this better? Because we don't have the facts to match it. A focus group impeachment says, you know, we really aren't working with good facts, but we need a good PR move. That's why we're here today. This is all about, as I said last week, a clock and a calendar. And it really became evident to me that this was true because last Wednesday, after we had a long day of hearing here, the next morning, before anything else could get started, the Speaker of the House walked up to the podium and said, go write articles of impeachment. She just quit. She just stopped. Go write articles of impeachment. I appreciate that the majority practiced for 2 days this weekend on this hearing. I appreciate that the fact that you got to try and get it right to try and convince the American people of your problem, but your speaker's already undercut you. She took the thrill out of the room. You're writing articles of impeachment. Why couldn't we just save that time today? And if you're going to write the articles of impeachment, go ahead and write them. Well, there's probably a reason for that. Because the chairman laid out some amazing claims, none of which I think after this hearing today, the American people can honestly look at and see that there is overwhelming evidence, there is a proper reason he abused this power, because as the speaker, another statement she said, that to do impeachment you have to be so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, all of which we are not. So why not? Why are we here? Well, I think we can do this. Let's look at the three things that typically are associated with making your case or a crime. Let's do it against what the majority has said. I think they have motive, they have means, and they have opportunity. What's their motive? It's November 2020. It's been said over and over and over again. The chairman said it again this morning. It's been said all along that we have to do this because if we don't impeach him, he'll win again next year. The reason is shown as clearly as last week on the jobs report and the economy. And as I had a man come up to me in the grocery store this weekend, he said, keep doing what you're doing. He said, I've never seen an economy this good. He said, people are working, people are being taken care of, and this is just a fatal distraction on a president that they don't like. Motive is easy. November 2016, they lost. January 2017, just a few minutes in, the Washington Post confirmed what every Democrat had been talking about. Now's the time for impeachment. We see tweet after tweet saying, now let's get at it. It's amazing that they start with impeachment and then they spent 2 years trying to figure out what do we impeach him on. Well, the means became what we see now. The means is to always talk about impeachment, to always say this president's doing something wrong, to say he is illegitimate, as the chairman has said before, that he's not even a legitimate president. Is to constantly tear down at a president who is working on behalf of the American people. The sham impeachment, when we go through this, I think the chairman said something that was interesting. He said that the president should not be above the law and should be held accountable for the oath of their office. I think Congress ought to be held accountable for their oath of office as well, and not to do what we're doing right now, and that is run a process that doesn't fit fairness or decorum, to run a process and a fact pattern that you're having to force against a president you don't like. But what was the opportunity? The opportunity came last November when they got the majority and they began their impeachment run. They began in the process, even as they're selecting the chairman said that I would be the best person for impeachment. This is November of last year. Before we had any hearings, before we had even were sworn in to this Congress. For anyone, the media or watching on TV or watching in this room, for anyone to think that this was not a baked deal is not being honest with themselves. You see, presumption has now become the standard instead of proof. It should cause anyone to begin to question, because the entire case is built on a presumption, or as we found out last week from 3 scholars, that inference is okay. If you just infer that that's what they mean, then we'll take that. That was an interesting line. You know, it was interesting. They made their whole case built on Gordon Sondland. You're going to see that a lot today. He testified that he presumed that the aid was connected to an investigation, but he said nobody ever told him that. When Sondland even asked the president directly, he said, what do you want? The president said, I want nothing. I want Zelensky to do what he ran on. Ukraine did nothing and got the aid anyway. But you know how I know that this is also a problematic experience? Just look over the past 3 weeks. When the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, who, by the way, is absent today, I guess he can't back up his own report, but he started his own hearing by making up the factual call. When he made it up, he started the fairy tale that we're having today. If you can't even put the transcript in the right context, just read it. Chairman Schiff couldn't even read the transcript. He had to make it up, because if he didn't make it up, it didn't sound as bad. It didn't sound as bad. He said, listen, he said, let's make up some dirt. That's not what was said. The transcript, the chairman misled the American people. As an attorney, as a chairman, as a member of Congress who swore an oath to tell, basically to be honest with the American people and to uphold the Constitution, that was such a massive malpractice I've never seen. Because you know why? Again, they don't care about what actually was in the transcript. They don't actually care what happened. And we heard last week from witnesses, they don't even care that the aid was released. They're simply looking at the facts to make it fit their narrative. Well, what else happened? You know, this is also the Chairman Schiff who also said that he had seen collusion in plain sight, that it was already there before the Mueller report ever came out, that all of this was going to happen. But, you know, I guess maybe I might need to just not stop commenting on Chairman Schiff and his guidance, because I may end up on the next phone records subpoena as we go forward. You see, we've taken a dangerous turn in this Congress. Subpoenas are fine, properly done, and should be done properly, but they should never be at the expense of a political vendetta. Professor Turley testified last week, presumption is no substitute for proof. The current legal case for impeachment is not just woefully inadequate, but in some respects dangerous and the basis for impeachment of an American president. Today, what we were supposed to get was I love my friends on the majority of this committee said Mueller. When we got the Mueller report, it didn't go real well. So we had a lot of hearings, didn't go real well. Then we finally got Bob Mueller, and they said this is going to be the movie version. In fact, what happened, they did, my colleagues on the majority had live readings from Capitol Hill. They made dramatic podcasts. They even wrote a comic book rendition that breathed life into the Mueller report, and it didn't work. So they brought Bob Mueller. This was the movie version. They told us Robert Mueller's testimony would be the thing that people watched and would be convinced. Guess what? They wasn't convinced. In fact, it fell flat. But you know, today, I guess, is the movie version of the Schiff report. Except one thing, the star witness failed to show up. Mr. Nunez is here. His staff is here. The leading headline is there, Schiff report. But where's Mr. Schiff? And Mueller, Robert Mueller testified. The Ken Starr report, Ken Starr testified. The author of the Schiff report is not here. Instead, he's sending his staff to do his job for him. I guess that's what you get when you're making up impeachment as you go. So as we look forward here, there's going to be plenty of time to discuss the factual case for this and the statements that are not being made. What is very detrimental to me, though, is this. This committee is not hearing from a factual witness. This committee is not doing anything past hearing from law school professors and staff. We've not been given, the chairman said something about the president not being able to come. Show me where he would actually have a proper process in this that's not talking to staff and not talking to law school professors, when we could actually have witnesses that will be called by both sides. But I want to say this in ending. I love this institution. I was here as a 19-year-old kid, as an intern, almost 32 years ago. This institution, as we see it today, is in danger. We see chairmen who are issuing subpoenas for personal vendettas. We see committees, such as the Judiciary Committee, that has held many substantive hearings, has been the very center point of impeachment, being used as a rubber stamp because we get not our marching orders from this committee and what it should be doing, but from the Speaker and the Intelligence Committee chairman. We're not able to do what we need to do because we're a rubber stamp. I love this institution, but in the last 3 days, over the last 3 or 4 days, I've seen stuff that just bother me to no end and should bother everyone. The Speaker of the House, after hearing 1 day of testimony in the Judiciary Committee, said go write articles. Facts be damned. Al Green, another member of the House majority, said we can keep impeaching him over and over and over and over again. Adam Schiff, when he told us he wasn't going to come, instead hide behind his staff, he also told us that we're going to keep investigating because they know this is going nowhere in the Senate. And they're desperate to have an impeachment vote on this president. The economy is good, job creation is up, military is strong, our country is safe. And the Judiciary Committee has been relegated to this. Why? Because they have the means, they have the motive, and they have the opportunity. And at the end of the day, all this is about a clock and a calendar, because they can't get over the fact Donald Trump is president of the United States. And they don't have a candidate that they think can beat him. It's all political. And as we have talked about before, this is a show. Unfortunately, today, the witness who is supposed to be the star witness chose to take a pass and let a staff answer for him. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, Clause 2J1 of Rule 11 requires you to schedule a minority hearing day, not to consider it, not to meet to discuss it, but to schedule one, and to schedule it at a reasonable time, not after articles have been drawn, not after there's been a vote on articles of impeachment. I inquire and insist, Mr. Chairman, that you immediately schedule a minority hearing day, or tell us why you are ignoring the rules.
The gentleman, we've already gone through that, but I will repeat. That is not a proper point of order in today's hearing. As I've told the ranking minority member several times, I'm considering the minority's request. If you think we would be violating the rules of the House if we considered articles of impeachment before holding a minority day hearing, that point of order would be timely at a meeting where we considered such articles. It's not the purpose of today's hearing, and the point of order is not in order.
Mr. Chairman, since I've been implicated in this, I'd like to ask.
Without objection,
our comments have not.
Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record.
Reserve my point of objection on that.
Okay, the point of objection.
I have a question. You've brought my name into this.
The gentleman.
You have brought my name into this.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman is recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's telling me that you're considering something you have nothing to consider, and you have told me that, I'll admit on record, is nowhere close to actually following your duty as a chairman to follow the rules. And so I think the point of order is very well taken. I think the issue that we have is not, I think your timing is, show me please in the rule, have your parliamentarian show me in the rules where you come to a time of actually being able to deny this up at a certain point.
Further reserving the right to object.
As I have said,
Further reserving the right to object.
As I have said, the point of order would be in order at the meeting where we are considering articles.
Further reserving the right to object.
We will now hear presentations.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the decision of the chair.
There's no decision to appeal. There was not a ruling and a motion. We will now hear presentations.
There's a ruling on the point of order.
Well, you made a ruling on the point of order.
You made a ruling on the point of order, Mr. Chairman. You can't then not allow us to appeal the ruling of the chair.
The gentleman will suspend.
Here on the Judiciary Committee.
It was not a cognizable point of order. It was not a cognizable point of order. It was not in order at this time to make that point of order. There is no ruling to appeal.
But Mr. Chairman, the rule was the obligation, not consideration.
Procedural fights usually happen behind closed doors, but it's happening in public right now, as you hear. The Republicans would like a hearing before any final votes in the articles.
We are doing what we have to do under the rules. We will now hear presentations of evidence.
Mr. Chairman,
but the chairman has the votes on this committee. He's going to move forward to the witnesses.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
I haven't removed my objection yet.
I will not recognize a parliamentary inquiry at this time. We will now hear presentations of evidence from counsels to the Judiciary.
Is this when we just hear staff ask questions of other staff and the members get dealt out of this whole hearing? And for the next 4 hours, you're going to try to overturn the result of an election with unelected people giving testimony?
Gentlemen will suspend. This
One of the president's strongest allies in Congress there, Matt Gaetz from Florida.
In an orderly fashion. The gentleman will not yell out, and he will not attempt to disrupt the proceedings. We will now hear presentations of evidence from counsels to the Judiciary Committee for up to 60 minutes, equally divided.
I've not removed my objection yet.
Barry Burke will present for the majority, and Stephen Castor will present for the minority. Each of you will have 30 minutes to present. To help you stay within that time, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your time has expired. Mr. Burke, you may begin.
Mr. Chairman, you do realize I've never withdrawn my objection.
Gentlemen will suspend.
I've not withdrawn my objection. You've not asked me to talk to my objection. I want everybody to have an opening statement.
Gentlemen will.
I'm objecting to your opening statement comment, nothing else.
Mr. Burke is recognized.
Steamroll continues.
Mr. Burke has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Collins, and all the members. Before I had the great honor of being a counsel for this committee, my young son asked me a question. He said, "Dad, does the president have to be a good person?" Like many questions by young children, it had a certain clarity, but it was hard to answer. I said, "Son, it is not a requirement that the president be a good person, but that is the hope. And it is not a requirement that the president be a good person. That is not why we are here today. That is not the issue. But the very document that created the awesome presidency and its powers that we have made clear it is a requirement that the president be a person who does not abuse his power. It is a requirement that the president be a person who does not risk national security of this nation and the integrity of our elections in order to further his own re-election prospects. It is a requirement that the president not be a person who acts as though he is above the law in putting his personal and political interests above the nation's interests. That is the lesson of the Constitution. That is the lesson of the founders. They were concerned that someone would be elected president who would use all the power of that office to serve his own personal interests at the expense of the people who elected him. They decided there needed to be a remedy because they had suffered the abuses of King George, where they had no remedy. The remedy they imposed was that if a president commits a grave offense, a high crime or misdemeanor, this body has the power to impeach that president. They wanted to ensure that a president could not serve his own interests over that of the nation. It flows from the very oath that all members of this body must take to support and defend the Constitution and bear true faith and allegiance to the same. That is why we are here today, and it is an unfortunate occasion that these proceedings are necessary. But the president's actions have left no choice. The founders were very clear in spelling out what they saw to be the greatest abuses that would raise the most concerns for our nation. They spelled them out as warning signals that if a president violated or committed one of these, that would be a reason to potentially impeach that president. They were abuse of power, betrayal of the national interest, corruption of elections. And what is so extraordinary is the conduct we're going to be talking about today of President Trump didn't violate one of these, but all three. First, the evidence is overwhelming that the president abused his power by pressuring Ukraine and its new president to investigate a political opponent. The evidence is overwhelming that the president abused his power by ramping up that pressure, by conditioning a wanted White House meeting and a needed military aid that had been approved in order to get that president to investigate a political rival. It is clear and overwhelming that in abusing that power, the president betrayed the national interest by putting his own political prospects over the national security of our country. It is clear that the president risked corrupting our elections by inviting foreign interference to knock out an adversary to help his prospects in re-election. It is why in debating the Constitution, James Madison warned that because the presidency was to be administered by a single man, his corruption might be fatal to the republic. And the scheme by President Trump was so brazen, so clear, supported by documents, actions, sworn testimony, uncontradicted, contemporaneous records, that it's hard to imagine that anybody could dispute those acts, let alone argue that that conduct does not constitute an impeachable offense or offenses. This is a big deal. President Trump did what a president of our nation is not allowed to do. It is why last week the constitutional scholar, Professor Michael Gerhardt, said, if what we're talking about is not impeachable, then nothing is impeachable. President Trump's actions are impeachable offenses. They threaten our rule of law. They threaten our institutions. And as James Madison warned us, they threaten our republic. Let me begin where we must, with the facts and evidence. First, it's important to understand why Ukraine was so important to our national security. Ukraine was under attack by its aggressive and hostile neighbor, Russia. They had already encroached on its territories. The Ukraine was at great risk that Russia would again take further territory or try. Europe had a stake in this, and so did we. I'm going to turn to an expert on this, Ambassador Taylor, who is one of the most highly decorated diplomats and recognized diplomats. For over 40 years, he served our country honorably, and he was appointed by President Trump himself to be in charge of the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine.
The Russians are violating all of the rules, treaties, understandings that they committed to that actually kept the peace in Europe for nearly 70 years. That rule of law, that order that kept the peace in Europe and allowed for prosperity as well as peace in Europe was violated by the Russians. It affects the world that we live in, that our children will grow up in, and our grandchildren. This affects the kind of world that we want to see abroad.
That is Ambassador Taylor explaining why Ukraine was so important and explaining why the president's actions so significantly risked hurting our national security, our national defense policy, and our national interest. Now, you've already heard there is significant proof that President Trump himself told the new president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, that he wanted him to investigate a political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden. And you'll hear a lot about that today. But that proof is only the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more events and meetings and contemporaneous text messages, emails, other documents that show this happened and happened exactly as it is alleged. And it is clear that in this scheme to pressure Ukraine to investigate a political rival, the person at the center of that scheme was President Donald Trump. The facts cannot be disputed. President Trump used the powers of government for a domestic political errand, to put his political interests above that of the nation. I'm going to turn to another expert. I'm going to turn to Dr. Fiona Hill, the National Security Council Senior Director in the Trump administration, and she's going to explain what happened.
But it struck me yesterday when you put up on the screen Ambassador Sondland's emails and who was on these emails, and he said, these are the people who need to know that he was absolutely right, because he was being involved in a domestic political errand. And we were being involved in national security foreign policy, and those two things had just diverged.
And that tells you what the evidence shows. The president put his own domestic political interests over the nation's national security and foreign policy. A president cannot abuse his power to secure an election. He cannot do that at the expense of the American people. That is an impeachable offense. The president has tried to make excuses for his conduct, why it's not wrongful or corrupt or an abuse of power. But the truth holds together. It makes sense. It's consistent with the evidence. When someone is offering an excuse that is not true, it is not consistent with the evidence. It does not make sense. It cannot be squared with what the facts show. And you will see these excuses do not make sense. The facts are clear that President Trump put his own political and personal interests over the nation's interest. I'd like to go through what you are going to see about the president's scheme, and you're going to hear about today from the facts that we have. First, you're going to hear that President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, pushed Ukraine to open an investigation of his political rival. Mr. Giuliani, prior to the July 25th call, he made public statements that Ukraine should investigate the former Vice President Joe Biden. He tweeted about it, putting pressure on the new president. He went to Ukraine and later went again with the assist and direction of U.S. officials who were told to aid the president's personal lawyer on the president's behalf. You'll hear that President Trump told his aides that he was relying on for Ukraine that he wanted them to, quote, talk to Rudy. What you're going to hear is that his close advisors had just gotten back on May 23rd from the inauguration of the new president, President Zelensky. They told President Trump, we were impressed. He was elected on an anti-corruption platform, a reform platform. You should schedule a White House meeting. It's very important. This is very good for the United States. And the president's response was, talk to Rudy, who had been out there claiming what the Ukrainian president had to do was investigate his political rival. You'll hear that President Trump's advisors told President Zelensky that President Trump would not schedule the wanted White House meeting unless he announced a Ukrainian investigation of former Vice President Biden. There are documents, there's sworn testimony. This happened, and there is no question from the evidence that the president did this. And President Zelensky desperately needed a White House meeting, both to show Russia that the U.S. was still supporting Ukraine and for his own credibility as a new president. You'll hear then, to ramp up the pressure, what President Trump did is he told his agencies to withhold military and security aid that had been approved and was supposed to be released to Ukraine, hundreds of millions of dollars, in order to put more pressure on Ukraine. All the agencies involved, State Department, Defense Department, National Security Council, said it should be released, that it had been approved, it was going to be released, until President Trump personally stopped it. And again, contemporaneous evidence and documents show it and prove it. People said that they were shocked. Ambassador Taylor said he was in astonishment. Your witness said that it was illogical to do this, and the president never offered an explanation. But ultimately, it was discovered why he did it. Then on the July 25th call, President Trump explicitly told him he wanted him to do 2 Ukrainian investigations, one of a U.S. citizen and his political rival, and the other about the origins of the of interference in the 2016 election, some conspiracy theory that Russia, who all the intelligence agencies agreed interfered with the 2016 election, that maybe it was Ukraine. Again, another investigation intended to help the president politically. That is it. And you know the president cared about the investigations that would help him politically and not Ukraine and not the national security interest. And you don't have to take my word. I'm going to play something from David Holmes, who had worked in the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine and was speaking to Ambassador Sondland, who President Trump appointed. Ambassador Sondland had just come to the Ukraine on the 26th. He met with President Zelensky. He went to a restaurant with Mr. Holmes, the U.S. political affairs counselor in Ukraine. and he called President Trump on his cell phone, and Mr. Holmes could hear that call, and then he spoke to Mr. Sondland. Let's see what happened on July 26th, the day after that call.
I heard Ambassador Sondland greet the president and explain he was calling from Kyiv. I heard President Trump then clarify that Ambassador Sondland was in Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland replied, yes, he was in Ukraine, and went on to state that President Zelensky, quote, loves her ass. I then heard President Trump ask, so he's going to do the investigation. Ambassador Sondland replied that he's going to do it, adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to do.
That is sworn testimony by David Holmes, who heard it from the president himself. And it was clear to everyone, the most experienced people in government, who Donald Trump himself appointed in their positions, they knew what was going on. Let's look at a text message from Ambassador Taylor around this time on September 9th. He said, as I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. Again, that is President Trump putting his own political and personal interests over the nation's interests to hold aid desperately needed by Ukraine in order to combat Russia and show the support. He did it to help his own campaign. Now, there have been excuses offered by the president. I'd like to briefly talk about those excuses. The first excuse offered by President Trump is that the aid was ultimately released and President Trump met with Mr. Zelensky. We heard it today. The challenge with that, though, as an excuse, is the aid was only released after President Trump got caught doing this scheme. On September 9th, the committees of this House started their investigation and announced they were investigating his conduct with regard to Ukraine. 2 days later was when he released the aid. And there also was a news article, which we'll talk about in a moment, by the Washington Post on September 5th, exposing his scheme. And it was only after that that he met with President Zelensky, not in the White House, but in New York. Another excuse offered: the president was motivated by general corruption concerns. And again, the evidence shows that is not true, that that's what caused him to withhold the aid. President Zelensky, in fact, was elected on an anti-corruption platform. He was a reform candidate. His own people told him again and again, President Zelensky is a hope. He's doing it the right way. They urged him to be supportive. On his call with President Zelensky on July 25th, President Trump ignored the talking points that were prepared to talk about corruption. He only wanted to talk about two things: the two investigations that helped him politically. Every intelligence agency unanimously supported releasing the aid to Ukraine, that it was appropriate. They did a study, a corruption study. They said, release it. The White House never provided an explanation. The aid had already been approved, and it was not for any corruption issues that President Trump withheld it. The next is Ukraine was not pressured. And the argument about that is, well, today they haven't said they were pressured. Well, Ukraine was pressured then and still is pressured. They are desperately in need of the United States support as they battle the threat of Russia. So, of course, they have to be careful what they said. But contemporaneous documents, emails, texts from the Ukrainian officials themselves show the pressure they felt, showed they knew what the President Trump was doing, showed what they had to do. This is one from Bill Taylor to, again, Ambassador Gordon Sondland and Ambassador Kurt Volker. Gordon, one thing Kurt and I talked about yesterday was Sasha Daniluk, a senior aide of President Zelensky's, point that President Zelensky is sensitive about Ukraine being taken seriously, not merely an instrument in Washington domestic re-election politics. They not only felt the pressure, they got the message. They were not going to get a White House meeting. They were ultimately not going to get military aid unless they furthered President Trump's re-election efforts. That is a corrupt abuse of power. Another argument that's made is that Trump never said quid pro quo. And what you're going to hear is on a call with Ambassador Sondland after a Washington Post article came out on September 5th, which we will look at. After that, there was a Washington Post article that came out that, again, exposed the Ukrainian scheme. Days after that, President Trump was on a phone call with Ambassador Sondland and without prompting said there was no quid pro quo because he got caught. So he's offering his defense. But even Ambassador Sondland in his sworn testimony didn't buy it because ultimately then President Trump not only was not dissuaded, he again described what he wanted. He didn't want Ukraine to actually conduct these investigations. He wanted them to announce the investigations of his political rival, to help him politically. He continued, and you'll hear more about that. Again, none of these excuses hold any water, and they are refuted by testimony, contemporaneous records, and more. Now, some have suggested that we should wait to proceed with these impeachment proceedings because we've not heard from all of the witnesses or obtained all the documents. But the reason we have not heard from all the witnesses or documents is because President Trump himself has obstructed the investigation. He's directed his most senior aides who are involved in some of these events not to come testify, to defy subpoenas. He has told every one of his agencies with records that could be relevant not to produce those records to us, to try to obstruct our investigation. Now, this is evidence that President Trump is replaying the playbook used in the prior Department of Justice investigation. In that investigation, he directed his White House counsel to create a false, phony record and document and lie, denying that President Trump had told him to fire the special counsel. He did many other things to try to interfere with that investigation. He attacked the investigators and witnesses and called them horrible names, just as he has done here. And President Trump thought he got away with it. On July 24th was the day that the special counsel testified before this committee and the House Intelligence Committee. The 24th. It was exactly the following day, the 25th, that President Trump spoke to President Zelensky in furtherance of his Ukrainian scheme. He thought he got away with it. Not only that, he thought he could use his powers to interfere with that investigation so he could do what he wanted. He could act like he was above the law. And if he got caught, he would again use his powers to try to obstruct the investigation and prevent the facts from coming out. And that's exactly what he did. But fortunately, because of the true American patriots who came forward to testify despite the threats by President against the people who worked in his own administration, they told the story. They, on their own, produced documents that provide uncontroverted, clear, and overwhelming evidence that President Trump did this scheme. He put his political re-election interests over the nation's national security and the integrity of its elections. He did it intentionally. He did it corruptly. He abused his powers in ways that the founders feared the most. No person in this country has the ability to prevent investigations, and neither does the president. Our Constitution does not allow it. No one is above the law, not even the president. And one of the concerns and requirements of finding an impeachable offense, is there an urgency? Is there a sense that you have to move because it could be repeated? Well, again, first, all the constitutional experts who testified recognized that obstructing an investigation is an impeachable offense. But here, the offense we're talking about that's being interfered or obstructed with is interfering with this very election that's coming up. And I submit to you, given what happened with the Department of Justice investigation, given what's happening here, if in fact President Trump can get away with what he did again, our imagination is the only limit to what President Trump may do next or what a future president may do next. to try to abuse his or her power to serve his own personal interest over the nation's interest. I'd like to turn back to what the founders most cared about when we talk about the ABCs of potential presidential abuses. It is extraordinary that the president's conduct was a trifecta, checking all three boxes. Let's begin with abuse of power. What that means, it's to use the power of the office to obtain an improper personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest, or acts in ways that are grossly inconsistent with and undermine the separation of powers that is the foundation of our democratic system. Now, this question of whether a president engaged in abuse of power came up before, when this Congress considered the impeachment of President Nixon. And after action was taken, President Nixon famously said, if the president does it, it is not illegal. And this body rejected that because that's not so. That goes directly contrary to what the founder said. But President Trump has said the same thing in responding to the prior investigation by Department of Justice and defending his conduct. Here's what he said.
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
That he has the right to do whatever he wants as president. That is as wrong as when President Nixon said a similar thing. That is not what the Constitution provides. That is not what the country demands. He does not have the right to do whatever he wants. Turning to the second abuse of power I'm most concerned, betrayal of the nation involving foreign powers. The American people have suffered that foreign influence when President Trump treated military aid that had been approved, taxpayers' dollars, and decided to treat it as his own checkbook to try to further his own re-election chances. That reflects what the founders were concerned about. And finally, corruption of our elections. The framers knew that corrupt leaders, or leaders acting corruptly, concentrate their powers to manipulate elections and undercut adversaries. They talked about it frequently. That is why the framers thought electoral treachery, particularly involving foreign powers, was a critical abuse and that could support and lead to impeachment. Now, the American people learned last election how dangerous foreign intervention in our elections can be. Let me show another clip from candidate Trump on the campaign trail.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press.
And Russia was listening. Within approximately 5 hours of President Trump's invitation to Russia to interfere in our election by trying to hack and obtain the emails of his political opponent. Russia, in fact, tried to do that for the first time. The very officers who were then indicted by the Department of Justice for that conduct, they took candidate Trump's invitation. Now, the American people learned a lesson. President Trump, unfortunately, apparently learned a different lesson. Let's look.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. They should investigate the Bidens.
So this was President Trump answering a question about what did he want President Zelensky to do. So even after he got caught, he is saying, again, this vulnerable nation, dependent on U.S. support militarily and otherwise, again, he's telling them what to do. And unlike in 2016, when he only had a campaign platform, which to extend the invitation to a foreign power, now he has the levers of government in his control to not only request it and invite it, but to pressure that country to do it. And that's exactly what he did. And you'll hear more about that in the presentation for the House Intelligence Committee. And what's most striking as we come back to this issue that the framers were concerned about, is there a continuing risk of wrongdoing? The fact that President Trump did this after he was caught shows the risk. shows the risk of what will happen if this body doesn't act. He really does believe he can act as though he were above the law. He really does believe, as evidenced by this conduct, that he can put his personal and political interests over the nation's interest, over the nation's national security interest, over the nation's integrity of its elections. So, of course, we do have an election coming up. That's not a reason to postpone this discussion. That's a reason we must have this discussion, to make sure it is not interfered with, to make sure this president doesn't do it, to make sure future presidents do not do it. It is the hope that in these discussions, we can put aside political rancor, disagreements, and have a fair discussion about the facts and this conduct, not just as it relates to President Trump, but as to the presidency itself and future presidents. My son, our children, our grandchildren, they will study this moment in history. They will read all of your remarks. They will learn about all of your actions. And that is not a reason to vote for or against impeachment. For that, of course, you must vote your conscience. But that is a reason for us to have a fair debate about what the undisputed facts show, to recognize that it is wrong, it is very wrong, and it cannot happen again with this president or any president. It is a reason to talk about whether we want our children and grandchildren to live in a country where the president elected by the people can put his own personal and political interests over the interests of the people who elected them. It is a reason for these debates to, again, fairly focus on the facts and to make sure the presentations we're going to hear will not distort the record, focus on process points, raise extraneous matters that really are intended to distract rather than focus on what the conduct was at issue here. It is a reason to focus on the facts and what is in the country's best interest. History, future generations will be the judge.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Castor, you are recognized for 30 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Castor is recognized for 30 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Mr. Castor is recognized for 30 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the witness has violated Rule 17, and my point of order should be heard.
Point of order.
The witness has used language which impugns the motives of the president and suggests he's disloyal to his country, and those words should be stricken from the record and taken down.
The point of order is not sustained. Witnesses are not subject to the rules of decorum.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
In the same way members are. The topic of the hearing is the president's misconduct, so none of us should find it surprising that we are hearing testimony that is critical of the president. I do not find that the witness's comments are disorderly. I find they are pertinent to the subject matter of this hearing. The witness would be able to continue, except that his time has expired. Mr. Castor is
Mr. Chairman, it's not.
Mr.
Chairman, my point of order is not that his words are disorderly. They are unparliamentary. They violate the rules of the House. They should be taken down. This is not about his conduct. He's talking about the motives and the character of the president of the United States.
Gentlemen will suspend. The rules of decorum apply to members of the House, not to witnesses. The gentleman may proceed.
So I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is not a ruling. There was no.
It is a ruling on a point of order. It's appealable.
It's subject to a vote.
That is a ruling. Subject to a vote. And that's a rule.
The point of order is not sustained.
Appeals the ruling of the chair.
Appeals the ruling of the chair.
I move to table
the motion is made to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The motion.
Move the motion to table is made in writing. Move the motion is made in writing.
Motion not in debate. It's not. All in favor of the motion to table. All in favor of the motion to table will say aye. Aye. Point. Opposed? No. No. The motion to table.
She has to put it in writing first, then you can call the vote.
Motion to table is.
At least you're following the rules.
Motion to table is sustained.
Roll call.
The clerk will call the roll.
And
Mr. Nadler.
They're going to be having the vote now
Nadler
on
votes
the
aye.
chairman's ruling that the objection from the House Republicans there is out of order, saying that the witnesses was impugning the reputation of the president. As you heard Chairman Nadler say there, the House rules apply to members of Congress, not to the witnesses. Mary Bruce up there on Capitol Hill, clearly a strategy here from House Republicans to disrupt this hearing and make it go as long as possible.
Yeah, what we are seeing here is some good old-fashioned squabbling over the rules, and Republicans are very intent, as they have been in previous hearings, at trying to delay the proceeding here. They are using essentially every procedural tool they have to try and delay. In this case, they are insisting that the witnesses have been impugning the president of the character of the president. But of course, Chairman Nadler pointed out, well, this is a hearing about the president and his actions, and he says that those rules don't apply to witnesses in the same way. Now, of course, they're going through the roll call vote, so they allow Republicans to delay things a little bit here, but I suspect they won't be able to pull this off for very long.
Right. One of the iron rules of the House, despite the hundreds of pages of procedure, is that whoever has the majority of votes generally wins in the House. You see that on both sides, both among Republicans and Democrats. So they're going to go through this vote right now, party line vote, Democrats and Republicans. Let me talk to our legal team first, though, about the Democratic presentation there. Basically, Dan Abrams, a highlight reel of the last couple of weeks of hearings.
Yeah, and I think that it may feel a little bit like a letdown because of how powerful the law professors had been the other day. Meaning, when we started the day, when we were listening to the law professors, I was thinking that was not going to be particularly interesting. It ended up being far more interesting than I expected. I expected today would have been more interesting, and I find this to be less interesting than I expected. And I think that's because of the expectations. And by the way, as a political matter, the expectation game is critical.
I saw our law professors nodding their heads there as you were talking about the law professors. The vote is complete. Let's go back to the room.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. May I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Mr. Castor is recognized. I will not recognize a parliamentary inquiry at this time. Mr. Castor is recognized for 30 minutes.
Morning, Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, members of the committee, and members of the staff. My name's Steve Castor. I'm a congressional staff member. I serve with the Oversight Committee on the Republican staff with Mr. Jordan. I'm also, for purposes of this investigation, I'm a shared staffer with the Judiciary Committee and Mr. Collins and the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and Mr. Nunes. It sure is atypical for a staffer to be presenting, but again, thanks for having me. The purpose of this hearing, as we understand it, is to discuss whether President Donald J. Trump's conduct fits the definition of a high crime and misdemeanor. It does not. Such that the committee should consider articles of impeachment to remove the president from office, and it should not. This case, in many respects, comes down to 8 lines in a call transcript. Let me say clearly and unequivocally that the answer to that question is no. The record in the Democrats' impeachment inquiry does not show that President Trump abused the power of his office or obstructed Congress. To impeach a president who 63 million people voted for over 8 lines in a call transcript is baloney. Democrats seek to impeach President Trump not because they have evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors, but because they disagree with his policies. This impeachment inquiry is not the organic outgrowth of serious misconduct. Democrats have been searching for a set of facts on which to impeach President Trump since his inauguration on January 20th, 2017. Just 27 minutes after the president's inauguration that day, the Washington Post ran a story that the campaign to impeach the president has already begun. The article reported Democrats and liberal activists are mounting broad opposition to stymieing Trump's agenda, and noted that impeachment strategists believed the Constitution's emoluments clause would be the vehicle. In the first 2 years of the administration, Democrats in the House introduced articles of impeachment to remove President Trump from office on several very different factual bases. On January 3rd, the very first day of the new Congress, Congressman Sherman introduced articles of impeachment against the president. The same day, Representative Tlaib said, we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the president. In May 2019, Representative Green said on MSNBC, if we don't impeach this president, he will be reelected. Even Speaker Pelosi, who has said that impeachment is a somber and prayerful exercise, has called President Trump an imposter. and said it is dangerous to allow voters to judge his performance in 2020. The obsession with impeaching the president is reflected in House Democrats have used the power of their majority in the past 11 months. In the Oversight Committee, the Democrats' first announced witness was Michael Cohen, a disgraced felon who pleaded guilty to lying to Congress. When he came before us at the Oversight Committee, he then lied again as many as 8 times. Oversight Committee Democrats demanded information about the president's personal finances and even subpoenaed the president's accounting firm Mazars for large swaths of sensitive and personal financial information about the entire Trump family. The subpoena was issued over the objection of committee Republicans and without a vote. In the Ways and Means Committee, Democrats demanded the president's personal tax return information. The reason they cited for wanting the president's tax returns, they said, was to oversee the IRS's audit process for presidential tax returns. You can judge that for yourself. In the Financial Services Committee, Democrats demanded and subpoenaed the president's bank records going back 10 years. The Financial Services Committee staff, the Republicans tell me, the information demanded would cover every withdrawal, credit card swipe, or debit card purchase of every member of the Trump family, including his minor child. The reason that the Democrats gave for why they needed such voluminous and intrusive personal information about the Trump family was, get this, financial industry compliance with banking statutes and regulations. Here in the Judiciary Committee, Democrats sent out letters demanding information from over 80 recipients, including the president's children, business partners, employees, his campaign, businesses, and foundation. Of course, the main event for the Judiciary Committee was the report of Special Counsel Mueller, which Democrats would serve as the evidentiary basis for impeaching the president. Despite interviewing 500 witnesses, issuing 2,800 subpoenas, executing almost 500 search warrants, and spending $25 million, the special counsel's 19 attorneys and 40 FBI agents, analysts, and staff found no conspiracy or coordination between the Trump campaign and the Russian government. After the Trump-Russia collusion allegations did not pan out, Democrats focused their efforts on obstruction of justice. They criticized Attorney General Barr for concluding that no crime of obstruction had occurred in the special counsel investigation. But in fact, it was entirely appropriate for the Attorney General to make that call because the special counsel declined to do so. Not surprisingly, the Democrats' Mueller hearing was underwhelming, to say the least. And the sequel with Corey Lewandowski definitely did not move the impeachment needle either. The Intelligence Committee, too, was heavily invested in the Russia collusion investigation. Committee Democrats hired former federal prosecutors to prepare for their anticipated efforts to impeach the president. Now that the Russian collusion allegations did not work out, Democrats have settled on the Ukraine phone call, 8 lines the president uttered on July 25th with Ukrainian President Zelensky. But the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Committee of Jurisdiction, wasn't the committee leading the impeachment inquiry or holding the hearings. Neither was the Oversight Committee, the House's chief investigative entity. The Judiciary Committee was only recently brought back into the mix after fact-finding concluded. Instead, the impeachment inquiry was run by the House Intelligence Committee and these former federal prosecutors. Democrats on the Intelligence Committee ran the impeachment inquiry in a manifestly unfair way. All the fact-finding was unclassified, and that was made clear at the top of every single deposition, but the Democrats took advantage of the closed-door process in the Capitol basement bunker, the SCIF, to control access to information. The secrecy effectively weaponized the investigation, allowing misleading public narratives to form and catch hold with careful leaks of witness testimony. Democrats refused to invite Republican witnesses and directed witnesses called by the Democrats not to answer our questions. In the public hearings, many of these unfair processes continued.
Democrats refused to invite numerous witnesses requested by Republicans, interrupted Republican questioning, and prevented witnesses from answering Republican questions. Democrats voted down, by virtue of a motion to table, with no notice, subpoenas for documents and testimony requested by Republicans. I'll note that Democrats never once brought any of their subpoenas to a vote before the Intelligence Committee. This unfair process reflects the degree to which Democrats are obsessed with impeaching the president. The Democrats went searching for a set of facts on which to impeach the president: the emoluments clause, the president's business and financial records, the Mueller report, allegations of obstruction, before landing on the Ukraine phone call. The impeachment inquiry is clearly an orchestrated effort to upend our political system. According to Politico, the Speaker has tightly scripted every step of the impeachment inquiry. Democrats have reportedly convened focus groups to test which allegations, whether it be quid pro quo or bribery or extortion, were most compelling to the American public. Speaker Pelosi said Democrats must strike while the iron is hot on impeaching the president. The entire duration of the impeachment inquiry, from the time Speaker Pelosi announced it on September 24th until today, has been 76 days. As Professor Turley testified last Wednesday, this impeachment would stand out among modern impeachments as the shortest proceeding with the thinnest evidentiary record and the narrowest grounds ever used to impeach a president. The artificial and arbitrary political deadline by which Democrats are determined to finish impeachment by Christmas leads to a rushed process and missed opportunities to obtain relevant information. Democrats avoided the accommodations process required by federal courts in disputes between Congress and the executive. Democrats declined to attempt to negotiate with the administration for the production of documents and witnesses. Democrats did not exhaust all their options to entice witnesses or agencies to cooperate, such as allowing witnesses to appear with agency lawyers or initiating contempt proceedings. Sometimes the threat of a contempt proceeding gets you a different result. Sometimes the witnesses choose to appear when contempt is on the table. Democrats even withdrew a subpoena to one witness who asked a federal court to resolve conflicting orders from Congress and the executive, either because the Democrats did not want to wait for the court to rule or they didn't like the presiding judge, Judge Leon. Instead, Democrats made their demands and refused to budge. Democrats told witnesses at the outset that their refusal to cooperate in full would be used against them and the president. Democrats threatened federal employees that their salaries could be withheld for not meeting committee demands. These tactics are fundamentally unfair and counterproductive for gathering information in any serious inquiry. This rushed and take-it-or-leave-it approach to investigating is contrary to how successful congressional investigations typically work. Congressional investigations take time. There is no easy button. In this job, you must take the information that's offered, even if you don't like the terms. You should not say no to taking a witness's testimony because you would prefer the agency counsel's not present. If that's the only means of obtaining the testimony, you should take it. Your priority must not be on blocking information out, it must be on seeking information. In all recent major congressional investigations, for example, Chairman Goodlatte and Gowdy's investigation into the Justice Department's decision during 2016, the IRS targeting investigation, the Benghazi investigation, and Fast and Furious, there have been give and take between Congress and the executive. In the Goodlatte-Gowdy investigation, for example, it took 2 months. 2 months of negotiations before the committees conducted the first witness interview with Deputy Director McCabe. The Justice Department only began producing documents to the committee after many more months of discussions. In none of these investigations did Congress get everything it wanted right at the beginning, certainly not within 76 days, but with persistence and patience, we eventually did receive enough information to do our work. And contrary to talking points, the Trump administration has in fact cooperated with and facilitated congressional oversight and investigations. For example, earlier this year, the Oversight Committee conducted an investigation into security clearances at the White House. The central allegation put forward was that the White House deviated from established procedures to grant clearances to certain White House staff. The Democrats sought to interview career staff who performed these security clearance reviews, but declined the witness initially to appear with agency counsel. The House and the White House were at an impasse. However, after a little bit of time, we, the Republican staff, with the help of Mr. Jordan, convinced the witness to appear with agency counsel for our own transcribed interview, and the Democrats came along. The subsequent interviews in the security clearance investigation were conducted with agency counsel. The testimony allowed the committee to obtain the evidence, to get to the bottom of what was going on, and it wasn't what was alleged. Nobody outside the security clearance office was handing out clearances. Certainly not to senior White House staffers. In this impeachment inquiry, however, Democrats have turned away information that could be valuable to the inquiry by disallowing agency counsel to accompany witnesses. Democrats have turned away information by declining to negotiate in good faith with the administration about the scope of document requests. As a result of these failures, the evidentiary record in the impeachment inquiry is incomplete and, in many places, incoherent. The failure to exhaust all avenues to obtain information severely risks undermining the legitimacy of any articles of impeachment. As Professor Turley said to the committee last week, I'm concerned about lowering impeachment standards to fit a paucity of evidence and an abundance of anger. I believe this impeachment not only fails the standard of past impeachments, but would create a dangerous precedent for future impeachments. Professor Turley elaborated that the current lack of proof is another reason why the abbreviated investigation into this matter is so damaging for the case of impeachment. The substantive case for impeaching President Trump as a result of an artificial, arbitrary, and political schedule relies heavily on ambiguous facts, presumptions, and speculation. President Turley warned here, too, that impeachments have been based on proof, not presumptions. The Democrats do not have the proof. Now, my Democrat counterparts on the Intelligence Committee are talented attorneys. I'm sure they will tell you a riveting story about a shadow or irregular foreign policy apparatus and a smear campaign designed to extort Ukraine for the president's political benefit. They'll tell you about President Trump and how he put his own political interests ahead of national security by mentioning former Vice President Joe Biden by name and raising the allegations of Ukrainian influence in the 2016 election on the July 25th call. They'll try to convince you that the Trump administration, the same administration Democrats regularly accuse of being incompetent, orchestrated an international conspiracy at the highest levels. None of this adds up. It may be a great screenplay, but it's not what the evidence shows. The Democrats' impeachment inquiry ignores all of the evidence that does not advance their story. The Democrats' impeachment narrative resolves all ambiguous facts and conflicting evidence in a way that is most unflattering to the president. The Democrats' impeachment narrative ignores public statements from senior Ukrainian officials that contradict the narrative. As you listen to the Democrat presentation later today, I urge you to keep these points in mind. What evidence that has been gathered in the impeachment inquiry paints a different picture. I won't provide a detailed presentation now, but allow me to highlight a few points. First, the summary of the July 25th phone call reflects no conditionality or pressure. President Zelensky never vocalized any discomfort or pressure on the call. Contrary to Democrat allegations, President Trump was not asking for a favor that would help his reelection. He was asking for assistance in helping our country move forward from the divisiveness of the Russia collusion investigation. Second, since President Trump has declassified and publicly released the call summary 75 days ago, President Zelensky has said publicly and repeatedly that he felt no pressure. He said it on September 25th at the United Nations General Assembly. He said it in an interview published on October 6th. He said it again on October 10th. And most recently, he said it just last week in Time magazine. Other senior Ukrainian officials have also said there was no linkage between a meeting, security assistance, and an investigation. If President Trump was truly orchestrating a pressure campaign to force Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden, one would think that Ukraine would have felt some pressure. Third, at the time of the July 25th call, senior officials in Kyiv did not know that the security assistance was paused. They did not learn it was paused until the pause was reported publicly in the U.S. media on August 28th. As Ambassador Volker testified, because the highest levels of the Ukrainian government did not know about the pause, there was no leverage implied. Finally, President Zelensky met with President Trump in New York on September 25th at the United Nations. Shortly thereafter, or shortly before that, the security assistance flowed to Ukraine. Both happened without Ukraine ever taking actions or investigations. The impeachment record also has substantial evidence going to the president's state of mind, undercutting the Democrats' assertion of some malicious intent. Witnesses testified that President Trump has a deeply rooted, genuine, and reasonable skepticism of Ukraine stemming from its history of corruption. President Trump is skeptical of U.S. taxpayer-funded foreign assistance and believes that our allies should share more of the burden of Ukraine's defense. Ukrainian politicians openly spoke out against President Trump during the 2016 election. These events bear directly on the president's state of mind. President Zelensky had run on an anti-corruption platform, but he was an untried politician with a relationship to a controversial Ukrainian oligarch. When former Vice President Pence met with President Zelensky in Warsaw, when Vice President Pence met with President Zelensky in Warsaw on September 1, he stressed to him the need for reform and reiterated the president's concern about burden sharing, especially among European allies. In late August and early September, after his party took control of the Ukrainian parliament, Ukraine passed historic reforms to fight corruption. These reforms including removing parliamentary immunity, which witnesses said had been a historic source of corruption. Imagine if members of our Congress had immunity. President Trump later lifted the pause on security assistance and met with President Zelensky 2 weeks later. The aid was paused for 55 days. Very simply, the evidence in the Democrats' impeachment inquiry does not support the conclusion that President Trump abused his power for his own personal political benefit. There is simply no clear evidence that President Trump acted with malicious intent in withholding a meeting or security assistance. Indeed, there are, and the Republican report articulates them, legitimate explanations for these actions that are not nefarious, as the Democrats allege. The evidence shows that President Trump faithfully executed the duties of his office by delivering on what he promised the American voters he would do. Democrats may disagree with the president's policy decisions or the manner in which he governs, but those disagreements are not enough to justify the irrevocable action of removing him from office. The Democrats' hyperbole and histrionics are no good reason, 11 months out from an election, to prevent the American people from deciding on their own who is going to be their next president. This record also does not support a conclusion that President Trump obstructed Congress during the impeachment inquiry for many of the procedural defects I touched on earlier. Additionally, as a factual matter, the only direct testimony the investigation has obtained about the president's reaction to the inquiry is from Ambassador Sondland, who testified President Trump told him to cooperate and tell the truth. President Trump has also declassified and released the summaries of his 2 phone calls with President Zelensky. President Trump has said that he would like witnesses to testify, but he's been forced to resist the unfair and abusive process. I believe strongly in the prerogatives of the Congress. It's awful to hear President Turley's testimony from last week when he critiqued the House for proceeding on impeachment so rapidly and on such a thin record. Professor Turley said to set this abbreviated schedule, demand documents, and then impeach because they haven't been turned over when they go to court, I think is an abuse of power. The impeachment of a duly elected president, as Chairman Nadler said in 1998, is the undoing of a national election. Now, I understand Democrats issued a report over the weekend arguing that contrary to the chairman's statement in 1998, impeachment is not undoing an election. I would just respond by saying that I don't think many of the 63 million Americans from all around the country who voted for President Trump in 2016 would agree. By impeaching President Trump, the House would essentially be nullifying the decision of those Americans. And the House would be doing it in less than 11 months before the next election. There still is no compelling argument for why Democrats in the House must take this decision out of the hands of the voters and do it before Christmas. During the Clinton impeachment in 1998, the chairman said that at bare minimum, the president's accusers must go beyond hearsay and innuendo and beyond the demands that the president prove his innocence of vague and changing charges. I would submit that those words ring as true today as the chairman believed them to be in 1998. The impeachment record is heavily reliant on hearsay, innuendo, and presumptions. Democrats have lobbed vague and ever-changing charges for impeachment going as far back as the president's inauguration. For all these reasons, the extraordinary exercise of the House's impeachment authority is not warranted on the evidentiary record presented. Thank you for allowing me to present this information this morning, and I yield back.
And that's the first
Gentleman yields back.
presentation by the Republican counsel, Stephen Castor.
For your presentations, Mr. Burke, you are now excused, and we will invite Mr. Goldman to take his place at the witness table.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Daniel Goldman, representing the House Intelligence Committee, will now take the seat for the Democrats.
What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman will state his parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to Rule 7B of the House rules, the chairman is allowed to administer an oath, not mandated to, but it has been the practice of this committee to administer oaths to witnesses. I'm wondering why we have not administered the oath in this situation.
I'm going to administer the oath to the 2 witnesses who are now coming up before us to make presentation. The 2 gentlemen who just testified were not witnesses. They were staff. They were making opening statements for the committees. We will now administer an oath to Mr. Castor and Mr. Goldman, who are now testifying in the capacity of witnesses.
But typically we administer oaths before opening statements.
Which we will... No, for witnesses. For witnesses. Mr. Castor, we will now...
That was something we were going to
administer...
explain right there.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Gentlemen will suspend. Mr. Castor was here with Mr. Burke presenting the report of the committee. That is the opening statement for this committee. They were not witnesses before this committee. Mr. Castor now and Mr. Goldman are witnesses before this committee, and I will administer the oath.
Mr. Chairman, if they were making presentations on behalf of members, the rules should apply.
The gentleman is not recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
We welcome both of our...
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
I want to bring in Barbara Comstock now, former Republican member of Congress, also served...
Mr. Chairman, despite our repeated requests for access to the evidence, we received less than 48
as
hours ago
counsel to the impeachment committee when President Clinton was impeached. And Barbara, just give some commentary on what we're seeing from these points of orders and other procedural objections from the Republicans on the committee.
Well, it's part of the theme to show that this whole process has been unfair. What you saw with Mr. Castor giving his overview was he went through all the various investigations pretty much back to when the president was inaugurated and forward. And they're trying to stress that this is an unfair process. So they're going to continue to bring up procedural issues wherever they can. And the chairman has the gavel, so he will prevail in all of these, but it does drag out the process, and it gives them their opportunity to make those points again.
And you just saw both witnesses didn't just take the oath. They will be representing the Intelligence Committee, the Democrats and Republicans on the Intelligence Committee. For the Democrats, Daniel Goldman, remember he did the questioning during the Intelligence Committee hearings.
1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your time has expired. Mr. Goldman, you may begin.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, you have to recognize
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chairman, my point of order is this. In the previous point of order issued by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you ruled against his point of order because you said that Mr. Burke was a witness. You have just told us he was not a witness, but he was a staffer. As such, a staffer must avoid impugning motivations. And if you're
the gentleman will.
Will you let him finish his point of order, please?
Made his point of order.
No, Mr. Chairman, I haven't completed yet. The rule requires that members and staff not impugn the motivations of the president. What you ruled was that he was a witness. You've just told us he wasn't a witness. My point of order is that you were out of order in your ruling.
The point of order is not sustained. I've already ruled on it. He was not a witness. These two gentlemen.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
That is not a rule.
It most certainly is.
It is appealable. Yes, it is.
Ms. Lofgren knows it is.
The ruling is not. The point of order is not sustained.
I appeal the decision of the chair.
I move to table
the motion. The appeal of the ruling of the chair is tabled. The clerk.
Get it. Save it for next time.
All in favor of the motion table say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay.
No.
No.
Motion table is approved.
I seek a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
On whether or
Ms.
not
Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson?
those who appeared in the last hour were actually witnesses before the committee. Kate Shaw, let's talk a little bit about what we saw in Mr. Castor's presentation right there. But really two separate parts to his presentation. The first part basically laying out all of the different times Democrats sought to investigate the president in search of an impeachable offense, and then a point-by-point rebuttal of the Democratic case.
Yeah, I mean, on the first point, a lot of scattered statements by individual House Democrats suggesting from very early on that they were searching for some reason to impeach the president. So that was like a lot of the testimony. You know, he talked for 15 minutes or something about things that happened far prior to these proceedings, but obviously trying to make the point that this was an impeachment in search of some crime or a high crime or misdemeanor. And then on the second, there was this sort of point-by-point rebuttal that the president's motives were pure, that this was about, you know, stamping out corruption, getting the country to heal from the divisiveness of the Mueller investigation. That, I thought, was a somewhat new argument, that was somehow motivating the president in seeking out this help from President Zelensky. But I think that's right. There's, you know, and then there's that this is all unfair process. I would say that's the sort of third argument, that this has been too fast, too thin a record, and hasn't given sort of these procedural protections to the president.
Because he did seem to go into a great deal about that, you know, a struggle between the Congress and the White House over how to testify, whether to testify, when to testify. It happens all the time.
Well, that's true, and it is a back and forth between the political branches, and they usually come out at some subtle compromise, sometimes with judicial intervention. That hasn't been the case here, but it's largely not been the case because the White House has refused to really participate in a meaningfully reasonable way, which has always been the case. They mentioned Fast and Furious. The Obama White House tried to stop it, but eventually capitulated and gave Congress what it needed to continue that investigation. This, he's suggesting, is a new kind of Fast and Furious, going too fast, going too furiously, all with the intent to impeach this president.
Let's go back to the room.
The ayes have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. Mr. Goldman, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Collins, members of the committee. We are here today because Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, abused the power of his office, the American presidency, for his political and personal benefit. President Trump directed a months-long campaign to solicit foreign help in his 2020 re-election efforts, withholding official acts from the government of Ukraine in order to coerce and secure political assistance. and interference in our domestic affairs. As part of this scheme, President Trump applied increasing pressure on the president of Ukraine to publicly announce 2 investigations helpful to his personal re-election efforts. He applied this pressure himself and through his agents, working within and outside of the U.S. government, by conditioning a desperately sought Oval Office meeting and $391 million in taxpayer-funded, congressionally appropriated security assistance, vital to Ukraine's ability to fend off Russian aggression. And he conditioned that on the announcement of these 2 political investigations that were helpful to his personal interests. When the president's efforts were discovered, he released the military aid, though it would ultimately take congressional action for the money to be made fully available to Ukraine. The Oval Office meeting still has not happened. And when faced with the opening of an official impeachment inquiry into his conduct, President Trump launched an unprecedented campaign of obstruction of Congress, ordering executive branch agencies and government officials to defy subpoenas for documents and testimony. To date, the investigating committees have received no documents from the Trump administration pursuant to our subpoenas. Were it not for courageous public servants doing their duty and honoring their oath to this country and coming forward and testifying, the president's scheme might still be concealed today. The central moment in this scheme was a telephone call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on July 25th of this year. During that call, President Trump asked President Zelensky for a personal favor: to initiate the 2 investigations that President Trump hoped could ultimately help his re-election in 2020. The first investigation involved former Vice President Joe Biden and was an effort to smear his reputation as he seeks the Democratic nomination in next year's presidential election. The second investigation sought to elevate an entirely debunked conspiracy theory promoted by Russian President Vladimir Putin that Ukraine interfered in the last presidential election to support the Democratic nominee. In truth, as has been made clear by irrefutable evidence from throughout the government, Russia interfered in the last election in order to help then-candidate Trump. The allegations about Vice President Biden and the 2016 election are patently false. But that did not deter President Trump during his phone call with the Ukrainian president, and it does not appear to deter him today. Just 2 days ago, President Trump stated publicly that he hopes that his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, will report to the Department of Justice and to Congress the results of Mr. Giuliani's efforts in Ukraine last week to pursue these false allegations meant to tarnish Vice President Biden. President Trump's persistent and continuing effort to coerce a foreign country to help him cheat to win an election is a clear and present danger to our free and fair elections and to our national security. The overwhelming evidence of this scheme is described in detail in a nearly 300-page document entitled the Trump-Ukraine Impeachment Inquiry Report, formally transmitted from the House Permanent Selecting Committee on Intelligence to this committee a few days ago. The report relies on testimony from numerous current and former government officials, the vast majority of whom are nonpartisan career professionals responsible for keeping our nation safe and promoting American values around the globe. The evidence from these witnesses cannot seriously be disputed. The president placed his personal interests above the nation's interests in order to help his own re-election efforts. Before I highlight the evidence and the findings of this report, I want to take just a moment to introduce myself and discuss today's testimony. I joined the House Intelligence Committee as Senior Advisor and Director of Investigations at the beginning of this year. Previously, I served for 10 years as a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York when I joined the Department of Justice under the George W. Bush administration. The team that I led on the intelligence community includes other former federal prosecutors, a retired FBI agent, and investigators with significant national security expertise. The report that I am presenting today is based entirely on the evidence that we collected in coordination with the Oversight and Foreign Affairs Committees that were gathered as part of the impeachment inquiry into President Trump's actions. Nothing more and nothing less. The three investigating committees ran a fair, professional, and thorough investigation. We followed the House rules for depositions and public hearings, including the rule against agency counsel being present for depositions, and members and staff from both parties had equal time to ask questions, and there were no substantive questions that were prevented from being asked and answered. This investigation moved swiftly and intensively, as all good investigations should. To the extent that other witnesses would be able to provide more context and detail about this scheme, their failure to testify is due solely to the fact that President Trump obstructed the inquiry and refused to make them available. Nevertheless, the extensive evidence that the committees uncovered during this investigation led to the following critical findings. First, President Trump used the power of his office to pressure and induce the newly elected president of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 presidential election for President Trump's personal and political benefit. Second, in order to increase the pressure on Ukraine to announce the politically motivated investigations that President Trump wanted, President Trump withheld a coveted Oval Office meeting and $391 of essential military assistance from Ukraine. Third, President Trump's conduct sought to undermine our free and fair elections and poses an imminent threat to our national security. And fourth, faced with the revelation of his pressure campaign against Ukraine, President Trump directed an unprecedented effort to obstruct Congress's impeachment inquiry into his conduct. And with that context in mind, I would like to turn to the evidence of President Trump's conduct concerning Ukraine. My colleague, Mr. Castor, just said that it revolves around 8 lines in one call record. But that sorely ignores the vast amount of evidence that we collected of a months-long scheme directed by the president. But I do want to start with that July 25th phone call, because that is critical evidence of the president's involvement and intent. It was on that day that he held his second phone call with the new Ukrainian president. The first in April was short and cordial, following the Ukrainian president's election success. But this second call would diverge dramatically from what those listening had expected. Now, just prior to this telephone call, President Trump spoke to Gordon Sondland, the U.S. ambassador to the European Union, who had donated $1 million to the president's inaugural campaign, and who had been directed by the president himself to take on a leading role in Ukraine issues. Ambassador Sondland relayed the president's message to President Zelensky through Ambassador Kurt Volker, who had had lunch that day with President Zelensky's top aide, Andriy Yermak, who appears repeatedly through this scheme as President Zelensky's right-hand man. Ambassador Volker texted Mr. Yermak with President Trump's direction. Good lunch, thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we will nail down for a visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt. So even before the phone call with President Zelensky took place, President Trump had directed that Ukraine initiate the investigation into 2016, the debunked conspiracy theory that Ukraine had interfered in the election in order for President Zelensky to get the White House visit that he desperately coveted. Ambassador Sondland was clear in his testimony about this quid pro quo.
Frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question. Was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes.
During this call with the Ukrainian leader, President Trump did not discuss matters of importance to the United States, such as Ukraine's efforts to root out corruption. Instead, President Trump veered quickly into the personal favor that he wanted President Zelensky to do. 2 investigations that would help President Trump's re-election effort. Witnesses who listened to the call described it as unusual, improper, inappropriate, and concerning. 2 of them immediately reported their concerns to White House lawyers. Now, let me just take a few minutes walking through that important call step by step, because it is evidence that is central to the president's scheme. Near the beginning of the call, President Zelensky said, "I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense. We are ready to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we are almost ready to buy more javelins from the United States for defense purposes." The great support in the area of defense included the nearly $400 million of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, which one witness testified was nearly 10% of Ukraine's defense budget. And this support comes as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2014, when Russia illegally annexed nearly 7% of Ukraine's territory. Since then, the United States and our allies have provided support for Ukraine, an emerging post-Soviet democracy, to fend off Russia in the east. Yet just a few weeks before this July 25th call, President Trump had inexplicably placed a hold on military assistance to Ukraine without providing any reason to his own cabinet members or national security officials. The evidence the committees collected showed that there was unanimous support for the aid from every relevant agency in the Trump administration. Nevertheless, during the call, President Trump complained that U.S. support for Ukraine was not reciprocal, that somehow Ukraine needed to give more to the United States. What did he mean? Well, it became clear, because immediately after President Zelensky brought up U.S. military support and purchasing Javelin anti-tank weapons, President Trump responded, "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it." Now, the favor that he referenced there included 2 demands that had nothing to do with official U.S. policy or foreign policy. First, President Trump said, "I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. As you saw yesterday, I guess you have one of your wealthy people, it says. The server, they say Ukraine has it. There are a lot of things that went on, the whole situation. I think you're surrounding yourself with some of the same people." And he went on later, "I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I would like you to get to the bottom of it. As you saw yesterday, that whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller, an incompetent performance. But they say a lot of it started with Ukraine. Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible." Here again, President Trump was referring to the baseless conspiracy theory that the Ukrainian government, not Russia, was behind the hack of the Democratic National Committee in 2016. Not a single witness in our investigation testified that there was any factual support for this allegation. To the contrary, a unanimous assessment of the U.S. intelligence community found that Russia alone interfered in the 2016 U.S. election. And Special Counsel Mueller, who indicted 12 Russians for this conspiracy, testified before Congress that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Dr. Fiona Hill, an expert on Russia and President Putin who served on the National Security Council until July, testified that the president was told by his own former senior advisors, including his Homeland Security advisor and his former National Security advisor, that the alternative theory that Ukraine had interfered in the election was false. And although no one in the U.S. government knew of any factual support for this theory, it did have one significant supporter: Russian President Vladimir Putin. In February of 2017, President Putin said, "Second, as we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate to be more precise. And if there was ever any doubt about who benefits from this unfounded theory put forward by President Trump and his associates, President Putin made it clear very recently when he said, 'Thank God no one is accusing us anymore of interfering in U.S. elections. Now they're accusing Ukraine.' In the face of clear evidence, not only from intelligence community experts, but from his own national security team, that Russia, not Ukraine, interfered in the 2016 election for the benefit of Donald Trump, President Trump still pressed the Ukrainian government to announce an investigation into this conspiracy theory. And why? Because it would help his own political standing. President Trump even sought to withhold an Oval Office meeting from the president of Ukraine until he fell in line with President Putin's lies, the leader who had actually invaded Ukraine. The second demand that President Trump made of President Zelensky during the July 25th call was to investigate the frontrunner for the Democratic nomination for president in 2020, former Vice President Joe Biden, and his son, Hunter. President Trump stated, "The other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, it sounds horrible to me." Witnesses unanimously testified that there was no factual support for this claim. Rather, they noted that Vice President Biden was acting in support of an international consensus and official U.S. policy to clean up the Prosecutor General's office in Ukraine. Despite these facts, by the time of the July 25th call, Mr. Giuliani had been publicly advocating for these two investigations for months, while also using back channels to press Ukrainian officials to initiate them in support of his client, Donald Trump. Ambassador Sondland understood Mr. Giuliani's role very clearly. He testified, "Mr. Giuliani was expressing the desires of the President of the United States, and we knew these investigations were important to the President." To others, Mr. Giuliani was working at cross purposes with official policy channels toward Ukraine, even as he was working on behalf of President Trump. According to former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton, Mr. Giuliani was a, quote, hand grenade who's going to blow everybody up, unquote. Near the end of the July 25th call, President Zelensky circled back to the pre-cooked message that Ambassador Volker had relayed to President Zelensky's top aide before the call. President Zelensky said, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation." In other words, on one hand is the White House visit, while on the other hand, he agreed to pursue the investigations. This statement shows that President Zelensky fully understood at the time of the July 25th call the quid pro quo between these investigations and the White House meeting that President Trump required and that Ambassador Sondland had testified so clearly about. Numerous witnesses testified about the importance of a White House meeting with the President of the United States, specifically a meeting in the Oval Office, an official act by President Trump. As David Holmes, senior official in the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, said, "It is important to understand that a White House visit was critical to President Zelensky. President Zelensky needed to show U.S. support at the highest levels in order to demonstrate to Russian President Vladimir Putin that he had U.S. backing, as well as to advance his ambitious anti-corruption reform agenda at home." In other words, the White House visit would help Zelensky's anti-corruption reforms. And that support remains critical as President Zelensky meets today with President Putin to try to resolve the conflict in the East. Now, the day after this phone call, President Trump sought to ensure that President Zelensky got the message. On July 26, U.S. officials met with President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials in Kyiv. And President Zelensky mentioned that President Trump had brought up some, quote, very sensitive issues, unquote. After that meeting, Ambassador Sondland had a private one-on-one meeting with Andriy Yermak, President Zelensky's top aide, during which Ambassador Sondland said that they probably discussed the issue of investigations. At lunch right after that with Mr. Holmes and 2 other State Department officers, Ambassador Sondland pulled out his cell phone and called President Trump. Somewhat shocked, Mr. Holmes recounted the conversation that followed. "I heard Ambassador Sondland greet the president and explain he was calling from Kyiv. I heard President Trump then clarify that Ambassador Sondland was in Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland replied, yes, he was in Ukraine, and went on to state that President Zelensky, quote, loves your ass, unquote. I then heard President Trump ask, so he's going to do the investigation? Ambassador Sondland replied that he is going to do it, adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to do. After the call, Ambassador Sondland told Mr. Holmes that President Trump did not give a bleep about Ukraine and only cares about the big stuff that benefits the president himself, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. To repeat, and this is very important, Ambassador Sondland spoke to President Trump before the July 25th call with President Zelensky and relayed to Ukrainian officials President Trump's requirement of political investigations in exchange for a White House meeting. And during that call, President Trump asked for the favor of these two political investigations immediately after the Ukrainian president brought up U.S. military support for Ukraine, which President Trump had recently suspended or put on hold. And at the end of the call, President Zelensky made a point of acknowledging the link between the investigations that President Trump requested and the White House meeting that President Zelensky desperately wanted. And then the following day, Ambassador Sondland confirmed to President Trump on the telephone in person that the Ukrainians would indeed initiate the investigations discussed on the call, which was the only thing about Ukraine that President Trump cared about. Now, it's very important to understand that this investigation revealed that the July 25th call was neither the start nor the end of President Trump's efforts to use the powers of his office for personal political gain. And you have to look at all of the evidence in context as a whole. Prior to the call, the president had removed the former ambassador, Marie Yovanovitch, to clear the way for his 3 hand-picked agents to spearhead his corrupt agenda in Ukraine: Secretary Perry, Ambassador Sondland, and Ambassador Volker, all of whom attended President Zelensky's inauguration on May 20th. All political appointees, they proved to be more than willing to engage in what Dr. Hill later described as an improper domestic political errand for the president. On April 21st, President Zelensky won the Ukrainian election with 73% of the vote. And he had 2 primary platforms: to resolve the war in the East with Russia and to root out corruption. That same day, President Trump called to congratulate him on his win. Even though the White House press release following the call stated that President Trump expressed his shared commitment to, quote, root out corruption, unquote, President Trump, in fact, did not mention corruption at all on this call, just like he did not mention corruption on the July 25th call. Shortly after this call, President Trump asked Vice President Mike Pence to attend President Zelensky's inauguration. But on May 13th, President Trump did an about-face and directed Vice President Pence not to attend. An advisor to Vice President Pence testified that the inauguration had not yet been scheduled, and therefore the reason for the abrupt change of plans was not related to any scheduling issues. So what had happened in the 3 weeks between April 21st and May 13th, when Vice President Pence was originally invited and then disinvited or removed from the delegation? A few things. First, on April 25th, Vice President Biden formally announced his bid for the Democratic nomination for president. Then, about a week later, on May 3rd, President Trump spoke with President Putin on the telephone. One senior State Department official testified that the conversation between President Trump and President Putin included a discussion of Ukraine. Third, on May 9th, Mr. Giuliani told the New York Times that he intended to travel to Ukraine on behalf of his client, President Trump, in order to, quote, meddle in an investigation, unquote. But after public backlash and apparent pushback from the Ukrainians, Mr. Giuliani canceled his trip the next day, claiming that President Zelensky was surrounded by enemies of President Trump. At a critical May 23rd meeting in the Oval Office, President Trump said that Ukraine was corrupt and tried to take him down in 2016. The same false narrative pushed by President Putin and Mr. Giuliani. And in order for the White House meeting to occur, President Trump told the delegation they must talk to Rudy to get the visit scheduled. These comments from President Trump were the first of many subsequent indications that in his mind, corruption equals investigations. In the weeks and months following, Mr. Giuliani relayed to both Ukrainian officials and the government officials that President Trump had designated at the May 23rd meeting to take a lead on Ukraine policy, the directive from President Trump that a White House meeting would not occur until Ukraine announced the two political investigations that President Trump required. And well before the July 25th call, Ambassadors Sondland and Volker also relayed this quid pro quo to the Ukrainians, including to President Zelensky himself. Ambassador Volker conveyed the message directly to President Zelensky at the beginning of July, urging him to reference investigations associated with the Giuliani factor with President Trump. And in meetings at the White House on July 10th, Ambassador Sondland told other U.S. officials and two of President Zelensky's advisors, including Mr. Yermak, that he had an agreement with Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney that the White House visit would be scheduled if Ukraine announced the investigations. One witness testified that during the second of the meetings, Ambassador Sondland began to review what the deliverable would be in order to get the meeting, referring to an investigation of the Bidens. The witness told the committee that the request was explicit. There was no ambiguity. And then Ambassador Sondland also mentioned Burisma, a major Ukrainian energy company that Hunter Biden sat on the board of. To the witnesses that testified before the committee, the references to Burisma was shorthand for an investigation into the Bidens. Ambassador Bolton, as well as his staff members, objected to this meeting for investigations trade. And Ambassador Bolton told Dr. Hill, "You go and tell Eisenberg, John Eisenberg, the legal advisor for the National Security Council, that I am not part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. And you go ahead and tell him what you've heard and what I've said." Yet this was not a rogue operation by Mr. Giuliani and Ambassador Sondland and Volker. As Ambassador Sondland testified, everyone was in the loop, including Mr. Mulvaney, Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Perry, and their top advisors. On July 19th, Ambassador Sondland emailed Mr. Mulvaney, Secretary Perry, Secretary Pompeo, and others after speaking with President Zelensky. The subject was, "I talked to Zelensky just now." And Ambassador Sondland wrote, "He is prepared to receive POTUS's call." POTUS is the President of the United States. will assure him that he intends to run a fully transparent investigation and will, quote, turn over every stone, unquote. Both Secretary Perry and Chief of Staff Mulvaney quickly responded to the email, noting that given that conversation, a date would soon be set to schedule the White House telephone call. The evidence also unambiguously shows that the Ukrainians understood this quid pro quo and had serious reservations, particularly because President Zelensky had won the election on an anti-corruption platform. In fact, a few days before the July 25th call, Ambassador William Taylor, the acting U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the former permanent ambassador to Ukraine, texted Ambassador Sondland and Volker. Or rather, he stated in his testimony, on July 20th, I had a phone conversation with Mr. Daniliuk, during which he conveyed to me that President Zelensky did not want to be used as a pawn in a U.S. re-election campaign. But President Trump's pressure campaign on President Zelensky did not relent. And just 4 days later, President Zelensky received that message via Kurt Volker that he needed to convince President Trump that he would do the investigations in order to get that White House meeting. And as I have described, President Zelensky tried to do exactly that on the July 25th call with President Trump. In the weeks following the July 25th call, President Zelensky heeded President Trump's request, sending his top aide, Mr. Yermak, to Madrid to meet with Mr. Giuliani. In coordination with Mr. Giuliani, President Trump's handpicked representatives, they continued this pressure campaign to secure a public announcement of the investigations. Now, according to Ambassador Sondland, and this is very important, President Trump did not require that Ukraine actually conduct the investigations as a prerequisite for the White House meeting. Instead, the Ukrainian government needed only to publicly announce the investigations. It is clear that the goal was not the investigations themselves or not any corruption that those investigations might have entailed, but the political benefit that President Trump would enjoy from an announcement of investigations into his 2020 political rival and against a unanimous assessment that showed that he received foreign support in the 2016 election. And for that reason, the facts didn't actually matter to President Trump because he only cared about the personal and political benefit from the announcement of the investigation. Over the next couple of weeks, Ambassador Sondland and Volker worked with President Trump's aide, Mr. Yermak, to draft a statement for President Zelensky to issue. When the aide proposed a statement that did not include specific references to the investigations that President Trump wanted, the Burisma and Biden investigation and the 2016 election investigation, Mr. Giuliani relayed that that would not be good enough to get a White House meeting. And here you can see a comparison on the left of the original statement drafted by Mr. Yermak, the top aide to President Zelensky, and on the right, a revised statement with Mr. Giuliani's requirements. And it says, we intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes. And here's the critical difference, including those involving Burisma and the 2016 U.S. elections, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. The only difference in the statement that Giuliani required and the statement that the Ukrainians had drafted was this reference to the two investigations that President Trump wanted and told President Zelensky about on the July 25th call. Now, ultimately, President Zelensky's administration temporarily shelved this announcement, though efforts to press Ukraine would remain ongoing. By mid-August, Ukraine did not make a public announcement of the investigations that President Trump required, and as a result, no White House meeting was scheduled. But by this time, the president was pushing on another pressure point to coerce Ukraine to announce the investigations: the hold on the vital military assistance that the president had put in place for more than a month, still without any explanation to any of the policy experts. Our investigation revealed that a number of Ukrainian officials had made quiet inquiries to various U.S. officials about the aid as early as July 25th, the day of the phone call. Inquiries by Ukrainian officials continued in the weeks that followed until the hold was revealed at the end of August. But this is important. It was important for the Ukrainian officials to keep it quiet, because if it became public, then Russia would know that the U.S. support for Ukraine might be on ice. So by the end of that month, the evidence revealed several facts. One, the president demanded that Ukraine publicly announce 2 politically motivated investigations to benefit his re-election. 2, a coveted White House meeting was expressly conditioned on Ukraine announcing those investigations. 3, President Trump had placed a hold on vital military assistance to Ukraine without any explanation, and notwithstanding the uniform support for that assistance from the relevant federal agencies and Congress. Ambassador Taylor testified that this quid pro quo between the investigations President Trump wanted and the security assistance that President Trump needed was crazy. And he told Ambassador Sondland, "As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign." Now, in an effort to move the White House meeting and the military aid along, Ambassador Sondland wrote an email to Secretary Pompeo on August 22nd. He wrote, "Mike, should we block time in Warsaw for a short pull-aside for POTUS to meet Zelensky? I would ask Zelensky to look him in the eye and tell him that once Ukraine's new justice folks are in place, parentheses, mid-September, President Zelensky, should be able to move forward publicly and with confidence on those issues of importance to POTUS and to the U.S. Hopefully, that will break the logjam." Ambassador Sondland testified that this was a reference to the political investigations that President Trump discussed on the July 25th call, which Secretary Pompeo ultimately admitted to that he listened to in real time. Ambassador Sondland hoped that this would help lift the logjam, which he meant the hold on critical security assistance to Ukraine and the White House meeting. And what was Secretary Pompeo's response 3 minutes later? Yes. After the hold on military assistance became public on August 28th, senior Ukrainian officials expressed grave concern. Deeply worried, of course, about the practical impact on their efforts to fight Russian aggression, but also, and this goes back to why it remained confidential, also about the public message that it sent to the Russian government. On September 1st, at a pre-briefing with Vice President Pence before he met with President Zelensky, Ambassador Sondland raised the issue of the hold on security assistance. He said, "I mentioned to Vice President Pence before the meetings with the Ukrainians that I had concerns that the delay in aid had become tied to the issue of investigations. Vice President Pence simply nodded in response, expressing neither surprise nor dismay at the linkage between the two." And following Vice President Pence's meeting with President Zelensky, Ambassador Sondland went over to Mr. Yermak again, President Zelensky's top aide, and pulled him aside to explain that the hold on security assistance was also now conditioned on the public announcement of the Burisma Biden and the 2016 election interference investigations. Ambassador Sondland then explained to Ambassador Taylor that he had previously made a mistake in telling Ukrainian officials that only the White House meeting was conditioned on a public announcement of the political investigations beneficial to President Trump. In truth, everything, the White House meeting and the vital security assistance to Ukraine, was now conditioned on the public announcement. President Trump wanted President Zelensky in a public box. A private commitment was not good enough. Nearly 1 week later, on September 7th, the hold remained, and President Trump and Ambassador Sondland spoke on the phone. The president immediately told Ambassador Sondland that there was no quid pro quo, but, and this is very important, President Zelensky would still be required to announce the investigations in order for the hold on security assistance to be lifted, and he should want to do it. In effect, this is the equivalent of saying there is no quid pro quo, know this for that, before then demanding precisely that quid pro quo. And immediately after this phone call with President Trump, this was the precise message that Ambassador Sondland passed directly to President Zelensky. According to Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Sondland also said that he had talked to President Zelensky and Mr. Yermak and had told them that although this was not a quid pro quo, if President Zelensky did not clear things up in public, we would be at a stalemate. And I understood a stalemate to mean that Ukraine would not receive the much-needed military assistance. Needing the military assistance and hoping for the White House meeting, President Zelensky finally relented to President Trump's pressure campaign, and arrangements were soon made for the Ukrainian president to make a statement during an interview on CNN where he would make a public announcement of the 2 investigations that President Trump wanted, in order for President Zelensky to secure the White House meeting and for Ukraine to get that much-needed military assistance. And although there is no doubt that President Trump had ordered the military aid held up until the Ukrainians committed to the investigations, on October 17th, Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney confirmed in public that there was such a quid pro quo. Let's watch what he said.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely, no question about that. But that's it, and that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation, and that is absolutely appropriate.
There you have it. By early September, the president's scheme was unraveling. On September 9th, the Intelligence Oversight and Foreign Affairs Committees announced an investigation into President Trump and Mr. Giuliani's efforts in Ukraine. And later that same day, the Intelligence Committee learned that a whistleblower had filed a complaint nearly a month earlier related to some unknown issue, but which the president and the White House knew was related to Ukraine and had been circulating among them for some time. And then 2 days later, on September 11th, in the face of growing public and congressional scrutiny, President Trump lifted the hold on security assistance to Ukraine. As with the implementation of the hold, no reason was provided. Put simply, President Trump got caught, so he released the aid. But even since this investigation began, the president has demonstrated no contrition or acknowledgement that his demand for a foreign country to interfere in our election is wrong. In fact, he has repeatedly called on Ukraine to investigate Vice President Biden, his rival. These and other actions by the president and his associates demonstrate that his determination to solicit foreign interference in our election continues today. It did not end with Russia's support for Trump in 2016, which President Trump invited by asking for his opponent to be hacked by Russia. And it did not end when his Ukrainian scheme was exposed in September of this year. President Trump also engaged, once this investigation began, in an unprecedented effort to obstruct the inquiry. And I look forward to answering your questions about that unprecedented obstruction. But in conclusion, I want to say that the Intelligence Committee has produced to you a nearly 300-page report. And I am grateful that you have offered me the opportunity today to walk you through some of the evidence underlying it. Admittedly, it is a lot to digest. But let me just say this. The president's scheme is actually quite simple, and the facts are not seriously in dispute. It can be boiled down to 4 key takeaways. First, that President Trump directed a scheme to pressure Ukraine into opening 2 investigations that would benefit his 2020 re-election campaign and not the U.S. national interest. Second, President Trump used his official office and the official tools of U.S. foreign policy, the withholding of an Oval Office meeting and $391 million in security assistance to pressure Ukraine into meeting his demands. Third, everyone was in the loop, his chief of staff, the Secretary of State, and Vice President. And fourth, despite the public discovery of this scheme, which prompted the president to release the aid, he has not given up. He and his agents continue to solicit Ukrainian interference in our election, causing an imminent threat to our elections and our national security. Members of the committee, President Trump's
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. Time has elapsed. Point of order.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Deitch.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Gentleman will state his motion.
I move the committee shall be in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
I move to table.
Move to the motion.
Move to table the motion.
It is a privileged motion. It is not debatable. All those in favor of the committee recess.
I seek a recorded vote.
The chair will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee. Roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Okay, what you're having there is they're actually voting on whether or not to actually take a recess. It's the first time this has happened during this series of hearings in the Intelligence Committee and the House Judiciary Committee, but it's a sign of what we've been going through today. Mary Bruce up there on Capitol Hill. We've now gotten through the major presentations from the Democrats. Daniel Goldman there echoing what we heard from Chairman Nadler, saying that the president abused his office for political and personal benefit.
And you've been seeing him go really systematically through all of their evidence, also playing some clips from the president and other witnesses in making this argument, trying to outline why they feel that the president abused his office for his own political gain by pressuring Ukraine to launch these investigations into the president's rivals, they say, to get an advantage in the 2020 election. On the flip side, we are likely to continue to hear from Republicans who say that those aren't facts. They say that's simply hearsay from much of this witness testimony. And we have heard a lot from Republicans about the process. They are saying that this is going too quickly, that it's too rushed. Of course, Democrats say, well, part of the reason that they're moving so fast is, one, because a lot of the witnesses they want to talk to, the White House won't let them talk with. And number two is that they say that because the president is inviting, Democrats argue, foreign interference in our election, that there is a real clear and present danger here and that they need to move quickly with this process. And, George, we know that they are moving very quickly here. We could see articles of impeachment and a vote on them before the end of the week. That sets up the possibility that the House could impeach the president before Christmas.
And John Karl, Chief White House Correspondent John Karl, you made a little bit of an appearance there in the presentation by Daniel Goldman. The question you had of Mick Mulvaney on whether or not the conditioning of the military aid was in part because of these investigations. In general, the evidence presented for withholding the White House meeting for the investigations is more extensive than it is for withholding the military aid. But that direct question of Mick Mulvaney is something the White House has really tried to walk away from.
Yeah, and that was an incredible moment in the White House briefing room, because I asked him directly the question, which I think is at the center of all of this, which is why was the aid withheld? And he was explicit in saying that there were 3 reasons, and that one of those reasons was the president's desire to see the investigation into the 2016 elections, not the investigation into Biden, but one of those 2 investigations into Democrats was part of the reason the president directed him, and Mulvaney was the person that was directed by the president to withhold that aid, included the demand for that investigation. So that was a moment, of course. Mulvaney himself, about 6 hours after that exchange, effectively denied he said what he said in front of the cameras, but it was a pretty explicit statement.
And, of course, now he's not appearing under oath. David Muir, one of the key things that we see at issue when we see both the Republican and the Democratic presentations so far was the president actually pursuing an anti-corruption agenda in Ukraine or simply investigating his opponents.
An extraordinarily stark contrast today. And the Republicans have been so criticized for pointing to the process, arguing about the timeline, saying we haven't had our own witnesses, even though we know the White House has blocked many of those witnesses. But what we heard from Stephen Castor this morning, he went right to the phone call. This was fairly rare for the argument in defense of the president, but he said, when it comes to that July 25th phone call, it reflects no conditionality or pressure. President Zelensky never vocalized any discomfort. President Trump was not asking for a favor that would help with the re-election. He was asking for assistance in helping our country move forward from the divisiveness of the Russia collusion investigation. And then we heard Daniel Goldman there just moments ago, and you almost want to put this paragraph right next to that one. He said, during the call with the Ukrainian leader, President Trump did not discuss matters of importance to the United States, such as Ukraine's efforts to root out corruption. He quickly veered into the personal favor he wanted from Zelensky, 2 investigations that would help his re-election. And, of course, he talked about the witnesses that we heard in recent weeks who described it as unusual, improper, inappropriate, and concerning, but 2 very different realities.
And Dan Abrams, and you made this point when we were off the air, President Trump had 2 phone calls where President Zelensky never mentioned the word corruption. And as you've pointed out, not a single fact witness yet has been able to document the president seeking an anti-corruption agenda.
Or even that they believe that the reason that the aide or the White House meeting was held up was because the president had broader concerns about corruption in Ukraine. And remember, not all of these witnesses are called by Democrats. Morrison was called by the Republicans. You had 3 witnesses, actually, who were called by the Republicans. You had Jonathan Turley, who was called by the Republicans. You don't have a single one who's saying that was the motivation here, was this broader concern about corruption. So I think you have to look at that very skeptically when Republicans are saying, well, you know, this was just, that's the argument they're making, but there's no evidence, there's no witnesses to back it up. And on the flip side of that, I would say, when Democrats overstate their case and they say there is a constitutional duty to impeach, you have to be careful about that as well, because there is no such thing as a constitutional duty to impeach. They believe it's their duty, it's their opinion, it's their duty. But even if you think that there was wrongdoing, that this wasn't about broader corruption in Ukraine, this was about a personal favor, the question still remains, what's the remedy? What should happen? Should the punishment be removal from office?
Well, and the other thing that's at issue, Ms. Murray, let me bring this to you, as you saw Chairman Nadler do it in his opening statement. It's what do the oaths of office for the president and members of Congress require?
So I actually would push back on Dan. I mean, it's true the Constitution does not prescribe a duty to impeach, but each of those members of Congress, the senators, all of those officers take an oath to uphold the Constitution. And if the Constitution means anything, it certainly means upholding the machinery and apparatus of democratic government, including the election process.
But that's an opinion and analysis of what their duty should be, right? Of how they should interpret their own duty.
But there's the whole Constitution is an interpretation.
Right, but the Constitution specific. That's why when you say constitutional duty, it's a nonsensical statement, because it doesn't mean anything. Because there is no such thing as a constitutional duty to do anything. There's an interpretation of what they view as their role here. And I think that Democrats have to be very careful. They have to be saying, look, we think this is bad enough. We think this is so terrible that the framers would have said this is exactly what they envisioned, et cetera. But there just is no such thing as a constitutional duty to impeach.
Well, to be clear, that is what they're saying. Like every Democratic witness thus far, especially the law professors last week, were saying this is so grave that it warrants impeachment. Like there could not be
Correct.
a more
Their opinion is that it reaches that level. And I'm saying
that's all constitutional interpretation is.
Right, but therefore there's no constitutional duty. There's no such thing, because the Constitution is about interpretation. When we refer to duty, I think of it as like there's a statute that says if you do this, this is the punishment, et cetera. There's no such thing here. It's all about analysis and interpretation.
Well, I think one thing we do know is the Constitution prescribes at least some apparatus by which we participate as citizens in the electoral process. And at the very least, what the Constitution must stand for is upholding that machinery.
And then that gets to the question of whether or not the president has the right under the Constitution to completely ignore a constitutional process, a process outlined in the Constitution, impeachment. I was struck, Kate, by in both Democratic presentations this morning, there actually was no mention of the Mueller report. They do seem to be honing in on a tailored approach.
I think that's right. We said at the outset we would be looking for clues about how broad or how narrow they were likely to be in the drafting of the articles. It looked to me as though most likely they're going to go narrow. Not like one phone call narrow, but basically the scheme to induce this assistance from Ukraine in exchange for military assistance, White House meeting, White House phone call, and that the 2016 Russian interference and the Trump campaign's welcoming of that, even if there's no provable conspiracy, will, I think, form the backdrop. But it seems to me as though it's unlikely to constitute a separate article of impeachment. That 2016 and obstruction of Mueller is likely not going to be a standalone article at this point.
But one thing, Cecilia Vega, the Democrats did seem to be going beyond the scope of the phone call and some of the testimony from the witnesses. You saw those clips of President Trump calling on China to investigate the Bidens. A lot of focus on the president's personal lawyer, former Mayor Rudy Giuliani, who they pointed out in the testimony today was actually in Ukraine again last week trying to drum up investigations into the Bidens.
Which ended up upsetting many of the president's own allies, who called this just sort of theatrical and farcical that he would have the audacity to go to Ukraine in the middle of this this impeachment inquiry, which is at his relationship with Ukraine is at the very heart of it. And the president basically said that he is one of the greatest crime fighters in the last 50 years, still sticking to his attorney's defense. But it is, you mentioned the president's, his own words, and I expect at some point we will very much may hear his comments to you in the Oval Office during that interview when he said that he would be willing to accept foreign aid information if a foreign government offered it in advance of another election. It is stark to hear the president's own words being played out and seeing those scenes of the past couple of years with the president, when in fact they've refused to participate in this. And so they're relying on this historical record there rather than have anybody from the White House there in that room.
But let me bring that back to Dan as well, because it also shows at some level how we're all frogs in a pot of water that's the temperature keeps rising. When the president said he might be willing to accept information, there was rightfully outrage from Democrats and Republicans alike on Capitol Hill. Now we're talking about the president not accepting, but asking for this information, and Republicans in lockstep behind him.
Right, and I think that's one of the most important things to note, is that you hear sometimes Republicans say, what's the matter with the president asking Ukraine to assist in an investigation? The problem is there was no investigation. I mean, what the president was doing was he was asking them to open an investigation. He was asking them to announce an investigation. And that's very different than saying, for example, the Attorney General, Barr, reaching out to the Prosecutor General of Ukraine and saying, look, we have an ongoing investigation. We are seeking your cooperation. That's very different than what you have here.
And Mary Bruce, one of the other things you're hearing this morning is that Democrats reminding that Republicans were actually in charge of Congress, actually had majority of control of Congress when the activities of Hunter Biden were publicized back in 2015, yet they chose not to investigate it at all. And I understand you've now heard from the ranking Republican, Mr. Collins, as he's come out during the recess.
Yeah, Democrats are speaking here behind me. Congressman Collins came out just before and spoke with all of us. He continues to insist that they're not learning anything new here today. He joked to all of us that he was coming out to wake everybody up. And he's continuing to hammer at this fact that Chairman Schiff isn't here speaking out directly. Chairman Schiff isn't required to come and present the evidence that his committee gathered, and yet that has become a talking point for Republicans here on the Hill and also for the president, because let's be honest, they want to take a stab at Chairman Schiff. They want to have a chance to really push him on this investigation that he has been running. And interestingly, Collins continued to talk about the pace of this investigation. Remember, Republicans are arguing that this is going too quickly, that they need to slow down. Well, that's not what the president has been saying. The president has been saying that they need to just move quickly here in the House, get this over with, because he is already looking ahead to a trial in the Republican-controlled Senate where he feels he will be given more favorable treatment. And I asked Congressman Collins about this sort of difference here. What is it? Do they want to go quickly or do they want to go slowly? And Republicans continue to insist that the president isn't being treated fairly here, even though, of course, he is refusing to send any counsel here or any representation to this hearing here today. They say that the House Judiciary is simply a rubber stamp, and it isn't fair because the president wasn't invited to participate in the evidence-gathering portion of this in the House Intelligence Committee.
And let me take that to Barbara Comstock. Barbara Comstock, the president is looking ahead to that Senate trial, and we would expect to have much more White House involvement in that process. They clearly have said they want to be able to call witnesses as well, but that's going to mean holding 51 Republican votes on every motion.
Well, yes, and what they often forget at the White House is that the Democrat House managers are going to be able to call witnesses also. So there may be, at that point, an opportunity for them to call somebody like Mick Mulvaney or John Bolton, and then you'd have to get the vote of 51 people, which would mean 4 Republicans, which may not be that difficult to get. So I know the president and the White House is focused on their defense, but the House managers first get to present. And so those rules all have to be decided upon by the Senate, Democrats, and Republicans together. During the Clinton impeachment, they agreed on those rules pretty much unanimously, and that hasn't been hammered out yet.
Yeah, and John Carl, let me bring that to you. How confident is the White House that they actually have? I mean, they're quite confident right now that there aren't 67 votes to convict President Trump on any articles of impeachment. But how confident are they that they can hold a majority of senators on all these motions on every article?
Well, if you look at what the president himself has had to say about this, it seems as if he is making the assumption that because Republicans control the Senate, the Republicans will control this process. He's talked about how the trial will be a fair one, therefore he'd be willing to have his advisors testify. But as you well know, George, the Senate doesn't operate the way the House does. The Democrats are very much in charge of what happens procedurally in terms of this House hearing. When it goes to the Senate, as Barbara pointed out, this really becomes more a question of consensus. And in terms of holding those votes, talking to some of the president's advisors, there is an awareness that they don't have the votes, for instance, to get a motion to dismiss. I mean, one of the earlier strategies they talked about was, let's get to the Senate and let's have a trial that lasts, all of one day. Simply introducing a motion to dismiss, get 51 Republicans to support that, and we're done. Well, there isn't that support because you do have.
Before you move on that, because I agree with that. I was wondering though, has there been any talk of a kind of compromise strategy inside the Republican Party? They know they don't have votes for an immediate motion to dismiss. Do they think they might be able to go for a week or 10 days, and then get the 51 votes to dismiss?
What they hoped is to just see a brief trial. They haven't set on a specific period of time. I've seen the idea of 2 weeks floated. I've run it by the people very much running the strategy for the White House on this. They say there's no consensus that will work. But that is the hope here, is that they can come to some kind of an agreement that sets the parameters for the hearing. There is interest here, George, on both the part of the Democratic leadership and the Republican leadership in the Senate of not seeing this trial go too long. So the assumption is there will be some period of time, likely in the range of 2 weeks, that would be agreed to, and then they would be able to move to either a final vote on convict or not convict, or a motion to dismiss.
And a final question on the witnesses. We've heard the president many times say maybe he even wants to testify on this. Rudy Giuliani has said he wants to testify. Is there any realistic prospect, though, that we're actually going to see the president saying to Republicans, yes, you can vote to call these witnesses?
Well, the president has said that, but in terms of any realistic chance that would happen, I would just call your attention to what happened during the Mueller report, where the president said not once, not twice, but over a dozen times over the course of a year that he himself would be willing to testify under oath to the special counsel, and it never happened. So I would take the statements on this very much with a grain of salt, but they are statements from the president that he would like to see his own top people testify, and he's named some of them. He's named he's named Rick Perry as somebody he'd like to see testify. Mick Mulvaney as somebody he'd like to see testify. Whether or not it actually comes to that, I would be highly skeptical. And as for the president himself testifying, that would be an incredible moment in the chamber of the United States Senate. But again, he never took that opportunity when it came to the special counsel.
Yeah, don't hold your breath on that. Barbara Comstock, I'm told you were shaking your head when I asked that question.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see the president testify. And I think, actually, if Chuck Schumer wanted to play a little, he might say, hey, we'll get the whistleblower or the Bidens if you give us, Bolton and Mulvaney and, others that haven't testified. I think that would probably shorten the trial, and they would just move along.
Yeah, Biden's made it pretty clear he doesn't want to testify. Kate, so as we talk about the trial, let's talk a little bit about the role of the Chief Justice. Chief Justice John Roberts, he will go in and preside at that trial more or less in that role as the president of the Senate.
Right, so there's very little in the Constitution about the Senate trial, but the one thing that is clear is the Chief Justice has to preside. So that's in the Constitution, but what his role looks like is not in the Constitution, and sort of, as I think we're mostly looking to history to sort of understand what it's likely to be. And I think you're right, sort of he'll preside in a President of the Senate type capacity. In theory, he could make substantive rulings on the availability of witnesses and things like that. In practice, I think that's almost sure not to happen. I think that a majority of the body of the Senate is likely to have to make all of those calls. And, I think it's right that the fact that the Republicans control the chamber does not mean the Senate is not a strictly majoritarian body the way the House is. It's not just majority rule. It's always been, at least historically, a body that's worked a little bit more on kind of compromise. Certainly the Clinton trial, at least at the outset, looked a lot like that. The rules were essentially unanimously adopted. But I think the Chief Justice will give some guidance if there are sticking points where they can't get to consensus, but is going to try to keep his head down and sort of stay under the radar as much as possible.
And Melissa, he has been so concerned with representing the institution of the court. And even though, he was chosen by George W. Bush, Republican president, trying to insulate it a bit from partisan politics.
No, that has definitely been his modus operandi as Chief Justice. And think Joan Biskupic, who wrote the recent biography of the chief, has noted that Associate Justice John Roberts would have been very different. He's a dyed-in-the-wool conservative, but as Chief Justice, he has been preoccupied primarily with the legitimacy of the court and keeping the court out of the political fray.
And Dan Abrams, in contrast a little bit to William Rehnquist, I remember during the Clinton impeachment, he had that very showy
he had it custom made.
Custom-made robe. He was willing to step out a little further.
Yeah, and look, I think if you study John Roberts and exactly what we've heard is that he's not going to want to be the story. And he makes himself the story by making big substantive rulings. And so I think that some, particularly Democrats, who are hoping that John Roberts is going to be sort of their hero here and that he's going to make rulings to demand that certain witnesses testify, et cetera, I think that's a pipe dream, because as a practical matter, a majority of the Senate can overrule anything that Roberts decides to do. So in effect, the Senate has all the power. And I think Roberts knows that and doesn't want to be in the position of being the one out front or getting overruled. Or I think he just wants to play a largely administrative role here.
And as so often happens, Mary Bruce, in the Senate, the balance of power will be held by those 3, 4, or 5 senators willing, perhaps, to break party lines. A couple of Democrats that Republicans are looking toward, a handful of Republicans, Democrats looking toward.
Yeah, and George, we know that they have been watching what's been going on over here in the House very carefully. There's going to be a lot of pressure on them. And many of them have said that they want a longer process here. They want to carefully go over all of this with a fine-tooth comb. It's part of the argument for some who are, or some of the argument being made by some who are calling for a longer process here, is that it would give an opportunity for some of these senators, especially some of the key moderates, to say, well, look, they are taking a really close look at this. On the other hand, of course, some of the president's top supporters say, you know what, do this quickly, get it over with.
But let's talk a little bit about the schedule now in the House. This appears to be the final hearing. We'll see whether Chairman Nadler gives the Republicans a minority day of hearings. It does seem that he's required to by the rules, but they intend to move towards actually drafting and voting out these articles of impeachment in the committee by the end of the week.
George, they have been preparing for these articles all weekend long. There have been a lot of long hours here over the weekend, a lot of pizza being eaten by members of the committee. They are moving very quickly here. We are likely to see these articles, see the charges, some point in the coming days, and it seems likely that they will vote these out of the committee before the end of the week. That, of course, then sets you up for the full House to have a vote sometime next week, right before Christmas. But, of course, the big X factor remains, well, how broad are these charges? What exactly is going to be the scope of these articles of impeachment? As we have been discussing, it looks likely that they may include abuse of power, bribery, and obstruction, but the question still remains whether it includes obstruction of the Mueller report, which has notably been getting a lot of discussion so far this morning. Some say that there is a pattern of behavior here that absolutely has to be addressed. Other members that I've talked to warn, look, you don't want this to become a kitchen sink where everything is just thrown into these articles. Keep it narrow and keep it focused. Of course, all of this will come down to Speaker Pelosi, who is keeping a very tight control over all of this, and she has to juggle back and forth between the legal and the political here. She has to show that the president's actions rise to the level of impeachment, but she also has to try and satisfy all of the varying views of her members, especially, again, those key moderates in top districts.
And Mary, one of the other ways both she and the White House are trying to deal with that is to show, at least for Speaker Pelosi, progress on other issues. And there's some reports this morning that they actually might be coming close to an agreement, the White House and the Democrats, on this U.S.-Mexico free trade agreement, which I presume Speaker Pelosi would like to vote on, perhaps even after the impeachment, to show that they are actually making progress on big issues.
Democrats are eager to show that they are not just focused on impeachment, that they can be clearly very laser focused on this issue while also getting other things done for the American public. And it is an issue where it seems that we are likely to possibly see some bipartisanship here, members actually coming together, a word we don't say often up here on the Hill these days, but both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue have a lot of interest in trying to get something done on this USMCA trade deal, and it does seem like they are making some progress.
And Cecilia Vega, one of the things we saw from the president in that series of more than 100 tweets yesterday, consistently hitting the Democrats as the do-nothing Democrats. You saw it also in the opening statements here. The Republican witnesses saying, listen, the economy is doing well. The Democrats don't want to be talking about that. Instead, they just want to obstruct this president.
And that's something they're hoping that they can sell the room on, and also the public watching for sure, not just Democrats, but not just Republicans, but Democrats as well. Kellyanne Conway, before this hearing started, said something in the White House that really got at the heart of the argument inside the White House right now. She said, why should we show up and play on your turf if we don't even know what sport you're playing? So, yes, they're trying to sell this as the president is doing a great job outside of this impeachment discussion, but they have major issues with the way that this is going down, and they're not going to let up on it. And the White House, in their talking points that they've been putting out today, so the Democrats have already made up their mind. Why should we participate in this? So there you have it.
Very clear, David Muir, that the president's not going to change his communication strategy through this process.
Not at all. And look at just the headline of Friday, the jobs report. That was something they pushed on Friday and throughout the weekend as well. And we know some of the GM numbers were baked into that number, but it still came out much higher than economists were predicting. And so there's this calculation going on about whether or not to do a slightly longer Senate trial, or is a quicker trial helpful for both Republicans and Democrats, with the Iowa caucus getting closer, the New Hampshire primary getting closer, and as we know, senators will have to be there presiding over this trial at the same time. But the president continues to talk about impeachment being a bad word, but knowing that his base is rallying around him and he's got to try to keep that base. And that economic headline on Friday is one prime example of what they can point to say this is what matters, not this impeachment.
Raising a fair amount of money on it as well. And John Carl, as we're sitting here, as I said at the outset of these hearings today, the president awaiting the release of that report from the Inspector General on whether or not the FBI was legitimately open the investigation into the Trump campaign back in 2016. We now know it's been transmitted to Capitol Hill.
Yes, this is the investigation by the Department of Justice Inspector General, and the president has been kind of previewing this thing, saying it's going to show that the investigation was started illegitimately, the investigation into Russian interference. Our understanding is that this report does not say that this report does not say what the president has been accusing from the start, although it will have some things that will be uncomfortable for Democrats, uncomfortable for the president's enemies, things that the White House will point to about politicization, political bias at the lower levels at the Department of Justice. But it does not, as we understand it, have that big bombshell that the president's been teasing now for quite some time.
That's going to be the point, John, because the president has so often said that he believes that he was the victim of illegal spying by the FBI. Pretty clear that's not what the IG found.
Pretty clear that is not the conclusion of this investigation.
And at the highest levels, right? I mean, the president and his supporters keep distinguishing between the people making the decisions and the rank and file, right? And they keep trying to position themselves not to be criticizing the rank and file agents, but instead to be criticizing the people who were in charge. If the IG report determines that the people in charge were not making decisions based on political biases, then that really does undermine the heart of the argument. When focusing on this IG report, we need to focus on the big picture. It's sort of like in a criminal trial when defense attorneys focus on errors in a warrant, right? And they make legitimate arguments about problems there were that existed in a warrant. This should have existed and that should have existed. And prosecutors respond, but okay, but in the end, the warrant was still valid. And if you have to sort of remove yourself and view it that way, which is look at the big picture here and ask yourself, does the IG report say that the entirety of the warrants was effectively invalid because the political bias was so strong? Or are they saying, in the end, the fundamental applications here, the fundamental investigation was valid and there were some problems? And
of course, Kate Shaw, this actually goes back to 3 weeks into the presidency. The president put out that tweet on a Saturday morning saying President Obama illegally wiretapped me, a charge he repeated to me this summer when I was in the Oval Office. It is so clear at this point that the IG did not find anything close to that.
Yeah, and we'll see how the president responds. He is clearly so fixated on the origins of the investigation, the Mueller investigation, 2016 in general, and I have to think it's not helpful in terms of some of the more moderate senators who are thinking ahead to the Senate trial. So the president's seeming inability to move on from those events, and also I think to move back from a position that this phone call was perfect, right? The phone call with the president of Ukraine. You know, one of the themes we were hearing today back to the hearing was that, you know, at least from the Democrats, this is ongoing. This will recur if there isn't some strong message of condemnation sent. And I think that so long as the president continues to say that there was nothing done wrong, the message seems to be that there'd be nothing wrong with doing it again. So I think he is aiding that narrative.
And that gets to the question, Melissa Marie, whether at some point in the Senate, not only do they have votes on a motion to dismiss, but do some perhaps start to call for a fallback? Even Lindsey Graham mentioned this at one point, of censure for the president rather than conviction.
Well, I think that's a big question. The Democrats have talked about this slippery slope. The Republicans have also talked about a slippery slope, like we will weaponize impeachment going forward, and this will just be deployed ad hoc. But the Democrats have hammered down that this needs to be a case of deterrence, not just to this president, but to all future presidents, that they cannot put their own personal priorities ahead of the national interest. And you could stop short, but still accomplish that with a vote of censure. It's not the same as removal, obviously, but it does send a strong message. Whether or not this president or future presidents would heed that message is an open question.
And John Carl, when you talk about the issue of continued activity by the president, I was talking to Cecilia about this moments ago. We saw the president react to the idea of Rudy Giuliani's trip. Remember, Rudy Giuliani said he was working as the president's agent in Ukraine last week. The president did not want to criticize Giuliani at all. We even saw some Republicans over the weekend made uncomfortable by the fact that it's full steam ahead for Mayor Giuliani.
Yeah, you've seen some Republicans in the House make that point publicly, and privately, George, you see people very close to the president advising him on this whole process, saying that they are uncomfortable with Giuliani's activities and wish that he would stop. But the president seems to, if not outright endorse it, he emphasizes Giuliani's the greatest crime fighter ever, is what he says over and over again, implicitly, it seems, endorsing Giuliani's activities.
We just heard the gavel again. Let's go back to the hearing room.
The committee will reconvene. When we recessed, we were about to hear from Mr. Castor. Mr. Castor, you are recognized for 45 minutes.
Afternoon, Chairman, Ranking Member Collins, members of the committee, members of the staff. Thank you again for having me back and giving me the opportunity to testify about the evidence gathered during our the impeachment inquiry. At the outset, let me say that the evidence does not support the allegations that my Democrat colleagues have made. And I don't believe the evidence leads to the conclusions they suggest. I'm hopeful to add some important perspective and context to the facts under discussion today. The chief allegation that the Democrats' impeachment inquiry has been trying to assess over the last 76 days is this: whether President Trump abused the power of his office through a quid pro quo, bribery, extortion, or whatever, by withholding a meeting or security assistance as a way of pressuring Ukrainian President Zelensky to investigate the president's political rival, former VP Biden, for the president's political benefit in the upcoming election. The secondary allegation that has been levied is whether President Trump obstructed Congress during the inquiry. The evidence obtained during the inquiry does not support either of those allegations. The Republican report of evidence lays out the reasons in more detail, but I will summarize. I will begin with the substantive allegation about an abuse of power. The inquiry has returned no direct evidence that President Trump withheld a meeting or security assistance in order to pressure President Zelensky to investigate former VP Biden. Witnesses who testified in the inquiry have denied having awareness of criminal activity or even an impeachable offense. On the key question of the president's state of mind, there is no clear evidence that President Trump acted with malicious intent. Overall, at best, the impeachment inquiry record is riddled with hearsay, presumptions, and speculation. There are conflicting and ambiguous facts throughout the record, facts that could be interpreted in different ways. To paraphrase Professor Turley from last week, the impeachment record is heavy on presumptions and empty on proof. That's not me saying that, that is Professor Turley. So let me start with the best direct evidence of any potential quid pro quo, or impeachable scheme. This is President Trump's phone call with Zelensky, for which the National Security Council and the White House Situation Room staff prepared a call summary. According to testimony from Tim Morrison at the NSC, the summary was accurate and complete. NSC staff member Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman testified that any omissions in the summary were not significant and that editing was not done maliciously. President Trump has declassified and released the call summary so the American people can review it and assess it for themselves. I'll make a few points that seem to have gone undernoticed. The call summary reflects absolutely no pressure or conditionality. President Zelensky vocalized no concerns with the subject matters discussed. And there is no indication of bribery, extortion, or other illegal conduct on the call. The call summary shows President Trump and President Zelensky engaged in pleasantries and cordialities. The call summary reveals laughter. Simply put, the call is not the sinister mob shakedown that some Democrats have described. President Trump raised his concerns about European allies paying their fair share in security assistance to Ukraine, a concern that President Trump would continue to raise both publicly and privately. There is no discussion on the call, I repeat, no discussion on the call about the upcoming 2020 election or security sector assistance to Ukraine. Beyond the call summary, the next best piece of evidence are the statements from the two participants on the call. President Zelensky has said he felt no pressure on the call. On September 25th at the United Nations, he said, "We had, I think, a good phone call. It was normal. Nobody pushed me." On October 6th, President Zelensky said, "I was never pressured and there were no conditions being imposed." 4 days later, on October 10th, President Zelensky said again, "There's nothing wrong with the call, no blackmail. This is not corruption. It was just a call." And just recently in Time magazine, President Zelensky said, "I never talked to the president from a position of a quid pro quo." Because President Zelensky would be the target of any alleged quid pro quo scheme, his statements denying any pressure carry significant weight. He is, in fact, the supposed victim here. Other senior Ukrainian government officials confirmed President Zelensky's statements. Foreign Minister Pristaikos said on September 21st, "I know what the conversation was about, and I think there was no pressure." Alexander Daniluk, who was then Secretary of Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council, told Ambassador Bill Taylor on the night of the call that the Ukrainian government was not disturbed by anything on the call. President Trump, of course, has also said that he did not pressure President Zelensky. On September 25th, President Trump said there was no pressure. When asked if he wanted President Zelensky to do more to investigate the former VP, President Trump responded, "No, I want him to do whatever he can. But whatever he can do in terms of corruption, because corruption is massive, that's what he should do." Several witnesses attested to the president's concerns about Ukrainian corruption. The initial readouts of the July 25th call from both the Ukrainian government and the State Department raised no concerns. Although Lieutenant Colonel Vindman noted concerns, those concerns were not shared by National Security Council leadership. They were not shared by General Keith Kellogg, who listened on the call. Lieutenant General Kellogg said in a statement, "I heard nothing wrong or improper on the call. I had and have no concerns." Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's superior, Tim Morrison, testified that he was concerned the call would leak and be misused in Washington's political process. But he did not believe that anything discussed on the call was illegal or improper. Much has also been made about President Trump's reference on the July 25th call to Hunter Biden's position on the board of Burisma, a corrupt Ukrainian energy company, and the actions of certain Ukrainian officials in the run-up to the 2016 election. Democrats dismissed these conspiracy theories to suggest that the president has no legitimate reason other than his own political interests to raise these issues with President Zelensky. The evidence, however, shows that there are legitimate questions about both issues. With respect to Burisma, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified that the company had a reputation for corruption. The company was founded by Mykola Zlochevsky, who served as Ukraine's Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources. When Zlochevsky served in that role, his company, Burisma, received oil exploration licenses without public auctions. Burisma brought Hunter Biden onto its board of directors, according to the New York Times, as part of a broad effort by Burisma to bring in well-connected Democrats during a period when the company was facing investigations backed not just by domestic Ukrainian forces, but by officials in the Obama administration. George Kent testified about these efforts. Hunter Biden reportedly received between $50,000 and $83,000 a month as compensation for his position on Burisma's board. At the time that Hunter Biden joined the board, his father, the former VP, was the Obama administration's point person for Ukraine. Biden has no specific corporate governance expertise, and we don't believe he speaks Ukrainian or Russian. We don't believe he moved there. So he's getting this gigantic paycheck for what? The Washington Post wrote at the time of Biden's appointment to Burisma's board that it looked nepotistic at best, and the Washington Post said, nefarious at worst. According to the Wall Street Journal, anti-corruption activists in Ukraine also raised concerns that the former VP's son received money from Zlochevsky and worried that that would mean Zlochevsky would be protected and not prosecuted. Witnesses in the impeachment inquiry noted Hunter Biden's role on the board and how it presented at minimum a conflict of interest. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that Hunter Biden did not appear qualified to serve on Burisma's board. Witnesses testified that Hunter Biden's role on the board was a legitimate concern to raise. In fact, George Kent explained that in 2015, he raised a concern to the office of former Vice President Biden that Hunter Biden's role on Burisma's board presented a potential conflict of interest. However, Hunter Biden's role did not change, and former Vice President Biden continued to lead U.S. policy in Ukraine. On this record, there is a legitimate basis for President Trump to have concern about Hunter Biden's role on Burisma's board. The prospect that some senior Ukrainian officials worked against President Trump in the run-up to the 2016 election draws an even more visceral reaction from most Democrats. Let me say very, very clearly that election interference is not binary. I'm not saying that it was Ukraine and not Russia. I'm saying that both countries can work to influence an election. A systemic, coordinated Russian interference effort does not mean that some Ukrainian officials did not work to oppose President Trump's candidacy, did not make statements against President Trump during the election. Ambassador Volker testified in his public hearing that it is possible for more than one country to seek influence in U.S. elections. Dr. Hill testified likewise at her public hearing. Contemporaneous news articles in 2016 noted how President Trump's candidacy led Kyiv's wider political leadership to do something they would never have attempted before: intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election. In August 2016, the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. published an op-ed in The Hill criticizing candidate Trump. Other senior Ukrainian officials called candidate Trump a clown and other words. They alleged that he challenged the very values of the free world. One prominent Ukrainian parliamentarian explained that the majority of Ukraine's political figures were on Hillary Clinton's side. A January 2017 Politico article lays out in more detail efforts by the Ukrainian government officials to oppose President Trump's candidacy. The article notes how Ukraine worked to sabotage the Trump campaign by publicly questioning his fitness for office. The article detailed how a woman named Alexandra Chalupa, a Ukrainian-American contractor paid by the DNC and working with the DNC and the Clinton campaign, traded information and leads about the Trump campaign with the staff at the Ukrainian embassy in Washington. Chalupa explained how the Ukrainian embassy worked directly with reporters to point them in the right direction. Witnesses in the impeachment inquiry testified that the allegation of Ukrainian influence in the 2016 election was appropriate to examine. Ambassador Volker testified that he thought it was fine to investigate allegations about 2016 influence. Ambassador Taylor said, for example, that the allegations surprised and disappointed him. On this record, I do not believe that one could conclude that President Trump had no legitimate basis to raise a concern about efforts by Ukrainians to influence the 2016 election. Let me now turn to the first assertion that President Trump withheld a meeting with President Zelensky as a way of pressuring him to investigate the former VP. Here, it is important to note Ukraine's long, profound history of endemic corruption. Several witnesses in the inquiry have testified about these problems. Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, for example, said Ukraine's corruption is not just prevalent, but frankly is the system. Witnesses testified to having firsthand knowledge that President Trump is deeply skeptical of Ukraine due to its corruption, dating back years, and that this skepticism contributed to President Trump's initial hesitancy to meet with President Zelensky. Ambassador Volker testified, so I know he had a very deep-rooted skeptical view. And my understanding at the time was that even though he agreed in the meeting that we had with him, say, okay, I'll invite him, he didn't really want to do it, Volker said. And that's why the meeting kept getting delayed. Another relevant set of facts here is the effort of some Ukrainian officials to oppose President Trump's candidacy in the 2016 election. Some of these Ukrainian politicians initially remained in government when President Zelensky took over. Witnesses testified that these Ukrainian efforts in 2016 colored how President Trump viewed Ukraine. It's also important to note that President Zelensky was a relatively unknown quantity for U.S. policymakers. Ambassador Yovanovitch called him an untried politician. Dr. Hill testified that there were concerns within the National Security Council about Zelensky's relationship with Igor Kolomoisky, a controversial oligarch in Ukraine. Although President Zelensky ran on a reform platform, President Zelensky appointed Kolomoisky's lawyer, Mr. Bodon, as his chief of staff. Both Ambassador Volker and Senator Ron Johnson noted that this appointment raised concerns. These facts are important in assessing the president's state of mind in understanding whether President Zelensky was truly committed to fighting corruption in Ukraine. The evidence shows that President Trump invited President Zelensky to meet at the White House on 3 separate occasions, all without any conditions. The first was on April 21st during the initial congratulatory phone call. The second was via letter on May 29th. This letter followed an Oval Office meeting on May 23rd with the U.S. delegation to the inauguration. During this meeting, President Trump again expressed his skepticism about Ukraine. Ambassador Volker recalled the president saying, "These are terrible people and a corrupt country." Ambassador Sondland similarly testified that Ukraine, in the president's view, tried to take him down in the 2016 election. Senator Ron Johnson confirmed this testimony in his submission to the impeachment inquiry. Finally, the third time that President Trump invited Zelensky to meet, again without any preconditions, was during the July 25th phone call. Although some time passed between May 2019, when the president formally invited Zelensky to meet, and September 25th, when the presidents met, the evidence does not show that the Ukrainian government felt additional pressure due to this delay. To the contrary, Ambassador Volker testified that the Ukrainian regime felt pretty good about its relationship with the Trump administration in this period. During those 4 months, senior Ukrainian government officials had at least 9 meetings or phone calls with President Trump, Vice President Pence, Secretary Pompeo, National Security Advisor Bolton, and U.S. ambassadors. The evidence does not support a conclusion that President Trump conditioned a meeting with President Zelensky on investigating former Vice President Biden. Mr. Yarmak, President Zelensky's close advisor, said that explicitly in an August 2019 New York Times story, which was published before the beginning of the impeachment inquiry. In this article, Yarmak said that he and Mayor Giuliani did not discuss a link between a presidential meeting and investigations. Witness testimony confirms Yarmak's statement. Ambassador Volker testified there was no linkage between a potential meeting and investigations. Although Ambassador Sondland testified that he believed there was a quid pro quo, his testimony is not as clear as it has been portrayed. In his deposition, Ambassador Sondland testified that he believed the meeting was conditioned on a public anti-corruption statement, not on investigations themselves, a distinction that during his deposition he was keen to note. Ambassador Sondland said then that nothing about the request raised any red flags. In his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland clarified that he had no firsthand knowledge of any linkage coming from the president and never discussed any preconditions with the president. He merely presumed there were preconditions. I'd also like to address the July 10th meeting in Ambassador Bolton's office with 2 senior Ukrainian officials. Allow me to submit that here, too, there is conflicting evidence about the facts. Both Dr. Hill and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman testified that Ambassador Sondland raised investigations during this meeting, causing Ambassador Bolton to abruptly end the meeting. Dr. Hill testified she confronted Ambassador Sondland over his discussion about investigations. Ambassador Sondland's testimony about this meeting, however, is scattered. In his closed-door deposition, he testified that no national security staff member ever once expressed concerns to him that he was acting improperly. And he denied that he raised investigations during this meeting. But when he came here to testify in public, he acknowledged for the first time that he raised investigations, but he denied that the meeting ended abruptly. He maintained that Dr. Hill never raised concerns to him and that any discussion of investigations did not mention anything specific, such as Biden or 2016. Let me lastly address the allegation that President Trump directed Vice President Pence not to attend President Zelensky's inauguration as another way of pressuring Ukraine to investigate former Vice President Biden. Jennifer Williams, a senior advisor in the Office of the Vice President, testified that a colleague, she said it was the Chief of Staff's assistant, told her, the Chief of Staff's assistant, that President Trump had directed Vice President Pence not to attend the inauguration. However, Williams had no firsthand knowledge of any such direction or the reasons given for any such direction. If indeed such a direction was given, it's not clear from the evidence why it was done, because the Vice President's office was juggling other potential trips during that time, and the Ukrainian parliament scheduled the election on an extremely short time frame. It was just 4 days' notice. Williams explained that there was a window. There was a window of dates, May 30th through June 1st, during which the Vice President could attend the inauguration, and that was communicated. And that if it wasn't one of those dates, it would be difficult or impossible to attend the inauguration. Separately, the Office of the Vice President was also planning an unrelated trip to Canada to promote the USMCA during the same window. The USMCA was and still is a significant priority for the administration. Vice President Pence has done a number of public events in support of it. President Trump was also planning foreign travel during this time period. And as Dr. Hill testified, both President Trump and Vice President Pence cannot both be out of the country at the same time. Williams explained that these factors created a narrow window for the Vice President's participation in the inauguration. Dr. Hill testified that she had no knowledge that the Vice President was directed not to attend. On May 16th, the outgoing Ukrainian parliament scheduled the inauguration for May 20th, only 4 days later. May 20th was not one of the 3 dates that Vice President Pence's office had provided for his availability. Williams testified that this early date surprised the Vice President's office because we weren't expecting the Ukrainians to look at that time frame. George Kent at the State Department said that this short notice from the Ukrainians forced the State Department to scramble to find a U.S. official to lead the delegation, finally settling on Secretary of Energy Rick Perry. On May 20th, the date of President Zelensky's inauguration, Vice President Pence was in Jacksonville, Florida, for an event promoting USMCA. Finally, on September 25th, President Trump and President Zelensky met during the United Nations General Assembly. The two met without Ukraine ever taking action on investigations, and according to Ambassador Taylor, there was no discussion of investigations during this meeting. I will now turn to the second assertion that President Trump withheld taxpayer-funded security assistance to Ukraine as a way of pressuring Zelensky to conduct these investigations. Here, too, context is critically important. President Trump has been skeptical of foreign assistance in general and believes quite strongly that our European allies should share more of the burden for regional defense. That's an assertion he made on the campaign trail, something he's raised consistently since. It's also important to note that U.S. security assistance is conditioned to countries around the world, and that U.S. aid, including aid to Ukraine, has been temporarily paused in the past for various reasons, and even for no reason at all. Ambassador Volker testified the 55-day pause on security assistance did not strike him as uncommon, and that the pause was not significant. Dr. Hill and State Department official Catherine Croft both testified that security assistance to Ukraine specifically had been temporarily paused in the past. In fact, Ambassador David Hale, the Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, the third most senior person at the State Department, testified that the National Security Council had launched a review of U.S. foreign assistance across the world to make sure taxpayer dollars were spent in the national interest and to advance the principle of burden sharing by our allies. Dr. Hill testified that as she was leaving the NSC in July, there had been a directive for a whole-scale review of our foreign policy assistance. She said there had been more scrutiny on security assistance as a result. Another important data point is President Trump's willingness to take a stronger stance in supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression. And compared to the previous administration, several witnesses testified that President Trump's willingness to provide Ukraine with lethal defensive assistance, Javelin anti-tank missiles, was a substantial improvement, a stronger policy, and a significant decision. When we discuss Democrat allegations that President Trump withheld vital security assistance dollars from Ukraine, we should also remember that it was President Trump and not President Obama who provided Ukraine with lethal defensive weapons. I make all of these points here because there are relevant pieces of information that bear on how the House should view the evidence in question. Although the security assistance was paused in July, the evidence is virtually silent on the definitive reason for the pause. In fact, the only direct evidence of the reason for the pause comes from OMB official Mark Sandy, who testified that he learned in September that the pause was related to the president's concern about other countries contributing more to Ukraine. He explained how OMB received requests for information on what other countries were contributing to Ukraine, which OMB provided in the first week of September. The aid, of course, was released September 11th. Several witnesses have testified that security assistance was not linked to Ukraine's investigations. Ambassador Volker's testimony is particularly relevant on this point because he was a key intermediary with Ukrainian government and someone who they trusted and sought for advice. Ambassador Volker testified that he was aware of no quid pro quo, and the Ukrainians never raised such concerns to him. When Ambassador Taylor raised the possibility of a quid pro quo to Ambassador Volker, Volker said he replied, "There's no linkage here." During his deposition, Chairman Schiff tried to pin him down on this point, but Ambassador Volker was clear there was no connection. In his public testimony, Ambassador Volker reiterated there was no linkage. Similarly, George Kent at the State Department said he did not associate aid to investigations, and he relayed how Ambassador Taylor told him that Tim Morrison and Ambassador Sondland also believed the two were not linked. Ambassador Sondland's testimony, as we have seen already, is a bit more scattered. In his deposition, he said that he was never aware of preconditions on security assistance, or that the security assistance was tied to investigations. Ambassador Sondland then later provided a written statement supplementing his deposition in which he explained for the first time that in the absence of any clear explanation, he presumed a link between security assistance and an anti-corruption statement were linked. Ambassador Sondland also attested in his written supplement that he likely voiced this concern to Mr. Yarmak, a close advisor of President Zelensky, on September 1st in Warsaw. Mr. Yarmak, however, in a subsequent news account published on November 22nd, disputed Ambassador Sondland's account and said he doesn't remember any reference to the military aid. In his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland reiterated that his testimony was based on a presumption, acknowledging to Congressman Turner that no one on the planet told him that security assistance to Ukraine was conditioned on investigations. Ambassador Taylor is the other relevant actor here. He testified in his deposition that he had a clear understanding that Ukraine would not receive the security assistance until President Zelensky committed to the investigations. However, in his public testimony, Ambassador Taylor acknowledged that his clear understanding came from Ambassador Sondland, who was merely presuming that there was a link. President Trump, too, rejected any linkage between security assistance to Ukraine and investigations. The president's statements in this regard ought to be persuasive because he made the same statement in two separate private conversations with two different U.S. officials 10 days apart. There would be no reason for the president to be anything less than candid during these private conversations. On August 31st, President Trump spoke by phone with Senator Johnson, who was traveling to Ukraine in the coming days, and sought the president's permission to tell President Zelensky that the security assistance would be forthcoming. President Trump responded that he was not ready to do that, citing Ukrainian corruption and burden sharing among European allies. When Senator Johnson raised the potential linkage between security assistance and investigation, President Trump vehemently denied any connection. saying, "No way. I would never do that." Who told you that? In closing the call, President Trump told Senator Johnson that we're reviewing it now, referring to the security assistance. And guess what? You'll probably like my final decision. He told that to Senator Johnson on August 31st. This statement strongly suggests that President Trump was already leaning toward lifting the aid. Separately, on September 9th, President Trump spoke by phone with Ambassador Sondland. Ambassador Sondland asked the president, "What do you want from Ukraine?" President Trump responded, "I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. I want Zelensky to do the right thing." In addition, senior Ukrainian government officials denied any awareness of a linkage between U.S. security assistance and investigations. These denials are persuasive because if there was, in fact, an orchestrated scheme to pressure Ukraine by withholding security assistance, one would think the pause on security assistance would have been clearly communicated to the Ukrainians. Foreign Minister Procedural told the media in November, following news of Ambassador Sondland's written supplemental testimony, that Sondland never linked security assistance to investigations. Procedural said, "I have never seen a direct relationship between investigations and security assistance." Although there is some testimony that Ukrainian officials from the embassy in Washington made informal inquiries to the State Department and Defense Department about these issues with security assistance in July and August, the evidence does not show President Zelensky or his senior advisors in Kyiv were aware of the pause until it was publicly reported by Politico on August 28th. A subsequent news article explained the conflicting testimony that embassy officials in Washington had made informal inquiries about issues with the aid, while senior officials in Kyiv denied awareness of the pause. The article explained that then Ukrainian Ambassador Charlie, who was appointed by President Zelensky's predecessor, went rogue and did not inform President Zelensky that there was any issue with the aid. According to the news account, President Zelensky and his senior team only learned of the pause when it was reported on August 28th. As Ambassador Volker testified, because senior Ukrainian officials were unaware of the pause, there was no leverage implied. The actions of senior Ukrainian government officials while the security assistance was paused reinforces a conclusion that they did not know the aid was on hold. In the 55 days during which the security assistance was paused, President Zelensky had 5 discussions with U.S. senior officials. On July 25th, he spoke with President Trump on the phone. July 26th, he met with Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Taylor, Ambassador Sondland in Kyiv. On August 27th, he met with Ambassador Bolton. September 1st, he met with Vice President Pence in Warsaw. And on September 5th, he met with Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Chris Murphy in Kyiv. In none of these meetings did President Zelensky raise any concern about linkage between security assistance and investigations. In particular, the September 5th meeting with Senator Johnson and Senator Murphy is notable because they're not part of the Trump administration, and President Zelensky could be candid with them. What did occur during those 55 days were historic efforts by Ukraine's parliament, called the Rada, to implement anti-corruption reform. Vice President Pence had pressed President Zelensky about these reforms during their September 1st meeting. In their depositions, Ambassador Taylor lauded President Zelensky's rapid reforms, and National Security Council official Morrison testified that during a meeting in Kyiv, they noted that everyone on the Ukrainian side of the table was exhausted because they'd been up all night working on these reforms. On September 11th, President Trump discussed the matter with Vice President Pence, Senator Portman, and Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney. According to Tim Morrison's testimony, they discussed whether Ukraine's progress on anti-corruption reform was enough to justify releasing the security assistance. Morrison testified that Vice President Pence was obviously armed with the conversation he had with President Zelensky, and they convinced the president that the aid should be dispersed immediately. The president then lifted the hold. In concluding this point, we have considerable evidence that President Trump was skeptical of Ukraine due to its corruption. We have evidence the president was skeptical of foreign assistance in general, and that he believes strongly our allies should share the burden for regional defense. We know the White House was reviewing foreign assistance in general to ensure it furthered U.S. interests, and that OMB researched and provided information about which foreign countries were contributing money to Ukraine. President Trump told Senator Johnson on August 31st, "We're reviewing it now, and you'll probably like my final decision." He told Ambassador Sondland on September 9th, "I want Zelensky to do what he ran on." President Zelensky, who ran on an anti-corruption platform, was an untried politician with ties to a potential controversial oligarch. Vice President Pence reiterated President Zelensky that on September 1st, the need for reform was paramount. After President Zelensky passed historic anti-corruption reforms, the pause on security assistance was lifted, and the presidents met 2 weeks later. The Ukrainian government never took any action on investigations at issue in the impeachment inquiry. Much has been made about a so-called shadow or irregular foreign policy apparatus that President Trump is alleged to have orchestrated as a mechanism to force Ukraine to initiate investigations. The allegation is President Trump conspired to recall Ambassador Yovanovitch from Ukraine so his agents could pursue a scheme to pressure Ukraine to conduct these investigations. But there are logical flaws with these arguments. First, every ambassador interviewed in the impeachment inquiry acknowledged the president has an absolute right to recall ambassadors for any reason or no reason. It's apparent that President Trump lost confidence in Ambassador Yovanovitch, and it's simply not an abuse of power for him to recall her. Beyond that, the Trump administration replaced Ambassador Yovanovitch with Ambassador Bill Taylor, who became one of the first State Department officials to voice concerns discussed during the course of our inquiry here. In fact, Ambassador Taylor played a prominent role in some of the hearings last month. If President Trump truly sought to remove Ambassador Yovanovitch as part of a nefarious plan, he certainly would not have replaced her with someone of the likes of Ambassador Bill Taylor. Second, the three U.S. officials who comprise the so-called shadow foreign policy apparatus, Ambassador Volker, Sondland, and Secretary Perry, can hardly be called irregular, and certainly not outlandish. All were senior U.S. officials with official interests in Ukraine policy. The three kept the State Department and the NSC informed of their activities. Finally, there is evidence that Mayor Giuliani did not speak on behalf of the president. According to a news story on November 22nd, Mr. Yarmak asked Ambassador Volker to connect him with Mayor Giuliani because the Zelensky team was surprised by the mayor's negative comments about Ukraine. They wanted to change his mind. Both Ambassador Volker in his deposition and Yarmak in an August New York Times article denied that Mayor Giuliani was speaking on behalf of President Trump as his agent. Instead, as Ambassador Volker explained, the Ukrainian government saw Giuliani as a conduit through which they could change the president's mind. The second allegation at issue, of course, is whether the president obstructed Congress by not agreeing to all the demands for documents and testimony. As somebody with experience with congressional investigations and I strongly believe in Congress's Article I authority, but this impeachment inquiry has departed drastically from past bipartisan precedents for presidential impeachment, as well as the fundamental tenets of fair and effective congressional oversight. First, process matters. The bipartisan Rodino-Hyde precedents guaranteed fundamental fairness and due process to the president. It allowed substantive minority participation and participation from the president's counsel in the fact-finding process. Neither aspect was present here. Democrats denied us witnesses. Democrats voted down subpoenas we sought to issue for both documents and testimony. And I'll note Democrats never brought to a committee vote any of the subpoenas that were issued. They were all tabled. Democrats directed witnesses not to answer our questions. And these sorts of actions delegitimize the inquiry and do not give the witnesses or the president confidence that the inquiry is fair. Second, the president or any potential witness to this impeachment inquiry should be allowed to raise defenses without it being used as an adverse inference against him. Courts have held that the Constitution mandates an accommodations process between the branches. For this reason, congressional oversight is a time-intensive endeavor. It certainly takes longer than 76 days. Here, however, the initial letters from the Democrats instructed potential witnesses that if they did not cooperate in full, it shall constitute evidence of obstruction. Democrats wanted all their demands honored immediately and were unwilling to consider the executive branch's privileges or defenses. Finally, there is no basis for obstruction. The one witness who said he spoke to President Trump about his appearance as a witness, Ambassador Sondland, testified the president told him to cooperate and tell the truth. The president has declassified and released the call summary of his July 25th and April 21st calls with President Zelensky. The White House wrote to Speaker Pelosi to say that it was willing to cooperate further if the House returned to a well-established, bipartisan, constitutional-based impeachment process. As we know, these protections were never afforded. In closing, I'd like to briefly address the Democrats' narrative as articulated in their report. The Democrat narrative virtually ignores any evidence that's not helpful for their case. It ignores, for instance, that Ambassador Sondland's testimony that he presented, that there was a quid pro quo, and it ignores the many public statements made by Ukrainian officials. The report presents a story as if the evidence is clear, when in reality it's anything but. Democrats have gone to great lengths to gather information to build their case, and they've even obtained and released phone records relating to the communications of the president's personal attorney, a reporter, and a member of Congress. There are additional phone records that have not yet been released, and our members remain concerned about the prospect of more phone records being released. There have been a lot of hyperbole, a lot of hysteria over the last 3 months about this inquiry and the underlying facts. I believe a lot of this can be traced back to the anonymous whistleblower complaint. I believe the whistleblower reframed a lot of the facts at issue and caused witnesses in the inquiry to recast their views. And it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to interview the whistleblower. Finally, some have likened the impeachment inquiry to a special prosecutor's investigation. If one accepts that comparison, one should also expect that, like Ken Starr and Robert Mueller, the chairman should testify. And our members, all the committees, believe very strongly that Chairman Schiff should testify and answer questions. With that, Mr. Chairman, the time is yours.
The gentleman's time has expired. We will now proceed to the first round of questions.
Point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
We've been told that counsel for the Democrats was a witness, and that's why he didn't have to comport with the rules of decorum. And now he's sitting up here.
Gentleman will state a point of order.
I've been a judge, and I know that you don't get to be a witness and a judge in the same case. That's my point of order. He should not be up here.
It's not a point of order. We will, pursuant to House Resolution 660 and its accompanying Judiciary Committee procedures, there will be 45 minutes of questions conducted by the chairman or majority counsel, followed by 45 minutes by the ranking member or minority counsel. Only the chair and ranking member and their respective counsels may question witnesses during this period. Following that, unless I specify additional equal time for extended questioning, we will proceed under the 5-minute rule, and every member will have the chance to ask questions. I now recognize myself for the first round of questions. The Republicans' expert witness last week, Professor Turley, wrote in an article that, quote, "There is no question that the use of public office for personal gain is an impeachable offense, including the withholding of military aid in exchange for the investigation of a political opponent. You just have to prove it happened," close quote. That was Mr. Turley's comment. Now, Mr. Goldman, did the investigative committees conclude that the evidence proved that the president used his public office for personal gain?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And in fact, finding of fact 5 said President Trump used the power of the office of the president to apply increasing pressure on the president of Ukraine and the Ukrainian government to announce the politically motivated investigations desired by President Trump. And did the evidence also prove that President Trump withheld military aid in exchange for an announcement of an investigation of his political opponent?
Yes, it did.
And in fact, finding of fact 5B said, quote, President Trump, acting through his agents and subordinates, conditioned release of the vital military assistance he had suspended to Ukraine on the President of Ukraine's public announcement of the investigations that President Trump sought. And did the evidence demonstrate that President Trump undermined the national security interests of the United States?
Yes, in several ways.
And finding of fact 6 said, in directing and orchestrating this scheme to advance his personal political interests, President Trump did not implement, promote, or advance U.S. anti-corruption policies. In fact, the president sought to pressure and induce the government of Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations, lacking legitimate predication that the U.S. government otherwise discourages and opposes as a matter of policy in that country and around the world. In so doing, the president undermined U.S. policy supporting anti-corruption reform and the rule of law in Ukraine and undermined U.S. national security. And did the evidence also show that President Trump compromised the national security of the United States?
Yes.
In fact, finding of fact 7 said, by withholding vital military assistance and diplomatic support from a strategic foreign partner government engaged in an ongoing military conflict illegally instigated by Russia, President Trump compromised national security to advance his personal political interests. And did the evidence prove that President Trump engaged in a scheme to cover up his conduct and obstruct congressional investigators?
Yes, right from the outset.
And in fact, finding of fact 9 says, using the power of the office of the president and exercising his authority over the executive branch, President Trump ordered and implemented a campaign to conceal his conduct from the public and frustrate and obstruct the House of Representatives impeachment inquiry. Finally, the constitutional scholars from our hearing last week testified that the president's conduct toward Ukraine and pattern of inviting foreign election interference was a continuing risk to our free and fair elections. Did the evidence prove that President Trump was a threat to our elections?
Yes, it did, Mr. Chairman.
And in fact, finding of fact 8 says, faced with the revelation of his actions, President Trump publicly and repeatedly persisted in urging foreign governments, including Ukraine and China, to investigate his political opponent. This continued solicitation of foreign interference in a U.S. election presents a clear and present danger that the president will continue to use the power of his office for his personal political gain, close quote, I would add, in the next election. I now yield to my counsel, Mr. Burke, for additional questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Castor, as an experienced investigator, would you agree that it's relevant to look at evidence bearing on the president's state of mind that may help explain the president's actions?
I think the evidence that we talked about show...
Microphone.
Use your mic, please.
Sir, my only question to you is that a relevant thing to consider?
Right, like the call he had with Senator Johnson.
It's relevant to consider. Sir, would you agree that Joe Biden was a leading Democratic contender to face President Trump in 2020?
I wouldn't agree with that.
You disagree with it. So, sir, it's your testimony that President Trump did not view President Biden to be a legitimate contender.
I don't know what President Trump believed or didn't believe, but it's too early.
Sir, as part of your inquiry, did you determine whether President Trump tweeted at all about former Vice President Joe Biden between January and July 25th, and how many times?
I didn't look at Twitter. I try to stay off Twitter lately.
Did you know President Trump tweeted about former Vice President Joe Biden over 25 times between January and July 25th?
No, I didn't look at those tweets.
Did you look at how many times President Trump mentioned Vice President Biden in a speech or rally leading up to the July 25th call?
Hey, President Trump goes to a lot of rallies. He does a lot of tweeting. I think it's pretty difficult to draw too many conclusions from his tweets or his statements at rallies.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, sir,
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman is not recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, what is
the gentleman is not recognized. The gentleman, Mr. Burke, has the time.
We're going to ignore the rules and allow witnesses to ask the questions. Then how many other rules are you just going to disregard?
Gentlemen will suspend. Parliamentary inquiries are not in order. at this time.
Well, how about a point of order?
Point of order.
This is not appropriate to have a witness
have a point
be
of
a
order.
questioner
I have a point
of
of order, Mr.
somebody
Chairman.
that was a witness when he was.
The gentleman will suspend.
It's just wrong.
Mr. Chairman. The gentleman will refrain from making...
point of inquiry.
The gentleman will...
Well, I made a point of order, and you won't rule on it.
I have not heard a point of order. If the gentleman has a stated point...
Mr. Chairman, point of
gentleman
order.
has a point of order, he'll state your point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There is no rule nor precedent for anybody being a witness and then getting to come up and question. And so
I have ruled
we would. The point of order is he's inappropriate to be up here asking questions.
That is not a point of order. He's here in accordance with Rule 66.
How much money do you have to give to get to do that?
The gentleman will not cast aspersions on members of staff of the committee. The gentleman...
Mr. Chairman.
It was a legitimate order.
Mr. Burke has the time.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Is Mr. Burke a member of the committee?
Mr. Burke has the time.
Mr. Chairman, I have a legitimate
Point of order.
Mr. Burke has the time.
You have to recognize point of order.
Point of order. The gentleman will state a point of order.
This gentleman is presenting his opinions as a witness. He's supposed to present the material
Gentleman will
facts in
state
the
a
report,
point of order.
not to appear for his opinions. Is that right or not?
The gentleman, that is not a point of order. It is Mr. Burke's time pursuant to
It's
Rule 66.
inappropriate testimony in the
Pursuant
committee.
It is. I have ruled the gentleman has the time pursuant to Rule 660.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman will state a point
Just
of
to
order.
help you, that's not in
Gentleman
Rule
will-
660.
The gentleman will state a point of order if he has one.
Yes, the point of order is this. We operate by rules. If there's nothing specifically in the rule permitting this, we go by precedent. It is unprecedented for a person to come and sit who you've described as a witness to then return to the bench and begin
The
questioning.
gentleman has stated,
That is a point of order.
The gentleman has stated. Is that a point of order? Yes. That is not a point of order, but I will point out, is not a cognizable point of order. I will point out that the gentleman has been designated by me to do this questioning. Pursuant to Rule 660, House Resolution 660, which is part of the rules of the House.
Didn't he do a soliloquy then?
It is in accordance with the rules of the House, and the gentleman's time will resume. Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Castro, you are aware that President Trump announced his candidacy for re-election in 2020, and he announced it the month before the July 25th call on June 21st?
Okay.
Did you find that? Did you look at that in your investigation as part of looking at President Trump's intent and what he intended on the July 25th call?
I mean, the date he announced his, I mean, he's obviously running for re-election. What is the date he announced his intent to run for re-election matter?
And, sir, you knew that President Biden had already announced his intent to run in April of that year, too, correct?
It's been related to me. I don't know when Vice President Biden indicated he was going to run as I sit here today.
So you would agree with me that if the Ukraine announced a corruption investigation of former Vice President Joe Biden, that would hurt his credibility as a candidate. Would you agree with that basic principle, sir?
Well, nobody...
Yes or no, sir? Would you agree with that principle?
Well, I slightly disagree with the predicate, with the premise of your question, because we're talking about Hunter Biden.
The question that requests opinion evidence.
The gentleman is not recognized. The gentleman has the floor.
Well, I object to the question.
The gentleman,
rule on whether the question's in order or not.
The question is in order. The gentleman will continue.
Why?
The gentleman will continue. It's his time.
Let's get back to the fact that we're talking about 8 ambiguous lines in a call transcript. The president was not asking for a personal favor. He was speaking on behalf of the American people. He said, and I'll read it, I'd like you to find out what happened with the whole situation in Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people.
Sir, I'm not asking you to read that. Let me. If you want to talk about the transcript, I want to talk to you about some addition. You said it's 8 lines. Let's look at slide 3, if we may. The reference to Biden. So you see, on the July 25th call on page 4, isn't it the fact that President Trump, in his call with President Zelensky, said that he heard that former Vice President Joe Biden had stopped the prosecution of his son? Is that correct, sir? Yes or no?
It says the other thing. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution.
Well, that is correct. He said he stopped the prosecution.
Point of order. He's entitled to answer the question fully, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman.
Have you seen that? There's a video of the former VP. I think that's what the president's referring to. He was at the Council on Foreign Relations, and it was a little bit of a, the former VP was a little bit audacious in how he described. He went over to the.
I'm only asking you what it says on the transcript. Is that what it says, sir?
It says the other thing. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son.
And that Biden stopped the prosecution. It says that, correct?
That's what it says here. Yes.
And then it also says, it goes on to say, President Trump asked President Zelensky if you can look into it. Correct? Is that the words? If you can look into it, correct?
That's what it says. And then he says,
so President Trump, am I right? President Trump was asking Ukrainian President Zelensky to have the Ukrainian officials look into Vice President Joe Biden, correct? Is that correct, yes or no?
I don't think the record supports that.
It doesn't say, can you look into it? President Trump is not asking him to say that?
I don't think it supports that. I think it's ambiguous.
Mr. Goldman, you're an experienced federal prosecutor. I know that firsthand. Is this President Trump asking President Zelensky to investigate his political rival, Joe Biden?
I don't think there's any other way to read the words on the page than to conclude that.
And Mr. Castro, you made a point. Well, let me ask you a question. As an experienced investigator, is it your experience that when someone has done something wrongful or corrupt and they're dealing with somebody who's not in the scheme, that they state their intentions to do something wrongful and corrupt? Is that your experience as an investigator?
Well, I mean, are you talking about the call transcript?
I'm just asking you in general.
General?
In general.
You're saying that the schemer
yes.
would talk about his scheme?
Would he generally admit that he was doing something wrongful and corrupt to someone not in the scheme?
No.
In fact, you made a big point, sir, in your presentation, that on that call, President Trump did not go further and tell President Zelensky that he wanted the investigation announced to help his 2020 election.
He definitely did not talk about 2020.
Yeah. And Mr. Goldman, would you agree that if President Trump was acting corruptly, wrongfully, abusing his power, that it was unlikely he was going to confess to President Zelensky that he was asking for the investigation explicitly to help his 2020 election prospects?
Yeah, in my experience as 10 years as a prosecutor, you almost never have a defendant or someone who's engaging in misconduct who would ever explicitly say, in this case, President Zelensky, I'm going to bribe you now, or I'm going to ask for a bribe, or I am now going to extort you. That's not the way these things work.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. And Mr. Kessler, getting back to you, you said that you said about Hunter Biden and talked about it. Hunter Biden had been on the board of Burisma going back to 2014, correct?
Yes.
President Trump supported Ukraine with aid and otherwise in both 2017 and 2018, correct?
Yeah, President Trump has done a lot for Ukraine.
That's not, yes. And, sir, but isn't it correct that President Trump did not raise anything about Hunter Biden and his father, Vice President Joe Biden, in 2017 or 2018? He only did it the year before his election in 2020 when both he and Vice President Joe Biden were leading candidates. Isn't that true, sir?
I think what happened is the president saw this video of the former VP, and I think it coalesced in his mind.
Sir, please answer my question. He didn't raise any of these issues in 2017 or 2018.
I don't know that he did or he didn't. I mean, that is not something that we've looked at.
You have no evidence that he did, did you?
No, but I have no evidence he did not. I mean, this video is pretty.
All right, sir. Let me ask you this. You talked about Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who was a highly decorated Purple Heart recipient and worked in the Trump administration, correct?
Yes, sir.
He had a reaction to the call, didn't he?
He did.
He was listening to it, correct?
He did. He was.
Let's look at his reaction. He said, I immediately went to John Eisenberg, the lead legal counsel. He said, it is improper for the President of the United States to demand a foreign government investigate a U.S. citizen and a political opponent. That was his testimony, correct? Yes or no? That was his testimony. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. And let me ask you this, sir. You had said that the Intelligence Committee majority report that Mr. Goldman had talked about, you said it presents as if things are clear, but they're not clear. Is that what you said, sir?
That's absolutely correct.
And you also worked on, personally, you said worked on the minority report, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Was it important to you to be accurate in the minority report that you worked on? Was it important to be fair to witnesses, to be accurate about what they said?
Of course.
Was it important to be fair to the American people?
Of course.
To accurately report what people said?
Of course.
Well, let me ask you about somebody else on that call. Let me ask you about Jennifer Williams. Now, she was a special advisor to Vice President Pence on Europe and Russia affairs. Is that correct?
Yes.
She worked for Vice President Pence, correct?
Correct.
And you said in your opening statement that these accusations that President Trump was trying to do something for a political purpose, that was made by people who were had predetermined motives for impeachment. Is that correct?
Some of them might, but I also indicated that some of the witnesses in the impeachment inquiry, I think, have revised their views after the call transcript came out and the whistleblower complaint was released.
Are you calling Vice President Pence's special advisor a liar, sir?
No, I didn't say that.
Are you saying she was predetermined to impeach?
I didn't say that. But you know what, the question about Jennifer Williams is interesting is...
I didn't ask you, sir.
She never mentioned anything to her supervisor. She never mentioned anything to anybody in the vice president's office. En route to Warsaw, when the vice president was going to meet with President Zelensky, she didn't even raise it as a potential issue that might, catch the vice president off guard.
Well, Mr.
So
Castor,
her concern that she articulated during the course of the deposition and during the course of the hearing was incongruent with the facts and what she did during times relevant.
Mr. Castor, let's look at your report, what you wrote in the report about Ms. Williams. So if we could put up slide 6, please. And, sir, you made the same point that you tried to make to discount her testimony. You said she testified that although she found the call to be unusual, she did not raise concerns to her supervisor.
Right. Nobody in America knew about Jennifer Williams's concerns until she walked in the door for her deposition.
Sir, when you said that although she found the call to be unusual, that wasn't accurate. That's not what she said about the call. She didn't say it was just unusual, did she?
She said it was unusual.
That's not all she said about it, was it?
Okay, I mean, she was here for 9 hours in the bunker, so she said a lot about the call.
So that was you in the
Mr. Chairman, can we get a copy of the slide deck? We can't see. I just want to see.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman has the time.
But we can't see the stuff. Can we just get a copy?
The gentleman has the time.
I'm happy to read it. Jennifer Williams testified that, quote, although she found the call to be unusual, quote, she did not, end of quote, she did not raise concerns to her supervisor. Isn't it a fact, sir, that Ms. Williams said a lot more than that?
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order. The
point of order is the gentleman from Florida has complained that he can't see what the questioner is relying on and would like to see it. And
that is not a cognizable point of order, and it was read to him. The gentleman will proceed.
Only half of it was read to him.
Irrelevant.
Now let's slow down a bit here. Let's slow down a bit here so that members are able to fully see what is being put in support of what you're trying to do. We can't do that without being able to see it or read it. Mr. Gates has said that. Now let's slow down so that we can see or hear what he is referring to. And you're not letting that happen. And that goes to the privileges of the members that you are asking to sit in on this meeting and to vote.
The gentleman will suspend.
Mr. Chairman, I can see now. I appreciate the accommodation. The monitor was turned. Now we can see.
Okay.
Thank you.
The gentleman will resume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in here it says that you said Ms. Williams said that she found it to be, quote, unusual and nothing more. Let's look at slide 7 if we may. Let's look at, it says unusual, correct?
Right, but it doesn't say nothing more.
No, it says unusual. Isn't it a fact, sir, that what Ms. Williams says is it struck her as unusual and inappropriate? Isn't that correct, sir?
Okay.
That's what she said in her testimony.
Okay.
And in your staff report, you left out the inappropriate part, didn't you?
It wasn't a block quote. It was she felt it was unusual. She didn't raise the concerns that Lieutenant General Kellogg.
So, sir, let me ask you, were you as fair to the American people in describing what Ms. Williams said as you were in describing everything else in your report?
I don't have an issue with the way we described Ms. Williams' testimony.
Well, let's look at what else Ms. Williams said. Can we put up slide 8? This is from Ms. Williams' public testimony at 34. She said, quote, I thought that the references to specific individuals in investigations such as former Vice President Biden and his son struck me as political in nature, given that former Vice President is a political opponent of the president. So you left that out of your staff report too, didn't you?
You know, Miss Williams.
Sir, did you leave that out of your report, yes or no?
If you're telling me I did, I mean, I don't know as I sit here right now whether that's in the report.
I'm telling you, you did.
Okay.
And you have an explanation, sir, where you said Miss Williams said that the call was unusual, when she said it was unusual and inappropriate and of a political nature because it raised Vice President. The Vice President, who she recognized was a political opponent of the president.
Her views of the call differ remarkably from Mr. Morrison, also from Lieutenant General Kellogg.
That's not my question. My question is, why did you misquote Ms. Williams in terms of what she said? Why did you do it?
We certainly didn't misquote her.
So from the standard that you apply to your fact-finding in your report, you believe that it was entirely proper to say that Ms. Williams found the call to be unusual, when in fact she found the call to be unusual and inappropriate and of a political nature, given that the former Vice President is a political opponent of the president. Is that your testimony, sir?
I mean, we described what Ms. Williams said.
Sir, is that your testimony? No, you didn't.
Mr. Chairman, if either you can ask or you can answer. Mr. Chairman, I'm not. He can either ask or answer. He can't do both. Mayor, you can ask or answer. You can't do both.
Gentleman is not recognized.
Mr.
Chairman, I make a point of order that he's badgering the witness.
He is not. The gentleman will continue.
And sir, you invoked. Sir, you invoked Mr.
Chairman, can you rule on my point of order that he's badgering the witness, because he's doing that?
Sir, you invoked
that is not a cognizable motion. It does not call for a ruling, and the time belongs to the gentleman.
A point of order, the committee is not in order, and the chairman is not in order.
That is not a point of order. The committee is in order.
Well, would you rule on my original point of order?
The original point of order was not cognizable and does not necessitate a ruling.
That the lawyer is badgering the witness? We have to have some decorum in here, and you have your rules of decorum, which aren't comporting with everybody else's rules.
I will say that sharp cross-examination of a witness is not badgering the witness. The gentleman will continue.
Mr. Chairman. It is if it's by another witness.
No one. The gentleman has the time.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Gentleman will state a point of order.
Under Resolution 660, we're supposed to follow the federal rules of evidence. Is that right?
No.
What is it?
No, it is not correct.
What are the rules? What are the objections that we're able to make?
That is not a point of order.
It is a point of order. There's no rules.
It is not a point of order. The gentleman will continue.
Where's the list of rules?
The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then?
The gentleman will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Castor, you just invoked Tim Morrison. He was someone on the call too, correct?
Yep.
And let me put up slide 9 of Mr. Morrison's testimony on page 38 of his public testimony. And Mr. Morrison said, well, the question by Mr. Goldman. You heard the call. You recognized that President Trump was not discussing the talking points that the NSC had prepared based on official U.S. policy, and was instead talking about the investigations that Fiona Hill had warned you about. And then you reported it immediately to the NSC legal advisor. Is that the correct claim of events here? And Mr. Morrison said, that's correct. Before I ask you, Mr. Castor, let me ask you, Mr. Goldman. Earlier, before your presentation, we showed a testimony of Ms. Hill where she referred to what President Trump was trying to do as running a domestic political errand. Is that what you understand? Is that what you intended to ask Mr. Morrison about in your question to him?
Yes, it was about these two specific investigations that President Trump ultimately did discuss and ask President Zelensky to do. These are the same two investigations that were discussed and were the only two investigations that were at issue throughout the entirety of the scheme. And so what our evidence found was that any time there was a reference to investigations, it referenced the Biden investigation and the 2016 election investigation. And in fact, Ambassador Volker actually said that whenever he was using the term corruption, what he meant was those specific two investigations.
And what was the significance to you that Mr. Morrison, who Mr. Castor himself has relied on and invoked twice today, where he said that he understood these were the investigations that Fiona Hill had warned him about? What did you understand that to mean?
When Dr. Hill left and Tim Morrison replaced her, they had transition meetings. And during one of those transition meetings, Dr. Hill told Tim Morrison about what she believed to be this irregular channel that Ambassador Sondland was operating, where they were pushing for Ukraine to do these investigations. And Dr. Hill in particular was very concerned because, as she said, as you pointed out, that was a domestic political errand, and what she was working on and the National Security Council was working on related to national security and foreign policy, and those were two entirely separate things.
And was she expressing the view that President Trump had chose his own personal political interests over the foreign policy positions that Ms. Hill was trying to pursue?
At the time that she said that to Tim Morrison, she was not aware of whether President Trump had actually endorsed these investigations, but she did testify that after she read the call transcript, which she only read after it was released like the rest of us, she said that she put two and two together and realized that that is exactly what he was talking about.
And what was 2 and 2 again?
It equals 4.
And what is 4 in this investigation, sir?
Well, it was used by two witnesses, Ambassador Sondland and David Holmes, as the only logical conclusion to explain why the security assistance was being withheld from Ukraine. And based on all of the various factors and their direct involvement in issues related to Ukraine, they concluded that the security assistance was being withheld to put pressure and as a condition on the initiation of the two investigations that are referenced here.
Yep. Turning to you, Mr.
I got to clear a couple things up here. I got to clear a couple things up here, if I may. First of all, Morrison was concerned. Morrison didn't think the call was.
Sir, there's no question.
The gentleman has the time, not the witness.
I mean,
sir,
Morrison was concerned about leaks.
Sir, let me ask you, sir. Sir, you said
By the way, Volker never meant.
The gentleman has the time. The clock will stop if he's interrupted.
All right.
Will this witness be able to cross-examine Mr. Burke like he's being able to cross-examine the opposing witness? That's a point of inquiry.
Will not shout out in the middle of testimony.
You need to call balls and strikes the right way. You don't interrupt either one of them, Mr. Chairman. You're questioner or the witness. Bang it harder. It still doesn't make the point that you're not doing it right.
The gentleman will continue.
Sir, I believe it was your testimony, as I wrote it down. The Democrats are about blocking info when they should be seeking information.
Oh, my goodness. That is absolutely right.
Okay. And then you said that the Trump administration has, in fact, cooperated and facilitated congressional oversight investigations. Is that correct, sir? Am I just yes or no? Is that correct?
Absolutely. The Trump administration has participated in oversight during the entire Congress until it got to this impeachment inquiry.
So let me ask you about this call, sir. Robert Blair.
The terms are just not fair.
Robert Blair, who was on this call, the Trump administration, the president himself directed him not to appear and give testimony, correct?
Robert Blair, I'm glad you...
No, I'm asking you, did the president direct him not to appear and give testimony, yes or no?
I think he was allowed to come if agency counsel.
He was not allowed to come under the terms set by the House Intelligence Committee, correct?
I think he would have come with agency counsel.
The Trump administration directed him not to come, correct?
He would have provided testimony, I think, if agency counsel could have come. I mean, it's really expensive to hire these outside lawyers.
John Eisenberg was directed not to come, correct? The lawyer.
Eisenberg presents another set of
But he was directed not to come. The lawyer who Lieutenant Colonel Vindman went to, correct?
Okay, Eisenberg is he may have been able to come with agency counsel, but he presents some complexities. I mean, he's the chief legal advisor for Ambassador Bolton.
So he was directed not to come, correct?
He may have been able to come with agency counsel, but his testimony does present complexities.
Sir, let me ask you this. Was it U.S. policy on July 26 to request that Ukraine investigate former Vice President Joe Biden?
You know, I I think you're reading a little too much into, some of the 8 lines. I don't think the president was requesting an investigation into Joe Biden. He just mentions an offhand comment.
Sir, is that a no? It was not U.S. policy to look into Joe Biden?
Yeah, but you're presuming that it then at some point became U.S. policy to investigate Joe Biden, and I don't think that's the case.
Sir, let me show you what slide 10, testimony of, again, Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. And he was asked, are you aware of any written product from the National Security Council suggesting that investigations in the 2020 election, the Bidens or Burisma, are part of the official policy of the United States? No, I'm not. Now let me go also to Tim Morrison, who you invoked. If we could go to slide 11. Mr. Morrison was asked by our own Congressman Swalwell, who was also on the Intelligence Committee, and said, just going to pick up in the middle of that long question, it said, you listened to the one call that you listened to between the President of the United States and the President of Ukraine. The President of the United States priorities were to investigate the Bidens. And I'm asking you, sir, why didn't you follow up on the President's priorities when you talked to the Ukrainians? Mr. Morrison said, sir, I did not understand it as a policy objective. Mr. Goldman, let me ask you, there was a package prepared before that call of what President Trump was supposed to talk about with President Zelensky, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct, sir, that one of the things that he was supposed to talk about, and was in his prepared remarks, was the anti-corruption platform of President Zelensky that he ran and won on, correct?
Yes, the witnesses testified that that is a consistent and persistent policy objective for the United States.
Did President Trump mention corruption once in his call with Mr. Zelensky?
No, he did not.
Did he mention looking into anything other than the 2 investigations that were politically helpful to him, the 2016 election investigation and the investigation of his political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden?
No, he did not.
May I
Mr. Castor,
add something there?
No, you can't. Mr. Castor, let me ask you a question.
President Trump did mention.
Are you going to let him answer?
He did mention that there's some very bad people there.
Can yell.
The gentleman the time is the questioners, and he can ask the questions of whoever he wants. And when you question, you'll have the same rules.
And Mr. Castor, in fairness, you'll be able to answer questions asked by minority counsel when it's their turn.
Okay, but
I have 45 minutes, so let me ask you.
Come on, Barry. In fairness here, President Trump talks about very bad people.
Mr. Castor, if I can finish, and that was. Let me finish, sir. Let me ask you this, sir. Sir, there were 2 lawyers mentioned on the call. We've heard testimony already. Mr. Trump said to President Trump said to President Zelensky that he should speak to 2 people. His personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and the Attorney General Barr, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Immediately after this call memorandum was released, isn't it the case that Attorney General Barr and the Department of Justice issued a statement about his role in all this?
He did.
Let's put up the statement. Slide 13, please. The Department of Justice. The President has not spoken with the Attorney General about having Ukraine investigate anything relating to former Vice President Biden or his son. The President has not asked the Attorney General to contact Ukraine on this or any other matter. The Attorney General has not communicated with Ukraine on this or any other subject. So, Mr. Goldman, is it fair to say that the Attorney General didn't want anything to do with these investigations that President Trump had raised with President Zelensky on the call?
I think it goes actually even a little further. I think whether the Attorney General wanted anything to do or not is in addition to the fact that the Attorney General said he had nothing to do with Ukraine, and in fact that there were no ongoing investigations at the time of this call or in August, and that became an issue in the investigation. There is a formal channel that the Department of Justice has and the United States government has to obtain evidence related to an ongoing investigation. And that is generally the proper way to engage a foreign country through treaties to get information. But several of the witnesses testified that they looked into that at the urging of the Ukrainians and they determined that there was no formal ongoing investigation nor any formal request on these topics.
Now, the other lawyer on the call, Rudy Giuliani, however, he was more than happy to continue to be involved in trying to get Ukraine to investigate President Trump's political rival, Joe Biden, correct?
Mr. Giuliani was very active and involved in pushing for these investigations for several months before the July 25th call, and then for several months after, including apparently 3 days ago.
And sir, Mr. Castro, you would agree, you wrote in your report that Rudy Giuliani, that the Ukrainians themselves knew that Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, was a conduit to convince President Trump that President Zelensky was a serious reformer, correct?
Well, the Ukrainians knew that...
That's what he said. Sir, isn't that what you said in your report?
Rudy had the president's ear.
And he was a conduit. Let me put up slide 14, if I may, and we actually have your report here. And it says the Ukrainians knew that he, meaning Rudy Giuliani, was a conduit to convince President Trump that President Zelensky was serious about reform. Isn't that what you wrote in your report, sir? Okay. And in fact, during the call, President Trump asked President Zelensky to speak directly to his personal lawyer about Ukrainian matters that President Trump was interested in, correct?
You referred him to Rudy, yeah.
Yes. And in fact, President Zelensky said, oh, we already knew that, and he's been in touch with my aides, correct?
That's right. In fact, I mean, the Ukrainians are the ones that first, President Zelensky is the one who first brings up Mr. Giuliani on the call.
Right, because they knew that Mr. Giuliani was a conduit to the president, and if they made Mr. Giuliani happy, they'd make the President Trump happy.
Ambassador Volker testified, though, that Mr. Giuliani had a negative impression of Ukraine and that he was possibly fueling the president's views. And so they had, there were some discussions about, hey, if you can convince Rudy that President Zelensky is a true reformer, the real deal, that would be a beneficial link.
Well, sir, you agree that President Giuliani, before the July 25th call and after, was pushing for the Ukrainians to investigate former Vice President Joe Biden. Isn't that correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, the record is somewhat spotty with Giuliani. I mean, I know the New York Times reported in May, but Ambassador Volker gave a pretty detailed account of his meeting on July 19th.
Well, let's take a look. If we could put up slide 16, the New York Times article you referred to.
Yeah.
Right, and the article says, I'll read it. Mr. Giuliani, and this is dated May 9th, 2019, before the call, Mr. Giuliani said he plans to travel to Kiev, the Ukrainian capital, in the coming days and wants to meet with the nation's president-elect to urge him to pursue inquiries that, and then it continues, that allies of the White House contend could yield new information about two matters of intense interest to Mr. Trump. One is the origin of the special counsel's investigation, goes on to describe it. New sentence. The other is the involvement of former Vice President Joe Biden's son. Okay. And now, that was in the New York Times article. And
can we talk about the breakfast with Volker?
If we could, not yet. If we could continue the rest of the article to the next slide, which is slide 17. This is the same article. And Mr. Giuliani was very explicit when he was interviewed. He said, and this isn't foreign policy. I'm now quoting the words that are highlighted. It says, it'll be very, very helpful to my client. My only client is the President of the United States. He's the one I have an obligation to report to him what happened regarding the Ukraine. Now, sir, were you aware on that same day Mr. Giuliani gave an interview about what he intended to do? And let's go to slide 18. This is from Real Clear Politics, and it should be in the screen in front of you as well. And what Mr. Giuliani said about the Ukraine, he said, it's a big story, it's a dramatic story, and I guarantee you Joe Biden will not get to Election Day without this being investigated. Not because I want to see him investigated, the collateral to what I was doing. So, sir, and you agree, Election Day refers to the 2020 election where President Trump will be running for re-election, correct?
I don't know what Giuliani was talking about, but I guess you're right.
Okay, well, so that was my only question to you. You'll have a chance to answer questions to the Minority Counsel. Now, and President Trump, let me show you slide 19.
We're going to sidestep the Volker meeting on July 19th?
Sure, you'll have an opportunity to talk about that. when minority counsel questions you. Let me go to slide 19, please. And the president says he's being interviewed now the same day in a Politico, and he's asked about Mr. Giuliani. He's leaving soon, I think in the next couple days. Mr. Trump says, I see. Well, I will speak to him about it before he leaves. Now, let me go to slide 20, because Mr. Giuliani continued his pressure on President Zelensky. In this one, it's actually a tweet that he put out on June 21st, 2019, roughly a month before the call. He says, new president of Ukraine, still silent on investigation of Ukrainian interference in 2016 election and alleged Biden bribery of the prior president. And again, sir, as you said, the Ukrainians knew that Mr. Giuliani had the ear of his client, President Trump. Isn't that correct, sir? Is that correct, sir? Yes or no?
Giuliani was doing some things out here, and then he became involved with the official channel, with Volker, with Sondland, and at that meeting on July 19th, Volker, counseled against the perspective Giuliani was taking.
So my question to you, sir, is this tweet, what they're talking about, well, let me ask you, Mr. Goldman, you hadn't had a chance at all. This tweet, is that referring to a personal political issue of President Trump or official U.S. policy?
That's a personal political issue. And if you don't mind, I'll just take a moment to respond to Mr. Castor, because
please do.
On that July 19th meeting between Ambassador Volker and Rudy Giuliani, Ambassador Volker told Mr. Giuliani that the allegations about Joe Biden were completely bogus and wrong. And Mr. Giuliani actually told, according to Ambassador Volker's testimony, Mr. Giuliani said that he knew that. And yet, for the next 2 months, he continued to push for that same investigation at the direction of President Trump, who had also directed President Zelensky to contact Mr. Giuliani. So that July 19th meeting that Mr. Castor brought up is actually quite important to this investigation.
And, sir, you already explained that on May 23rd, when the official folks who went to the inauguration of President Zelensky came back to tell the president how impressed they were, the only thing he had to say to them was, talk to Rudy. He was taking his official government people responsible for Ukraine and handing them over to Rudy Giuliani so that they could work with him for the issues that he was focused on for the president, as evidenced in the tweet. Is that fair?
I agree with Mr. Castor. I think that's what the evidence shows, that at that May 23rd meeting, President Trump directed and delegated authority over Ukraine matters to Ambassador Sondland, Volker, and Secretary Perry, and told them to work with Rudy. And then over the next 3 months, that's exactly what happened at the president's direction.
Okay. And in fact, let me show you what is slide 22, if I may, that you understood the Ukrainians recognized how important Rudy Giuliani was and satisfying him in order to stay on good terms with President Trump?
Yes, they quickly realized it, I think, from their own internal conversations, because Mr. Giuliani had back channels to getting to the Ukrainian officials. And Ambassador Volker told the Ukrainians as well that there was this, quote, Giuliani factor that President Zelensky, he actually told it to President Zelensky, that there was this Giuliani factor that they needed to deal with the president.
And in fact, this is the senior aide to President Zelensky saying to Ambassador Volker on August 13th, which is obviously after the July 25th call, thank you for meeting in your clear and very logical position. Will be great meet with you before my departure and discuss. I feel that the key for many things is Rudy, and I'm ready to talk to him with him at any point. Please let me know when you can meet. Audrey. And again, that's Rudy, am I right? That's the Ukrainians recognize that Rudy Giuliani, who's demanding the investigation of Mr. Trump's political rival, was key to getting anything done.
I don't mean to be a stickler, but I believe this text was actually July 10th. And this was a critical text because what it is saying is Mr. Yermak, after having spoken to Mr. Volker a week before and learning about the importance of Giuliani, requested to Ambassador Volker to set up a meeting with Mr. Giuliani. That then proceeded to this July 19th breakfast that Mr. Castor said, and then a July 22nd phone call, and then ultimately they met in Madrid on August 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Further evidence of the meticulous investigation that Chairman Schiff and his staff with you directed. We will stand corrected. Thank you. And I will take that and ask that the record reflect that that is the correct date. In either case, Rudy was key whenever it was said, correct?
Certainly.
And now let me ask, sir, let me put up slide 24. And Mr. Goldman, am I correct that there came a point in time when President Trump, through his chief of staff, Mr. Mulvaney, ordered that the approved military aid to Ukraine be withheld, as you previously indicated, correct?
Yes.
And this is the testimony of the people who were involved. Mr. Kent said when this happened, there was great confusion among the rest of us because we didn't understand why that had happened. Since there was unanimity that this aid was in our national interest, it just surprised us all. Mr. Holmes, and then you had the additional hold of the security assistance with no explanation whatsoever, and we still have an explanation, and we still don't have an explanation for why that happened or in the way that happened. Ms. Croft, the only reason given was that the order came at the direction of the president. So, sir, let me ask you a question. Did all the agencies involved believe that the aid should be given?
Yes, it was the unanimous view of all of the agencies, Secretary of State, Department of State, Department of Defense, National Security Council, literally every one of the interagency agencies that believed that the aid was vital and had already been approved and should be released immediately.
And in the minority staff report and in Mr. Castor's testimony earlier, he said the U.S. government did not convey the pause to the Ukrainians. Well, that wasn't correct, was it? Didn't Mr. Sondland convey that? According to Mr. Sondland's affidavit and testimony?
Mr. Sondland ultimately conveyed that the release of the aid was conditioned on the public announcement of the investigations.
And if we could put up slide 26 from the affidavit.
Presume that, though, is what he said.
Well, if I may, just in response
we'll put up the slide.
Sure.
We could put up the actual affidavit that Mr. Ambassador Sondland, the President Trump's ambassador to the European Union, that he swore to under penalties of perjury. And he says, if we could read the highlighted, which is also in front of you, I now recall speaking individually with Mr. Yermak, where I said to Mr. Yermak, the Ukrainian aid, that, going back to the quote, that resumption of U.S. aid would likely not occur until Ukraine provided the public anti-corruption statement that we have been discussing for many weeks. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, he said that at a meeting on September 1st with Mr. Yermak in Warsaw.
And the statement that they had been talking about, let me put up a slide that we put together, slide 27. And you recall, sir, that in the draft statement that the Ukrainians were going to have President Zelensky give so they could, and was that statement on their mind so they could get a White House meeting and satisfy President Trump and have the aid released?
Yes, Ambassador Sondland testified to that, and Ambassador Volker also testified to that.
And am I correct that Mr. Yermak gave a statement where he did not make any reference to Vice President Biden, correct?
Correct.
And then was that Rudy Giuliani who said in the second one that it had to include a reference that they were going to investigate Burisma in the 2016 election?
That's right.
And what did Burisma stand for? Did all your witnesses say they had an understanding of what that meant? Or did the witnesses say that?
So every single witness said, after reading the phone call on July 25th, that it was clear Burisma equaled Biden, that they were one and the same. There were only two witnesses who said that they did not know that until that time. And there was ample testimony. There was a lot of testimony from people involved in all aspects of Ukraine policy who indicated that it was completely unrealistic and unlikely that anyone who had anything to do with Ukraine would not know that the Burisma investigation related to the Bidens.
And is that why, and that's how Mr. Giuliani publicly referred to it often, as Burisma and Vice President Biden, correct?
Correct, yes.
And did the Ukrainians complain repeatedly, we talked a little bit about it, that they didn't want to be a pawn in U.S. democratic politics by helping President Trump's reelection campaign by making such a statement?
They said that in July, And in August, ultimately, they didn't give the statement in large part because they had reservations, given that President Zelensky was an anti-corruption reformer. They had reservations about engaging in U.S. domestic politics. That's right.
I want to go back to you, Mr. Castor. You said that when President Trump said to Ambassador Sondland on September 17th that he had no quid pro quo, you said he had no reason. You said September 9th. You said he had no reason to be any less than candid. That's what you said. No reason to be any less than candid. Let me show you, sir, what happened, though, on September 5th. Let me show you slide 52. Days before he made that statement, the Washington Post printed an article that says Trump tries to force Ukraine to meddle in the 2020 elections, and goes on to describe some of those efforts. And, sir, let me show you whether President Trump was aware of that article before he volunteered no quid pro quo as a defense. Let me show you a tweet by President Trump on slide 53. Now, and again, he is putting out a tweet that is essentially saying the Democrats, following up the article, that they are pursuing impeachment. Again, showing awareness that this has now been reported on. So, Mr. Goldman, is it fair to say what Mr. Castor said, that President Trump had no reason to be any less than candid about saying no quid pro quo?
No, I think President Trump had every reason to try to put out that message at that point. As Ambassador Sondland said, even if you credit Ambassador Sondland's version of the testimony, which is contradicted by other witnesses who took contemporaneous notes and were far more credible than Mr. Sondland, who had to amend his testimony a couple times, he said even in that comment, he said no quid pro quo out of the blue, without any question about whether or not there was a quid pro quo.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the ranking member for his first round of questions. Pursuant to House Resolution 660, the ranking member or his counsel have 45 minutes to question the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's become very evident why this hearing is here and why the craziness of this hearing, especially not having Mr. Schiff here. But please put back up the last slide. I have no idea what number it is. Not as good a counsel as 53. Yep. Did we cut it off after they got through?
It was 11 seconds. 11 seconds.
Okay, well, while we're doing this, I mean, I think it's just the most amazing statement came out there. We're proofing the tweet that said that he thought that the Democrats were concerned about impeachment. There's nothing the Democrats have not been concerned about for 2.5 years. Since November 2016. The president's saying nothing new in that tweet. There's now back up. He's known that they have been after impeachment. That's why Mr. Goldman is here. That's why Mr. Burke is here. That's why we're going through this charade of staff having to answer staff questions. And basically, when we don't like how it's going, we start asking staff on staff and getting into a staff argument. Where's Adam? Where's Adam? It's his report, his name. Mr. Goldman, you're a great attorney, but you're not Adam Schiff, and you don't wear a pen.
That's true.
We got a problem here. And the problem is developing this. You said you were an attorney. You're a very good prosecutor. I believe it. I've read your bio. You're a good attorney. You understand what quid pro quo is, correct?
I do.
You understand what asking for something in exchange for something actually means, correct?
I do.
You know about the conversation of Mr. Biden when he asked and he said, I'm not going to give you the $1 billion. You know about that conversation, correct? You want me to read it to you, or do you know it?
One second. Are you talking about in 2015?
No, I'm talking about the one from the national, where you did I'll read it to you since you're having trouble. As I remember going over to the Ukraine, convincing our team, our leaders, convincing them that we should provide for loan guarantees. I went over, I guess, the 12th or 13th time to Kiev. I was supposed to announce that there was a $1 billion loan guarantee. And I got a commitment from Poroshenko and they said that they would take action against the state prosecutor. They didn't. So they said they were walking out to the press conference. I said, nah, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have authority, and you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said, I said, call him, laughter. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm getting ready to be leaving here, and I think about 6 hours. I looked at them and said, I'm leaving here in 6 hours. If the prosecutor is not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch, he got fired. Did he ask for something, request something, and hold something of value?
He did. George Kent testified that was...
I think I'll do what you did. George Kent testified this. I'm asking about not George Kent. I'm asking about this question.
Right, but it's important context.
It's not. Answer this question. Did he or did he not? Either Joe Biden's a liar, telling a story to make people impressed, or he actually did this. Which is it?
He did it pursuant to U.S. official policy.
So he did it in withholding actual dollars, actual thing, holding this out there. So Joe Biden, of everybody that we discussed about, is the only one that's done a quid pro quo. He's the only one that's used taxpayer dollars to actually threaten a foreign government. And yet we're sitting here pretending that this is not happening. We're sitting here pretending that a president of the United States now would not be concerned. Look, you look at it this way. Joe Biden's a terrible candidate. He can destroy himself on the campaign trail, but he can't get by this. And it doesn't matter who brings it up. It doesn't matter who does it, because this is what happened. And you can whitewash it all you want. You can go over whatever you want, but that's what he did. He's either a liar or he did it, and he did it. I want to continue on. Question is a question that you had earlier. You rely on approximately how many times do you rely on Gordon Sondland's testimony in your report?
Oh, it's nearly a 300-page report.
Would you be amazed if it was 600 times or better? You wouldn't have any idea or not?
I have no idea.
Okay? You did. It's over 600 times. Would you also understand, if you do a simple check of your report, that over 158 times Mr. Sondland said, instead of not knowing something, to the best of my knowledge, or I don't know? Would that surprise you?
Are you talking about the report or his deposition?
The deposition and the closed-door testimony.
Yes, and over time he remembered a lot more as he was refreshed by other people's testimony.
It is. The question we're having here, though, is Mr. Sondland also said, and many times he said he presumed what actually happened. Let's go back to something else. We're going to continue this in just a moment. According to your report, HIPSI, and we'll classify that and we'll determine that to be the Intelligence Committee and the other investigation with the other two committees. We okay with that?
Certainly.
Okay. Issued dozens of subpoenas, is that right?
I'm not, certainly over a dozen, yes.
Some of the subpoenas were not publicly reported until the HIPSI issued its majority report, correct?
Most of the subpoenas were
Answer the question. As Mr. Burke had so much free reign, let's go at it. Either answer the question or elaborate, one or the other.
Sir, I'm trying to answer the question.
Did you or didn't you? Did it come out or not?
Did what come out?
I'll read it again. Some of the subpoenas were not publicly reported until the HIPSI issued its majority report, correct?
Yes, they were given to the minority, but not the public, yes.
Putting aside the witnesses who have publicly been identified, did you issue any other subpoenas for testimony other than the ones publicly identified?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Thank you.
But I'm not sure.
How many subpoenas were issued for records?
Well, we issued a number of subpoenas for records. We did issue 6 subpoenas to executive branch agencies, and they all defied our subpoenas.
In this, moving on to other issues here, the Wall Street Journal reported that the committee issued at least 4 subpoenas to Verizon and AT&T for call records. Is that correct? Are we wondering?
Yes, we are, because there are multiple numbers. We only issued subpoenas for call records for people who were involved in the investigation and who had already been subpoenaed by the committee for documents and testimony of their own.
Absolutely wonderful stuff, but answer my question. 4?
Well, I am trying to answer your question.
Was it at least 4?
Yes.
Thank you. Could have saved us a lot of time there. How many subpoenas were issued to AT&T?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Can you check your records? This is important, because we just found out about this over the weekend. We got a massive document dump over the weekend preparing for this hearing, in which the chairman admitted and the staff admitted they're not going to be able to read it all anyway. So for all of you writing reports about this, all that massive document dump, we're just simply going on a Schiff report, which Schiff refuses to come testify about, but sends his staff. So this is important stuff. We just found out about this. So how many subpoenas were issued to AT&T?
I don't know. If you'd like me to find out during the break, I'd be happy to.
Then, again, maybe your chairman could be here to actually answer this. Was it targeted at a single telephone number or numbers?
we subpoenaed for call records multiple numbers.
How many?
I don't know. None of, this is very important, though. None of members of Congress, none of staff of Congress.
Oh, we're getting to that.
None of journalists.
We're getting to that.
We only did it to the subjects who were involved in the investigation, which is a very routine and standard investigative practice.
And you're not going to hear anything from me about a subpoena and the legality of a subpoena. My problem is this: who on the committee asked that those numbers that you actually did put into for a subpoena and get those numbers back? Who was it that asked that they be cross-checked for members of the media and members of the Congress? Who ordered that?
I don't think that's how we did it, sir.
No, whoa. You came out with a report that actually showed these people, such as Mr. Chairman Nunez and others, were actually on these calls.
Yes.
Now, someone, and you and I, we're not going to play cute here. Somebody took the 4 records that you asked for, at least 4, took those numbers and then said, hey, let's play match game. Who ordered the match game for members of Congress and the press? Was it you?
I don't think anyone did, sir.
Then how did you get, okay, come on, that's the most ridiculous item I've ever heard. You don't just all of a sudden pick up numbers in which you have to match those numbers to actually show where they are, and you don't come up with them. Who ordered them to actually match for members of Congress and the press?
That's actually what you just described is exactly how it happens.
Who ordered to find out if Nunez's number was on those calls?
If I could just explain, sir. You pick an event of significance in the investigation, and you look for sequencing and patterns surrounding that event. You look then at the numbers, and you try to identify what those numbers are, and then you start to build the circumstantial case.
At this point, that's a wonderful explanation, but not an answer to my question. Those are you looking for the 4 numbers you asked for and to see how they're connected. I understand the subpoena that you issued. My question directly, was it you or was it Chairman Schiff that said, while we're doing this, let's see if this matches Chairman Nunez's number. Let's see if this matches a member of the press's number. Somebody along the way just didn't all of a sudden have an epiphany, unless you're getting ready to throw a low-level staffer under the bus, that these numbers might match. So who did it? Was it Chairman Schiff or was it you? Be careful, you're under oath.
I know I'm under oath, sir.
Then answer the question.
Matter. And I will answer the question, if you give me a second here. It's not a simple answer.
The same second that was not afforded to my witness, by the way.
Well, I think he was allowed to answer the question.
Who decided to leak it, by the way? If you're not going to tell me the other story, while you're thinking about how you're going to answer that question, who decided to leak it? The information. Why did you include it in the report?
That's not a leak, sir.
Why did you include it in the report? After not saying anything else about this, not publicly known. So 2 questions are hanging out that everybody's looking for an answer for, including me. Who ordered it? Was it you or was it Chairman Schiff? And then why was it decided, except for nothing but smear purposes, to be included in the Schiff report?
Well, I'm not going to get into the deliberations of our investigation with you, and I will tell you the reason it was included in the report is because the calls were surrounding important evidence to our investigation. And I think that your question is frankly not better directed not at me, but at the people who were having conversations.
Oh, no. We're not going to play that game. No, we're not going to play that game. You're as good as Mr. Burke. You're not going to play that game. You're not answering the question. And every member of the media, everybody here, when you start going into the decorum of this House, when you start looking at members' telephone numbers, you start looking at reporters' telephone numbers, which they ought to be scared about, you took a subpoena for 4. And then you decided to play match game. You found numbers that you thought were like, some of them actually didn't exist because they claimed that they were for the White House Budget Office, and they were not. So we're throwing stories out there because nobody was out there acting. So I go back to my question. Are you going to go on record in front of everybody here today and say that you will not tell who ordered this, you or Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman, you or Mr. Schiff?
I am going to go on record and tell you that I'm not going to reveal how we conducted this investigation.
And that's the problem we have with this entire thing. Mr. Schiff sat behind closed doors.
I can tell you what the importance is.
I'm done with you for right now. We're done. You're not answering the question. You're not being honest about this answer because you know who it is. You're just not answering. Mr. Castor.
I have some information on the subpoenas.
Let's go.
We did receive copies of the subpoenas, and we tracked this. There were 6, as I understand it. And let me just say at the outset, our members have concerns about this exercise for 3 reasons. The subpoenas yielded information about members of Congress. Whether they're subpoenaed the members' phone records or not, it's a concern when the information yields member of Congress's phone records, and then the information is publicized. Second is with journalists. It's just generally a very tricky area to start investigating journalists' call records. And the third is with regard to Mr. Giuliani, who was serving as the president's personal attorney. But there's 6 subpoenas, as we understand it. The first went to AT&T for the Giuliani numbers. The second was in regard to Igor Fruman, to a company, CSC Holdings. The third related to Mr. Sondland. That was off to Verizon. The fourth was back to AT&T, seeking information on a certain number. The fifth was back to AT&T, and the sixth was seeking subscriber information, which impacted the veteran journalist John Solomon. And also involved with these are some, some of the attorneys involved, such as...
Mr. Castro, can I ask you a question?
Ms. Tunsing and Geneva.
Mr. Castro, you've been a veteran of the Hill investigation for 15 years, and this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this. You never have either. Would it be interesting to note, because Mr. Goldman chooses not to answer because he doesn't want to incriminate, I believe, either himself or the chairman or somebody else. Would it be interesting to you to find, as you've dealt with committee staff for a long time, somebody to just have an epiphany just to do those match records on their own, or were they under direction by somebody to do that?
Well, it's obviously they were trying to figure something out.
That's it. All right, one last, well, I'm getting ready to try. Wait, I have one thing for Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman, we're used to committees and people and witnesses taking gratuitous shots at people they don't like. And earlier today, in your testimony, you made a comment that really goes to an interesting thing, and I'll even go back to the chairman questioning motive. When your testimony, you said, as you were discussing Mr. Sondland, you made a very snide comment, your facial expression showed that he was $1 million donor to the president. The implication being he either got his job because he bought it, or his implication was he was loyal to the president and say anything about it. Be very careful about how you throw around dollars in giving, because you and Mr. Burke are real heavy donors to the Democratic Party, and I'm not going to say it questions your motive or your position here today, but we need to make sure that this thing is already blown out of proportion. We're already not answering questions, and you are here without a pen because your chairman will not testify. That says all we need to hear. He don't even stand behind his own report, and he sends you. I hope it works out for you. I'm done. At this point, I turn it over to Ashley.
Could I respond? Are you trying to say that what are you trying to say? What is the implication here? But by the way, I didn't give anything close to $1 million remotely, so I don't know.
The implication is we want Schiff in that chair, not you. The implication is the person that wrote the report is the person that should come and present it, and you weren't elected by anybody, and you're here giving this testimony in place of the chairman. I hope that clears up the implication.
The gentleman does not have the time, and the gentleman has been warned before. He cannot simply yell out and disrupt the committee. The gentleman, Mr. Collins, has the time.
I think you understand exactly what you did. And I called it out for just the way you did. You thought you were going to get by with it, and you didn't. That's all I'm saying. Ms. Cowan.
Well, I would like to just say one other thing.
Yeah, I am done.
Point of order. There's no question before the gentleman.
I mean, you're casting aspersions.
No, as you did, Mr. Goldman.
Point of order.
As you did, Mr. Sondland. Now, according to the chairman's own ruling just a few minutes ago, I'm done asking questions, and I'm not asking you to elaborate because I'm not asking you any more questions. I've asked all. You won't answer the question on who told the committee to actually check these numbers. You won't say if it's you or if it's Mr. Schiff. You won't answer my questions, so we're done. We're going to Ms. Cowan. You have, as was Mr. Burke said, you'll have plenty of time with helpful majority counsel to answer the question.
Does the gentleman yield his time to Ms. Cowan?
Yes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms. Cowan, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
I have a number of things I think I need to clear up, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
And you have to bear with me because I have a number of them here. First of all, on the call, Tim Morrison, General Kellogg have a totally different view of the call than Lieutenant Colonel Vindman and Jennifer Williams, going to the point that the call is ambiguous. So that's the first thing. Tim Morrison testified that he went to the National Security Council lawyers for a very different reason. He did not say he went to the NSC lawyers because he was concerned about the call. He went to the National Security Council lawyers for two reasons. Number one, they weren't on the call, so he wanted to update them about it. But number two, he was concerned about leaks. And he was concerned that if his call leaked out, how it would play in Washington's polarized environment, which is exactly what we have here. He was also concerned that if the call leaked, that it might affect bipartisan support in Congress. You know, issues of Ukraine have traditionally been one of the few issues where Republicans and Democrats share interests. And the third reason was that he didn't want the Ukrainians to get a distorted perception of what actually happened on the call, because on the call, we're talking about 8 lines of concern and a lot of ambiguity. This Oval Office meeting on May 23rd, there's this question, I guess it's ambiguous, I didn't think it was ambiguous, but there's a question about whether when the president referred the delegation goes to the inauguration May 20th. They come back, it's Sondland, it's Volker, and it's Secretary Perry and it's Senator Johnson. And they're briefing the president, and the president is having none of it. He says Ukraine is concerned or corrupt, and he doesn't want to invite Zelensky to the White House. And the president, and Volker testifies to this pretty definitively, the president, essentially, he doesn't order anybody to do anything. The president says, talk to Rudy. And Volker testified both at his deposition and at the public hearing that he didn't take it as a direction. It's just like, look, if you guys think this is important and you want to work it, just go talk to Rudy. It's very different than a direction. It's very different than the president ordering a scheme. And it's very, very different from the president sort of collecting up a bunch of agents to go do something. Because he simply, according to Ambassador Volker, said, go talk to Rudy. Now, whether the Ukrainians knew of the aid pause, or the aid was paused for 55 days.
Right.
Whether the Ukrainians knew about it or not has been, Laura Cooper from DOD and, some State Department witnesses testified about light queries that they had received. There was an article on November 22nd in Bloomberg, and the Zelensky administration said they never knew about the hold in the aid until August 28th Politico article. And they said in the article, and Yarmak is the principal person they're relying on here, Yarmak says that they believe the embassy was keeping information from them. Another interesting thing Mr. Yarmak says in that November 22nd Bloomberg article is that he recounts the Holiside meeting with Sondland, which has become very significant, apparently. In the Holiside meeting, he says he doesn't recall it the way Ambassador Sondland recalled it. Now, keep in mind, Mr. Yarmak speaks English, but it's not his first language. And so he does not recall the Holiside meeting, which, by the way, happened on the way to an escalator after the meeting with the vice president. So he recalls it very differently. So the question and the facts of what happened between Ambassador Sondland and Mr. Yarmak on the way to the escalator remain in dispute.
Yes.
Now, turning attention to the Ron Johnson letter, if I may.
Yes.
On August 31st, Senator Johnson is getting ready to travel to Ukraine on September 5th with Senator with Murphy. And Johnson wanted the aid release, so he calls the president. He actually sought permission to be the bearer of good news.
Right.
The president said, I'm not ready to lift the aid. And they had this, Senator Johnson, I mean, he writes a 10-page letter, very detailed. And he gives some remarkable detail. And I'd like to read it. It's on page 6. This is Senator Johnson speaking. He said, I asked him whether there was some kind of arrangement where Ukraine would take some action and the hold would be lifted. Without hesitation, Senator Johnson says, President Trump immediately denied such an arrangement existed, and he started cursing. And he said, no way. President Trump said, no way. I would never do that. Who told you that? And Senator Johnson goes on to say that President Trump's reaction here was adamant, vehement, and angry. Senator Johnson goes on to say that as of August 31st, the president told him, but you're going to like my decision in the end. So I think that's very important context on what the president's state of mind was, at least as of August 31st.
Right. He fully expected, do you agree, that the aid would eventually be released after the 55-day pause?
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yes. I want to thank y'all for your presentations. Mr. Castor, I believe you've been talking for approximately 75 minutes today, and I want to thank you for that.
My wife thanks you as well. She likes it when I do the talking when she's not around.
Time permitting today, I'd like to cover 4 or 5 areas, distinct areas. There's a lot of facts that the American people have not heard, and there's a lot of contradictions in certain people's testimony. Is that fair to say, Mr. Castor? And I'd like to talk about some of the people in this story that have firsthand knowledge of the facts. We have Ambassador Volker, Ambassador Sondland, and Secretary Perry. You had the opportunity to talk to 2 of those 3 people, is that correct?
Yes.
And the Democrats' report would like us to believe that these 3 individuals were engaged in some sort of cabal or some sort of nefarious venture. But that's not true, is it?
No.
In fact, these 3 people were at all relevant times, and even today, acting in the best interest of the American people. Is that true?
That's right, and with the highest integrity.
That's right. I think everyone testified that Ambassador Volker is one of the most experienced diplomats in our foreign service.
Across the board, all the witnesses, including Ambassador Yovanovitch, talked about the integrity that Ambassador Volker brings to the table.
But there's a lot of people with firsthand knowledge that we didn't talk to. Is that correct? Yes. Now I want to talk about the president's skepticism of foreign aid. The president is very skeptical of foreign aid. Is that correct?
He is deeply skeptical of sending U.S. taxpayer dollars into an environment that is corrupt, because it's as good as kissing it goodbye.
And is that something new that he believes, or is that something he ran on?
This is something that he has ran on. It's something that he has implemented policies as soon as he became president. Ambassador Hale, the 3rd-ranking State Department official, told us about the overall review of all foreign aid programs, and he described it as almost a zero-based evaluation.
Right, and you had the opportunity to take the deposition of Mark Sandy, who is a career official at OMB, is that right?
Correct.
And he had some information about the reason for the pause. Is that true? I think that he had a conversation with an individual named Rob Blair, and Mr. Blair provided some insight into the reason for the pause.
Sandy was one of the few witnesses that we had that was able to give us a firsthand account inside of OMB. The reason for the pause related to the president's concern about European burden sharing in the region.
And in fact, in his conversations, the president's conversations with Senator Johnson, he mentions his concern about burden sharing. And I believe he referenced a conversation that he had with the Chancellor of Germany. And in fact, the whole first part of the July 24th transcript, he's talking about burden sharing and wanting the Europeans to do more. But
yeah, I mean, Senator Johnson and President Trump were They were pretty candid, and they believed that allies like Germany were laughing at us because we were so willing to spend the aid.
Right. Now I'd like, there's been a lot of allegations that President Zelensky is not being candid about feeling pressure from President Trump. And isn't it true that he's stated over and over publicly that he felt no pressure from President Trump? Is that true?
Yeah, he said it consistently. He said it in the United Nations September 25th. He said it, in 3 more news availabilities over the course of the period, including last week.
I want to change subjects and talk about something that Professor Turley raised last week, and that is the partisan nature of this investigation. And you're an experienced congressional investigator.
And Professor Turley, by the way, he's no Trump supporter.
That's right. He is a Democrat. That's right. But Professor Turley cautioned that a partisan inquiry is not what the founders envisioned. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
the worst thing you can have with an impeachment is partisan rancor, because nobody's going to accept the result on the other side.
And our Democrat friends have all of a sudden become originalists and are citing the founders and their intent routinely as part of this impeachment process.
I think that goes to whether this constitutes bribery. There's case law on bribery, and I'm no Supreme Court scholar or lawyer or advocate, but there's new case law with the McDonald case about what constitutes an official act, and that certainly hasn't been addressed in this space, and I think Professor Turley mentioned that.
Right, and I think Professor Turley said that a meeting certainly does not constitute an official act.
I think it's the McDonald case.
Right.
Goes to
and
that.
Professor Turley pointed that out for us last week. Yes. Since this inquiry's unofficial and unsanctioned start in September, the process has been partisan, biased, unfair. Republicans' questioning has been curtailed routinely. I think we saw that in Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's deposition. There was some,
Yeah, we were barred from asking him questions about who he communicated his concerns to.
Right, very basic things like who, what, when, where. And instead...
And I would say, too, this rapid, we're in day 76, and it's almost impossible to do a sophisticated congressional investigation that quickly, especially when the stakes are this high, because any congressional investigation of any consequence, it does take a little bit of time for the two sides to stake out their interests and how they're going to respond to them.
Right.
We learned with the Goodlatte Gowdy probe, the first letter I think went in October of 2017, and in December we finally got a witness. And it was the following spring in the Goodlatte Gowdy probe, after a lot of pushing and pulling and a lot of tug of war, we reached a deal with DOJ where we went down to DOJ, and they gave us access to documents, and they gave us access to, I think, north of 800,000 pages. But they made us come down there. They made us go into a skiff, and these documents weren't classified. And it wasn't until May and June of that year that we started this process, when the investigation had been ongoing. And that is disappointing. Obviously, we all wish there was an easy button. But congressional investigations of consequence take time.
Right. And it took, I think, 6 months before the first document was even produced. And like you said, you had to go down there and review it in camera. And then going back even further to Fast and Furious, the investigation of the death of a Border Patrol agent.
Yeah. I mean, Fast and Furious, we issued subpoenas. Mr. Issa sent some subpoenas, I think, in February of 2011. And we had a hearing in June with experts about proceeding to contempt. You know, what does it take to go to contempt? And that was the first time in June when we got any production. And the production was largely publicly available information. And we spent most of the year trying to get information out of the Justice Department. At the time, we were also working with whistleblowers who were providing us documents. And Chairman Issa at the time, then in October, issued another subpoena that was to the Justice Department. And so the investigation had been ongoing most of the year. We were talking to whistleblowers, we're doing interviews, and we're doing our best to get documents out of the Justice Department through that channel. But these things take time.
Right.
Certainly not 76 days.
Yes. And if you truly want to uncover every fact, as you should in an impeachment, do you agree? You have to go to court sometimes and enforce your subpoenas. And here, my understanding is we have a lot of requests for information, voluntary information. You know, will you please provide us with documents on XYZ? And I think that's great. But you have to back it up with something. Isn't that correct?
Well, there's a number of ways to enforce your requests. I mean, the fundamental rule of any congressional investigation is you rarely get what you're asking for unless and until the alternative is less palatable for the respondent. So, you know, you issue a subpoena and you're trying to get documents. You know, one technique you can use is try to talk to the, a document custodian or somebody in, the Leg Affairs function about what documents exist. Chairman Chaffetz, during his era, he used to have these document production status hearings where you bring in Leg Affairs officials and try to get the lay of the land. Because, Leg Affairs officials, at least nominally, are supposed to be directly responsible, serving the interests. You can saber rattle. It's legal to saber rattle about holding somebody in contempt. Oftentimes, witnesses who are reluctant to cooperate and come forward, when you attach a contempt proceeding or a prospective contempt proceeding to their name, a lot of times that changes the outcome. And with a contempt proceeding, you've got a couple different steps along the way. You could raise the prospect of a contempt proceeding. You could schedule a contempt proceeding. After you schedule a contempt proceeding, you could, hold the door open for documents or interviews, and then you could push it off. You could go through at the committee level. And these are all sort of milestone events which historically are unpalatable or less palatable for the administration that sometimes starts to move the needle. And with these types of disputes, once you get the ball rolling, with the Goodlatte Gowdy probe, we didn't get a witness, and it was Deputy Director Andrew McCabe in for, it was a couple months. But once we got Deputy Director McCabe in, a couple weeks later, we got Director Comey's chief of staff. A couple weeks later, the witnesses start. Once you get the ball rolling, again, you don't always like 100% of the terms. Sometimes you got to deal with agency counsel. Sometimes you got to go look in camera. But once you get the ball rolling, usually it leads to positive results and historically has allowed the Congress to do its work.
And were any of those things done here?
No.
In fact, they decided we're not going to subpoena certain people that are important. Is that fair to say? And we're not going to go to court and enforce them. So these people have, these folks that are caught in an interbranch struggle. And that's an unfortunate position for any employee of the.
Well, one of the concerning things is Dr. Kupperman, who has been described by Dr. Fiona Hill and a number of witnesses as a solid citizen, a good witness. He filed a lawsuit in the face of a subpoena, and a judge was assigned to it, Judge Leon. And the issues the Kupperman raised were slightly different than the Don McGahn issues, because Don McGahn is the personal or the White House counsel. Kupperman, of course, is a national security official. Kupperman, filed the lawsuit seeking guidance. Kupperman wasn't asking the court to tell him not to come testify. To the contrary, Kupperman was seeking the court's guidance to facilitate his cooperation. And ultimately, the committee withdrew the subpoena, which raises questions about whether the committee is really interested in getting to the bottom of some of these issues.
Right. Instead, the committee's chosen, the Intelligence Committee has chosen to rely on Ambassador Sondland and his testimony. I think they rely 600 times in their report.
I'll tell you what I did. I on this point, yesterday, I opened the Democrat report and I did a Control F.
Yes.
Control F.
Yes.
And Sondland's name shows up, I think, 611 times. And in fairness, it's going to be double counted because, if it's in a sentence and then it's in a footnote, that's two. But in relative comparison to the other witnesses, Sondland's relied on big time.
Yes. And I think Dr. Hill testified that she, at some point, confronted him about his actions. And
the record is mixed on this front. Dr. Hill talks about raising concerns with Sondland, and Sondland in his deposition at least doesn't, he didn't share the same view.
And there's a lot of instances of that, where Ambassador Sondland recalls one thing and other witnesses recall another. Is that correct?
Sondland as a witness and he's a bit of an enigma. Let's just say it that way. He was pretty certain in his deposition that the security assistance wasn't linked to anything. And then he submitted an addendum.
Yes, I call that the pretzel sentence.
And even in that addendum or supplement or whatever it's called, it's talked to him and her, and anyway, Sondland ends with, I presumed.
Right.
So it wasn't really any firsthand information.
Right. We don't have a lot of firsthand information here. Is that correct?
On certain facts, we don't. I mean, we have firsthand information on the May 23rd meeting in the Oval Office. We've got a lot of firsthand information, although all conflicting, on the July 10th meeting. There are, episodes, I think, during the course of this investigation that we have been able to at least get everyone's account. But the investigation hasn't been able to reveal, firsthand evidence relating to the president, other than the call transcript.
And I think we've already talked about this, that Ambassador Sondland would presume things, assume things, and form opinions based on what other people told him, and then he would use those as firsthand. Is that correct?
It started with his role with the Ukraine portfolio. A lot of people at the State Department were wondering why the ambassador to the EU was so engaged in issues relating to the Ukraine. And there are answers for that. Ukraine is an aspirant to join the EU. And there's a lot of other reasons, and Mr. Turner, I think, explored this really well at the open hearing. But we asked Ambassador Sondland. He said that he did a TV interview in Kyiv on the 26th of July, where he said the president's given me, a lot of assignments, and the president's assigned me Ukraine and so forth. But then when we asked him in his deposition, he conceded that he was in fact spinning, that the president never assigned him to Ukraine, that he was just, he was exaggerating.
And I think at the public hearings, you pointed out that in contrast to other witnesses, Ambassador Sondland isn't a note taker. In fact, he said, I do not recall dozens of times in his deposition.
Let's say it this way. You know, Ambassador Taylor walked us through his standard operating procedure for taking notes. He told us about having a notebook on his desk and a notebook in his coat pocket of his suit, and he brought it with us and he showed us. So consequently, when Ambassador Taylor recounts to us, you know, what happened, it's backed up by these contemporaneous notes. Ambassador Sondland, on the other hand, was very clear that, you know, on the first hand, he said that he did not have access to his State Department records. While he said that at the public hearing, simultaneously, the State Department issued a tweet, I think, or a statement at least, saying that wasn't true, that nobody is keeping Ambassador Sondland from his emails. You know, he's still a State Department employee. He can go, you know, he does have access to his records, but he stated he didn't. And he stated that he doesn't have any notes because he doesn't take notes. And he conceded that he doesn't have recollections on a lot of these issues. And, you know, we sort of made a list of them. And I think at the hearing I called it the trifecta of unreliability.
Yes. And you're not the only person that has concerns about Ambassador Sondland's testimony, conduct. I think other witnesses took issue with his conduct. Is that correct?
Yeah, Tim Morrison talked about instances where an Ambassador Sondland was sort of showing up uninvited. Morrison didn't understand why Sondland was trying to get into the Warsaw meeting September 1st. And Dr. Hill, Fiona Hill, told us about issues of that sort, and a number of witnesses, you're correct.
And Ambassador Rieker and Ambassador Sondland, too, correct?
Yeah, I believe Ambassador Rieker
said he was a problem.
Said he was a problem, yeah.
Yeah. And Dr. Hill raised concerns about his behavior and said that he might be an intelligence risk. Is that correct?
She did. She had issues with his tendency to pull out his mobile device and make telephone calls.
Right. And
which obviously can be monitored.
Yes.
By the bad guys.
And we talked about how he was spinning that, you know, certain things, and he admitted that, how he was spinning. And
he admitted he exaggerated.
Yes. And
he also, you know, when it comes to his communications with the president, we tried to get him to list all the communications with the president. I think he gave us 6. And then when he was back at it, you know, he walked us through each communication with the president. And by the way, it was about a Christmas party. It was about when the president of Finland was here. And then Congresswoman Spear asked him the same question in the open hearing, and he said that he had talked to the president like 20 times. So the record is mixed.
I think my time's up. Thank you both. Yield back.
The gentleman,
Mr. Chairman.
So there you have it. The questioning there of the councils by the councils has been completed. Much as you would expect, the Democratic council is roughing up the Republican council as witnesses, vice versa. The Republican council and ranking member roughing up the Democratic council while they were going through those 45-minute round of questioning. Breaking news on that Inspector General's report into the origins of the FBI investigation into the context between the Trump campaign and Russia. And there are the headlines right there. It finds Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General, the independent Inspector General inside the Justice Department, found that the FBI was justified in opening up the Russian investigation, that there was no evidence they launched the investigation with any kind of political bias, but that there were serious issues with the wiretap of Carter Page, who is, of course, a Trump campaign associate. I want to bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, who has reviewed the report, also spoken with the FBI Director, Christopher Wray. And Pierre, so this finds mistakes in the wiretapping, but it debunks President Trump's claim that this was some kind of an illegal spying campaign against his campaign, marred by political bias.
George, the Inspector General makes very clear that the investigation was launched per DOJ Department guidelines and the rule of law. He said basically that the threshold for launching such an investigation is pretty low, but that all those standards were met. But as you said, George, he did find some significant problems with the pursuit of a FISA warrant, a Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrant regarding a Trump associate, George.
And Pierre, you've had the chance now for the first exclusive interview with the FBI Director Christopher Wray in the wake of this investigation, this report on the investigation. And what is his response to the report and the recommendations from the Inspector General?
George, well, he's very clear that he does not believe that the FBI unfairly targeted the Trump campaign, that he believes that this was a investigation that was warranted at its outset, but he does acknowledge that there were some serious problems with how that FISA warrant was handled. I think we have some sound from him. What's the biggest takeaway and the most important takeaway from the report for you?
Well, I think there's a number of takeaways that are important. One, that we fully cooperated with this independent review. Two, that we fully accept its findings and recommendations. Three, that the Inspector General did not find political bias or improper motivations impacting the opening of the investigation or the decision to use certain investigative tools during the investigations.
Including FISA.
Including FISA. But that the Inspector General did find a number of instances where employees either failed to follow our policies, neglected to exercise appropriate diligence, or in some other way fell short of the standard of conduct and performance that we and that I, as director, expect of all of our employees. But again, we are, and I am, ordering over 40 corrective actions to address all of those things in a way that's robust and serious. And we're determined to learn the lessons from this report and make sure the FBI emerges from this even better and stronger.
Well, George, I asked the FBI director point blank if he thought that the FBI had treated the Trump campaign unfairly. He said, quote, "I do not." I also asked him a question about whether the FBI was part of some sort of deep state. He had a pretty strong answer about that, saying that that's basically an affront to the FBI employees currently working at the department.
And, of course, we've seen that accusation from President Trump so many times. Meantime, Pierre, the FBI director has not given an interview really since these hearings began, since all these questions about the Ukraine phone call have been raised as well. What is he saying right now about the CrowdStrike plot that has so often been mentioned by President Trump, and also Russian interference in our campaigns today?
Two major points, George. He basically said, in terms of the CrowdStrike, this notion that Ukrainian officials somehow had the DNC server, he basically says there's no evidence to support that. And on the issue of Russia and the election, he says, as we speak, the Russians are targeting U.S. elections, and that they're the biggest threat going into 2020, George.
And he's still vigilant about foreign interference in our campaigns?
He's saying that they are taking steps to mitigate this threat, but he was very clear that that threat is still active and ongoing, George.
Okay, Pierre Thomas, thanks very much. I want to go to our Chief White House correspondent, John Carlin. John, as I said, and I have some quotes here from the president over the course of this investigation. He said that he was the victim of illegal spying, unprecedented spying, something that should never be allowed to happen in our country again, the greatest political scandal in history, basically a coup against the White House. Debunked here by the Inspector General, yet the president, I take it, is sending the same tune right now?
It's really something, George. We just heard from the president a short while ago. He said that this investigation is, quote, far worse than what he thought. You just read what he has previously thought. He had said that basically this was an illegal spying operation directed, sometimes he has suggested, by Barack Obama himself, senior leadership at the White House, I'm sorry, at the FBI and the Justice Department. He has suggested that this was an effort to undermine his campaign. And what we see here in this Inspector General report is some criticism of the way the FBI acted, but a very clear conclusion that you saw reiterated by Director Wray there, that the investigation was not launched with any political bias. There was no political bias behind the launching of the investigation. But the president is acting like this report has just confirmed all of those allegations that he has made over the past several months, really over the past couple of years.
John, I don't know if you were in the room at the time. Was the president take any questions on this, or was this just simply a statement?
He just came out with this. I was not in the room at the time. I haven't actually had a chance to see this interaction. I've just read the reports from the poll reporters that were in the room.
Okay, John Carl, thanks very much. I want to go to Mary Bruce on Capitol Hill. Democrats, the Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and other senior Democrats also responding to this report.
Yeah, George, and Democrats are coming out saying that this decimates and demolishes the president's claim that this investigation was politically motivated. Those that we have talked to feel that this report completely undercuts the president's claims that he was spied on, that this amounts to treason, that this was a coup, as he has said in the past. But on the flip side, I've talked to some of the president's closest allies here. I was just speaking with Congressman Mark Meadows, who continues to stand with the president. He told me point blank that he does still believe that there is evidence that this was politically motivated and based on political bias, even though that is clearly not what the report has found. He did say he disagrees with the president that there's any treason here, but Republicans are saying that this is not a good day for the FBI, that their concerns were actually understated, not overstated, and they say that it's clear that the FBI is in need of a major overhaul of their policies and procedures. So no surprise here, George, both sides are spinning this report to their political advantage.
And Mary Horowitz, the Inspector General, will be facing questioning on Wednesday from the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Yes, so there will be a lot of questions here, and you will, I suspect, continue to see some of this spin as both sides try to pick apart this report. Of course, Democrats claiming that it completely debunks the president's claims so far. Republicans, of course, arguing that there are some concerns here based on questions about some policies and procedures with the way that the FBI handled some of this.
Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Dan Abrams here, our chief legal analyst as well. There are echoes today of the release of the Mueller report, the initial Mueller report, in the reaction of the Attorney General, and even more significantly, another U.S. attorney who the Attorney General has tasked with investigating similar matters.
Yeah, well, first of all, let's just say what a shame it is that a document like this is being viewed through political prisms, right? One of the things people say about Horowitz, the Inspector General, again and again, is that he's nonpartisan, that he's a straight shooter, that people on both sides tend to rely on him. So this idea that people are taking it and saying, aha, aha, is really disappointing. Second point I'd make is that the document finds that there was no corruption. I mean, when you sort of take it back and you take a step back and you say, what was the key question that the public wanted to know? Was there corruption? And the answer, according to the Inspector General, is no. There was no corruption. There were mistakes. There were problems. There are things that need to be fixed. And it sounds like Director Wray is going to address some of those. But it is odd that now that you have this 470-something page report, that immediately a federal prosecutor, John Durham, who is doing a separate but related investigation, is making a public comment now that he doesn't agree with some of the report's findings, meaning typically a federal prosecutor will want to remain tight-lipped about what they're doing, how their investigation is proceeding, and in particular to sort of serve as the public response to the Inspector General in an effort to clearly undermine the Inspector General's finding is beyond unusual, and I have to say very surprising.
And at the same time, Attorney General Barr is also taking issue with the conclusions.
But Attorney General Barr is a little bit different, meaning Attorney General Barr is sort of taking pieces that he likes and incorporating that into his own assessment of what the situation is. Durham has been another one of these folks where we've said, like Horowitz, is supposed to be someone we can count on for sort of nonpartisan assessment. And so I was surprised that Durham is weighing in now. That doesn't mean, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to return now to our regular programming. Live coverage of the hearing, of the impeachment hearing, is going to continue right now with Tom Llamas on ABC News Live. That's our 24/7 streaming channel. And of course, David Muir is going to have a full wrap-up of all this breaking news tonight. The Inspector General's report, the impeachment hearings, full wrap-up tonight on World News. Have a good afternoon.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
From ABC 7,